Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into one of history's most disturbing paradoxes, a time when the most proper, tea-sipping, corset-wearing society on Earth was secretly addicted to one of the most dangerous substances known to man. Picture this: gaslit London, 1885, midnight. A respectable pharmacy on Baker Street. Outside, fog rolls thick as cream. Inside, beneath crystal chandeliers, something extraordinary is happening. Well-dressed gentlemen in top hats, ladies in silk gowns. They're not here for aspirin. They're here for their fix. The polite name? Medicinal tonic. The truth? Pure cocaine. And here's the truly shocking part. It was perfectly legal, advertised in newspapers, recommended by doctors, and even given to children. How did the most refined civilization in modern history become hopelessly hooked on cocaine? That's the story we're about to uncover. So before we step through that pharmacy door together, I'd love it if you could do something for me. If you're settling in for this strange journey through Victorian London's dark secret, hit that subscribe button and give this video a like. But only if you genuinely enjoy diving into these peculiar corners of history with me. And I'm curious, where are you right now as you're listening to this? Your bedroom? Maybe you're on a night shift somewhere. Drop a comment and let me know what time it is where you are. I love knowing that we're sharing this moment across different time zones. All right, dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe wrap yourself in a blanket, and let's walk together into a London evening that's stranger than fiction. The year is 1884. Close your eyes and imagine you're standing on a cobblestone street in Bloomsbury, one of London's most respectable neighbourhoods. The air smells of coal smoke and horse manure, not pleasant by our standards, but familiar to anyone who called Victorian London home. It's approaching 11 o'clock at night, and the streets are beginning to quiet down. Gas lamps cast pools of amber light every 20 feet or so, creating islands of visibility in an ocean of fog and darkness. You hear the clip-clop of a hansom cab pulling up to a shop front. The sign above the door reads "Apothecary" in elegant gold lettering. A woman emerges from the cab. You can tell she's well-to-do by the quality of her cloak, the way she carries herself with that particular Victorian posture that took years of training to perfect. She glances left and right, not furtively exactly, but with a certain awareness. Then she slips inside. You might think she's picking up medicine for a sick relative. You'd be partially right. But what she purchases, wrapped in discreet brown paper by a courteous pharmacist, is something that would shock and horrify us today. It's a small brown bottle, perhaps 3 inches tall, with a handwritten label that reads, "Mrs. Winslow's Soothing Syrup for Fretful Children and Nervous Adults." The active ingredient? Cocaine. And here's what makes this moment in history so utterly fascinating. She's done absolutely nothing wrong. There's no shame in this purchase, no legal risk, no social stigma. In fact, if she'd told her friends at tomorrow's tea party that she'd discovered the most marvellous remedy for her exhaustion and her youngest child's teething troubles, they'd have asked for the name of the pharmacy. This was London in the 1880s, the heart of the British Empire, the most powerful nation on earth, a society that prided itself on propriety, morality, and Christian values. And it was absolutely swimming in cocaine. Now I need you to understand something important before we go any further. When we talk about Victorian London and cocaine, we're not talking about a small problem or a scandal confined to some seedy underground. We're talking about a society-wide phenomenon that touched every level of the social order, from the Queen's Court down to the factory workers in the East End. Let me paint you a fuller picture of what this looked like. Walk with me down Oxford Street on a busy afternoon in 1886. We pass a tobacconist. In the window, alongside various cigarette brands, there's an advertisement for cocaine toothache drops. The poster shows a smiling child, and the text promises instantaneous cure. The price? Just 15 pence. A few doors down, we find a wine merchant. Here, prominently displayed are bottles of Vin Mariani, a French wine that's become wildly fashionable in London. What makes it special? It's fortified with coca leaves. Each glass contains approximately 6 milligrams of cocaine. The advertisement features testimonials from famous people. We're talking about queens, prime ministers, inventors, writers. Even Pope Leo XIII supposedly carried a flask of it and awarded the manufacturer a gold medal. Cross the street now and let's step into a proper chemist shop, what Americans would call a drugstore. The pharmacist, a respectable man in his 50s with impressive side whiskers, greets us warmly. Behind him, the shelves are lined with hundreds of bottles and tins. A closer look reveals something extraordinary. Forced March cocaine tablets, marketed to soldiers and athletes for endurance. Reno's hay fever and catarrh remedy, a cocaine solution you spray directly into your nose. Anglo-American catarrh powder, 99.7% pure cocaine. And then there are the products for women specifically. Oh, the Victorians had a field day marketing to women. They understood something that modern advertisers know well. If you can convince women they have a problem, you can sell them the solution. Female exhaustion was considered an epidemic in Victorian times. Middle and upper class women, corseted so tightly they could barely breathe, expected to maintain households, bear children, and look serene at all times. Well, naturally they were tired. The solution? Cocaine, packaged as nerve tonics and vitality restorers. One popular product was Forced March brand cocaine tablets, advertised with the slogan, "For actors, singers, public speakers, and those exhausted by overwork." But the targeted market was clear. Society ladies who needed energy to get through their demanding social schedules. But here's where the story takes an even darker turn, and honestly, this is the part that still makes me uncomfortable to talk about. The children. Victorian children were given cocaine routinely, not occasionally, not in rare circumstances, routinely. Let me introduce you to something called Mrs. Winslow's Soothing Syrup, which I mentioned earlier. This product was manufactured in America but enormously popular in Britain. It was marketed primarily to mothers for teething babies. The advertisements were everywhere, in newspapers, magazines, even painted on the sides of buildings. The formula, morphine sulfate and cocaine. Imagine being a new mother in 1885. Your baby is crying inconsolably, has been for hours. You're exhausted. Your mother-in-law suggests Mrs. Winslow's. She used it on all 7 of her children, and they turned out fine. The local pharmacist recommends it. The advertisement in the Times promises immediate relief and tranquil sleep. So you buy a bottle. You give your baby a spoonful exactly as the label instructs, and miracle of miracles, the crying stops. Your baby falls into a deep, peaceful sleep. You're so relieved, so grateful. You tell your friends about it. You have no idea that you've just given your infant cocaine and morphine. This wasn't a rare occurrence or a scandal. Millions of bottles were sold. Millions of Victorian babies were dosed with narcotics, with their parents' full approval and society's blessing. Now, before we judge these parents too harshly, we need to understand the context. The Victorian era was still figuring out basic medicine. Germ theory was brand new. Antiseptic surgery was just being invented. People died from infected cuts, from childhood diseases we now vaccinate against, from dental abscesses. Pain was a constant companion for many people, and effective pain relief was rare. So when a substance came along that seemed to solve multiple problems, pain, fatigue, depression, even common colds, people embraced it without fully understanding what they were dealing with. But there's another layer to this story that makes it even more complex and troubling. The Victorian era was obsessed with progress, with science, with the idea that humanity was advancing toward perfection. Every new chemical discovery was hailed as another triumph of human ingenuity over nature. Cocaine was discovered, or rather isolated in pure form, in 1859 by a German chemist named Albert Niemann. He extracted it from coca leaves, which had been used by indigenous people in South America for thousands of years. But Niemann and his contemporaries didn't see themselves as learning from indigenous knowledge. They saw themselves as improving upon it, refining it, making it scientific and modern. The attitude was essentially, these primitive people chew leaves and get a mild stimulant effect. We sophisticated Europeans can extract the active ingredient and create something far more powerful and useful. The hubris is breathtaking when you look back at it. They took a plant that had been used relatively safely for millennia. When consumed as a leaf, coca provides a mild stimulant effect similar to strong coffee, and they concentrated it into something far more potent and addictive. Then they congratulated themselves for their scientific advancement. Let me share with you a specific moment that captures the strange innocence of this era, before people understood what they were dealing with. It's 1884, and a young Viennese doctor named Sigmund Freud, yes, that Freud, though he's not yet famous, has been experimenting with cocaine. He's tried it himself and found it remarkable. It makes him feel energetic, confident, clear-headed. He's convinced he's discovered something revolutionary. Freud writes enthusiastically to his fiancée Martha, "Woe to you, my princess, when I come. I will kiss you quite red and feed you till you are plump, and if you are forward, you shall see who is the stronger, a gentle little girl who doesn't eat enough, or a big wild man who has cocaine in his body." He publishes a paper titled Über Coca, about cocaine, in which he praises the drug as a cure for depression, digestive problems, and addiction to morphine and alcohol. He sends cocaine to his friends as gifts. He recommends it to his patients. Now, across the Channel in London, Freud's paper is read with great interest by the medical community. It confirms what many English doctors have been thinking, that cocaine is a wonder drug with almost unlimited potential. The pharmaceutical companies smell profit. Within months, cocaine products are being advertised more aggressively than ever. The medical journals of the time, serious respected publications, contain advertisements for cocaine, right next to articles about surgical techniques and disease prevention. One advertisement from the British Medical Journal in 1885 reads, "Cocaine, the wonder drug of the age, relieves fatigue, cures melancholy, aids digestion, and strengthens the constitution." Another, from a pharmaceutical company called Park Davis, is even more ambitious. They market a cocaine kit that includes a syringe, needles, and small bottles of cocaine solution in different concentrations. The advertisement assures buyers that cocaine can supply the place of food, make the coward brave, the silent eloquent, and render the sufferer insensitive to pain. This is being sold to the general public. You could order it through the mail. Think about that for a moment. We get nervous in our time about people ordering prescription medications online, even with safeguards and regulations. The Victorians were receiving cocaine injection kits through the postal service, with about as much oversight as ordering a book. But here's something that often gets overlooked in discussions of Victorian cocaine use. It wasn't evenly distributed across society. Like most things in Victorian England, your relationship with cocaine was shaped by your social class. For the wealthy, cocaine was a luxury item, a sophisticated pleasure. Upper-class men might have cocaine tablets in their waistcoat pockets to be taken before a dinner party or a night at the theatre. Wealthy women might dose themselves before an exhausting round of social calls or a ball that would last until dawn. The middle classes used cocaine medicinally, or so they told themselves. They purchased it from respectable pharmacies, followed the dosing instructions on the label, and convinced themselves they were simply taking medicine, no different from aspirin or cough syrup. But for the working poor, cocaine was something else entirely. It was a way to survive. Let me take you to the East End of London now, to the factories and workshops where most Londoners actually spent their lives. The East End wasn't the London of tourist postcards. It was overcrowded, polluted, and desperately poor. People worked 12, 14, 16-hour days in conditions that would be illegal today. Factory workers, dock labourers, seamstresses in sweatshops. They were exhausted, always exhausted, and cocaine was cheap and widely available. For someone making barely enough to afford food and rent, spending a few pence on energy tablets seemed like a reasonable investment. If cocaine could help you work an extra shift, finish that pile of piecework, stay on your feet for another few hours, well, that was the difference between eating that week or going hungry. The tragic irony is that while wealthy people were taking cocaine for pleasure and calling it medicine, poor people were taking it for survival and becoming addicted in the process. And nobody, not the doctors, not the pharmacists, not the government, was paying attention to what was happening to these people. Now you might be wondering at this point, didn't anyone notice there was a problem? Didn't anyone see that people were getting addicted? The answer is yes and no. Some doctors did begin to notice troubling patterns. Patients who came in for one ailment and left with a cocaine prescription would return weeks later, requesting more and more and more. Their doses would increase. Some would become agitated, paranoid, unable to sleep. But here's the thing. Victorian medicine didn't really have a framework for understanding addiction the way we do now. The very concept of addiction as a medical condition was still being formed. More importantly, there was enormous financial pressure to ignore the warning signs. Pharmaceutical companies were making fortunes. Pharmacies relied on these products for a significant portion of their income. Doctors who prescribed cocaine were considered progressive and modern. Who wanted to be the person who stood up and said, "Actually, I think we might have a problem here"? There's a fascinating parallel to draw with our own time, and I hope you're noticing it. The opioid crisis that's ravaged communities across America and beyond started in a remarkably similar way, with pharmaceutical companies marketing powerful drugs as safe and effective, with doctors prescribing them liberally, with patients trusting the medical establishment, and with profit margins discouraging anyone from asking hard questions until it was far too late. History doesn't repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. Let me leave you tonight with one final image, because I think it captures the surreal nature of this moment in history better than anything else I could say. It's a winter evening in 1887. Somewhere in Kensington, in a comfortable middle-class home, a family is gathered in their parlour. The fire is lit, casting a warm glow. The father sits in his chair reading the Times. The mother is doing embroidery. Two children are playing quietly on the floor. On the mantelpiece, arranged alongside family photographs and small decorative items, there's a bottle of cocaine wine, a tin of cocaine lozenges, and a small bottle of cocaine toothache drops. These are good people, moral people. They go to church every Sunday. They would be horrified by the idea of taking drugs, and yet their entire household runs on cocaine, and they don't even realize it. This is the world we're exploring together. A world where the line between medicine and poison, between treatment and addiction, between progress and disaster, was invisible to almost everyone living through it. And in our next part of this journey, we're going to trace the story back even further, to the sacred mountains of Peru, where coca leaves grew wild and were used in ways that were spiritual, cultural, and infinitely wiser than anything Victorian science would come up with. We'll discover how a plant that indigenous peoples had understood and respected for thousands of years became twisted into something dangerous when it entered the hands of European chemists who thought they knew better. So stay with me. Keep those lights low, stay comfortable, and I'll see you in just a moment as we travel back in time and across the ocean to discover where this story truly begins, before the bottles, before the advertisements, before Victorian London ever heard the word cocaine. So we've walked through Victorian London together, witnessed a civilization dosing itself into oblivion with the best intentions. But now, we need to leave the fog and gaslight behind, leave the pharmacies and parlours, and travel somewhere completely different. Somewhere the air is so thin it makes your lungs ache. Somewhere mountains touch the sky and clouds drift below your feet. Somewhere a plant has been growing wild for millions of years, long before humans even existed, let alone thought to extract and concentrate and improve it. We're going to the Andes Mountains of South America, to Peru and Bolivia, to meet the coca plant in its original home. And more importantly, we're going to meet the people who understood this plant in ways European scientists never would. Because here's the thing that makes this story so tragic. Coca worked perfectly fine for thousands of years. It wasn't a problem. It wasn't creating addiction crises or destroying societies. Indigenous Andean peoples had figured out how to live with this plant safely, respectfully, woven into their culture in ways that actually prevented the kind of catastrophe Victorian London would experience. And then Europeans arrived and decided they knew better. Let me take you back, way back. We're talking about the year 3000 BCE, 5,000 years ago. The Great Pyramids of Egypt haven't been built yet. Stonehenge is still under construction. Writing has just been invented in Mesopotamia. And high in the Andes Mountains, indigenous peoples are already cultivating and using coca leaves. We know this because archaeologists have found coca leaves in burial sites dating back 5 millennia. They've found ceramic vessels designed specifically for holding lime powder, which is used when chewing coca leaves to activate the alkaloids. They've found textiles with images of coca plants woven into them. This wasn't a recent discovery or a passing fad. This was a relationship between humans and a plant that stretched back into the depths of prehistory. By the time the Inca Empire rose to dominance in the 1400s CE, coca was deeply embedded in Andean culture. And I mean deeply. This wasn't recreational drug use the way we think of it today. Coca was sacred. It was medicine. It was ritual. It was a gift from the gods that required respect and proper use. The Inca had a goddess named Mama Coca, literally Mother Coca, who they believed had given the plant to humanity as a blessing, to help them survive in the harsh mountain environment. Because let me tell you about that environment for a moment, because it's crucial to understanding why coca mattered so much. The Inca Empire stretched along the spine of the Andes Mountains, mostly at altitudes between 8,000 and 13,000 feet above sea level. Some cities like Cusco sat at 11,000 feet. For context, Denver, the mile-high city, sits at 5,280 feet, and visitors from sea level often get altitude sickness there. The Inca were living and working at twice that altitude, sometimes more. At those elevations, the air contains about 40% less oxygen than at sea level. Every breath you take gives you less of what you need. Your heart has to work harder. Your body has to produce more red blood cells. Simple tasks become exhausting. And the Inca weren't just living up there. They were building massive stone cities, terracing mountainsides for agriculture, constructing thousands of miles of roads, carrying heavy loads along mountain paths. Enter coca. When you chew coca leaves, and this is important, we're talking about chewing the leaf itself, not concentrated cocaine, you get a mild stimulant effect, roughly equivalent to strong coffee. But more importantly for high-altitude living, coca helps with several crucial things. It suppresses appetite, which matters when food is scarce and you're doing hard physical labor. It reduces the sensation of thirst, important when you're traveling long distances with limited water. It combats altitude sickness, the headaches, nausea, and fatigue that come from low oxygen levels. It provides a modest energy boost that helps with sustained physical labor, and it contains nutrients, calcium, iron, vitamin A, riboflavin, that supplemented the Andean diet. For people living in one of the harshest environments humans have ever permanently inhabited, coca wasn't a luxury or a vice. It was a survival tool, as practical as a warm blanket or a sturdy pair of sandals. But here's what made the Inca approach to coca fundamentally different from what would happen in Victorian London. They built an entire cultural framework around controlling its use. Coca was too valuable, too powerful, to be used carelessly. So Inca society developed elaborate rules about who could use coca, when, and how much. In the early Inca Empire, coca was restricted almost entirely to nobility, priests, and special laborers doing particularly demanding work. It wasn't something everyone had access to all the time. The Inca understood, even without modern pharmacology, that unrestricted access to a powerful stimulant could be problematic. When the empire needed workers for major construction projects, building roads, temples, agricultural terraces, they would distribute coca leaves as part of the labor payment. Workers would receive a specific daily ration, enough to help them through grueling physical labor at high altitude, but not unlimited amounts. Priests used coca in religious ceremonies. They would burn coca leaves as offerings to the gods. They would chew coca before important rituals, believing it brought them closer to the divine, helped them communicate with the spirit world. But again, this was controlled, ritualized, embedded in cultural practices that governed its use. There were rules about harvesting coca too. The plants were grown in carefully tended plots, usually on the eastern slopes of the Andes where the climate was right, warm but not too hot, moist but not waterlogged. Harvesting was done at specific times of year. The work was considered sacred, and there were ceremonies before and after the harvest. When someone chewed coca, and this is fascinating from a modern perspective, it was almost always a social activity, not a solitary one. Men would gather in groups, sitting in a circle. They would prepare their coca together, the leaves mixed with a small amount of alkaline substance, usually lime made from burned seashells or certain plants, which helps release the active compounds. Then they would chew slowly, storing the quid in their cheek like chewing tobacco, extracting the alkaloids gradually over the course of an hour or more. And while they chewed, they would talk about work, about family, about community issues, about philosophy and spirituality. Does this sound like drug addiction to you? Or does it sound more like men gathering at a pub for a beer after work, or women meeting for coffee and conversation? The Inca had essentially created a cultural system that allowed them to benefit from coca's useful properties while minimizing the risks of abuse or addiction. They didn't need modern pharmacology to understand that context matters, that dosage matters, that social controls matter. Now I want to be clear about something because it's important for understanding what came later. The Inca system wasn't perfect. No human society ever is. There were definitely people who used too much coca, who became dependent on it. The sources from that era mention this, but it was relatively rare, contained, not a society-wide crisis. Why? because of those social controls, those cultural frameworks, because coca was valuable and scarce enough that unlimited access wasn't possible for most people, because the method of use, chewing leaves over a long period, provides a much gentler, more gradual effect than concentrated cocaine. Think about it like this. Chewing coca leaves is to snorting cocaine as drinking coffee is to taking pure caffeine powder. Same basic active ingredient, radically different effects and addiction potential. When you chew coca leaves, you're getting maybe 25 to 75 milligrams of cocaine alkaloids absorbed slowly over an hour. When Victorian ladies were taking their medicinal tonics, they might be getting 100-200 milligrams in a single dose, hitting their system all at once. That's a huge difference in terms of how it affects your brain and body. The Inca had accidentally, or perhaps wisely, who knows, found the safest possible way to use this plant. Low doses, slow absorption, social context, cultural controls, spiritual meaning that discouraged casual misuse. It worked. For thousands of years it worked. And then, in 1532, Spanish conquistadors arrived in Peru. Led by Francisco Pizarro, a small force of Spanish soldiers, we're talking about 168 men, somehow managed to conquer an empire of millions. It's one of the most audacious, brutal, and successful military campaigns in human history, made possible by guns, steel, horses, and diseases like smallpox that devastated indigenous populations who had no immunity. The Spanish were looking for gold, and they found it. The Inca Empire was fabulously wealthy by European standards, but the conquistadors also found something that puzzled and disturbed them. These strange green leaves that the natives seemed to value almost as much as gold. The Spanish chroniclers who accompanied the conquistadors wrote extensively about coca, and their accounts are fascinating because they reveal just how completely Europeans misunderstood what they were seeing. One Spanish priest, Father Bernabé Cobo, wrote in the 1600s, "The coca is a plant that the Indians value more than gold or silver. It is a small shrub with leaves resembling myrtle. The Indians carry these leaves in their mouths, chewing them continuously. With this herb in their mouths, they say they do not feel hunger or thirst, and that it gives them strength to work." Another chronicler, Pedro Cieza de Leon, observed, "In all this kingdom of Peru, it was the custom to have coca in the mouth, and from morning until retiring to sleep they carry it without removing it. When I asked certain Indians why they always kept their mouths filled with this herb, which they do not eat but merely keep between their teeth, they said that it prevents them from feeling hungry and gives them great strength and vigour." The Spanish were both impressed and suspicious. On one hand, they could see that coca clearly had real effects. Workers using coca could labour longer hours at high altitude without collapsing from exhaustion. On the other hand, the Spanish were deeply Catholic, deeply suspicious of indigenous religious practices, and they saw the sacred status of coca as potentially idolatrous. There was serious debate in the early colonial period about whether coca should be banned entirely. Some Spanish authorities argued it was witchcraft, that using coca was devil worship, that it was leading indigenous people away from Christianity. But here's where economics trumped religion, as it so often does throughout history. The Spanish needed labour. They had discovered massive silver deposits at Potosi in what's now Bolivia, and they were forcing indigenous people to work in the mines under the mita system, essentially forced labour obligations. The conditions in these mines were horrific. Men worked in darkness, in poorly ventilated tunnels, breathing toxic dust at high altitude for 12-hour shifts or longer. The death rate was staggering. Entire indigenous populations were decimated by this forced labour, and the Spanish discovered that workers using coca could labour harder and longer than those without it. Miners chewing coca could work in conditions that would otherwise be impossible to endure. So despite all the moral hand-wringing and religious concerns, the Spanish decided to allow coca cultivation and use. In fact, they encouraged it. They taxed it. They controlled its production and distribution. The Catholic Church, which owned land, began growing coca itself and profiting from its sale. The system that indigenous peoples had developed to use coca safely and sustainably was warped into something else entirely, a tool of oppression, a way to extract more labor from brutalized workers, a profitable commodity for colonial overlords. This is where the story of coca starts to go dark. The plant hadn't changed, the active compounds were the same, but the context, the cultural framework, the social controls, the respect for the plant's power, all of that was stripped away, replaced by pure economic exploitation. Indigenous workers in colonial Peru and Bolivia were still chewing coca leaves, yes, but now it wasn't part of a sacred tradition or a controlled cultural practice. It was survival. It was the only thing that made unbearable labor barely bearable. It was what kept you alive when you were working yourself to death in Spanish silver mines. For nearly 3 centuries, this is how coca remained. A colonial commodity, mostly confined to South America, little known in Europe except as a curiosity mentioned in explorers' accounts. But in the 1700s and 1800s, European science was advancing rapidly. Chemistry was becoming a real discipline. Scientists were learning to extract active compounds from plants, morphine from opium poppies, quinine from cinchona bark, various alkaloids from dozens of different plants, and European scientists started wondering, what exactly is in those coca leaves? What compound is producing those stimulant effects? Several scientists attempted to extract the active ingredient of coca, but the leaves didn't travel well. The voyage from South America to Europe could take months, and coca leaves lose their potency quickly after harvesting. Early attempts to isolate the active compound failed or produced very weak extracts. Then, in 1859, a German graduate student named Albert Niemann succeeded. Niemann was working on his doctoral thesis at the University of Göttingen, studying under Friedrich Wöhler, one of the most prominent chemists in Europe. He obtained fresh coca leaves, probably preserved somehow to maintain their potency during the long sea voyage, and developed a process to extract pure crystalline cocaine. His extraction method was complex, involving multiple steps of treating the leaves with various solvents and acids, but it worked. He produced pure cocaine alkaloid for the first time, isolated it, described its properties. Niemann noted that cocaine produced a numbing sensation on the tongue. This was actually a crucial observation, because it would lead to cocaine's first legitimate medical use as a local anesthetic. Before cocaine, surgery was agonizing. You could use general anesthesia, chloroform or ether, but there was no good way to numb just one part of the body. Cocaine changed that, at least for a while before better alternatives were developed. But here's what's important. Niemann didn't see himself as learning from indigenous knowledge. He saw himself as improving upon it, refining it, making it scientific and modern and European. The attitude was essentially, these primitive natives have been chewing leaves for centuries like animals. We sophisticated Europeans can extract the active principle and create something pure, powerful, medically useful. The hubris is breathtaking when you look back at it with modern eyes. Indigenous Andean peoples had figured out the safest possible way to use this plant. Low doses, slow absorption, embedded in cultural practices that prevented widespread addiction. They'd done this through thousands of years of accumulated wisdom, of trial and error, of paying attention to what worked and what didn't. And European scientists looked at this and thought, we can do better. We can make it stronger, more potent, more efficient. They took a plant that had been used relatively safely for millennia and concentrated it into something far more powerful and addictive. Then they congratulated themselves for their scientific advancement. It's like looking at a controlled campfire that's been safely tended for generations and thinking, you know what this needs? More gasoline, and we should remove all those safety stones around the perimeter, and let's not bother with anyone watching it. Progress. Within just a few years of Neiman's extraction, cocaine was being produced in pharmaceutical laboratories across Europe. Companies started advertising it as a wonder drug. Scientists started experimenting with it. Doctors started prescribing it. And nobody, literally nobody in the European medical establishment, thought to ask the indigenous peoples who'd been using coca for 5,000 years, hey, do you have any wisdom about this plant? Any warnings? Any traditional knowledge about safe use and potential dangers? Of course they didn't ask. Why would they? In the mindset of 19th century European colonialism, indigenous peoples were primitive. Their knowledge was superstition. Their cultural practices were quaint curiosities at best, and savage idolatry at worst. The idea that they might actually understand something better than European science, unthinkable. This pattern of dismissing or ignoring indigenous knowledge about plants and medicines has been repeated over and over throughout colonial history. Europeans would encounter some plant being used by native peoples, take it back to Europe, extract and concentrate its active compounds, create medicines or drugs from it, and then either completely ignore the traditional knowledge about safe use or actively dismiss it as primitive superstition. Sometimes this worked out. Quinine, extracted from cinchona bark, became a crucial anti-malarial drug and saved countless lives. But the traditional knowledge about dosage and preparation was largely ignored. Sometimes it created disasters, like coca to cocaine, like opium, which had been used in controlled ways in many Asian cultures for centuries, being refined into morphine and heroin and sparking addiction crises across the Western world. The tragedy is that indigenous peoples often had sophisticated understanding of these plants, developed over generations of careful observation. They knew about dosage. They knew about addiction potential. They knew about side effects. They knew which preparations were safe and which weren't. All of that knowledge was dismissed because it didn't come in the form of scientific papers published in European journals. Now you might be wondering, didn't anyone in South America warn about what could happen? Didn't anyone say, hey, this seems like a bad idea? Actually, yes. There are records from this period of indigenous people and even some sympathetic Europeans expressing concern about the extraction and concentration of cocaine. One Spanish chronicler in the 1700s wrote about indigenous leaders warning that coca was a gift from the gods that required respect and proper use, that taking more than appropriate amounts or using it wrongly could cause harm. But these warnings were dismissed as religious superstition. By the time concentrated cocaine was being produced in European labs, there was no meaningful dialogue between European scientists and Andean traditional knowledge holders. The two knowledge systems existed in completely separate worlds, divided by language, culture, colonial power dynamics, and European arrogance. And so cocaine entered the global market with none of the cultural safeguards that had made coca relatively safe for thousands of years. No restrictions on who could access it, no social frameworks governing its use, no spiritual or cultural context that encouraged moderation and respect for the substance's power. It was just another product, to be marketed and sold to whoever would buy it, in whatever quantities they wanted, for whatever purposes pharmaceutical companies could dream up. We already saw how that turned out in Victorian London, but London was just the beginning. Cocaine would spread across Europe and America, marketed as a cure-all, an energy booster, a miracle drug, and it would take decades of addiction, of lives destroyed, of children poisoned with medicinal tonics, before Western society would begin to understand what indigenous Andean peoples had known all along. This plant is powerful. It requires respect. It requires cultural controls. It requires wisdom about safe use that can't be reduced to a dose on a medicine bottle. Context matters. Culture matters. Traditional knowledge matters. But by then, the damage was done. Let me share with you one detail that I think captures the tragedy of this moment in history better than almost anything else. In the Andes today, coca is still used traditionally by many indigenous communities. People still chew coca leaves, still use it for altitude sickness and energy during work, still incorporate it into cultural and spiritual practices. And here's the thing, cocaine addiction is not a major problem in these communities. Despite having ready access to coca leaves, despite the plant growing wild in many areas, the rates of cocaine addiction in traditional Andean communities are far, far lower than in North American or European cities, where cocaine has to be smuggled in at great expense and risk. Why? Because those cultural frameworks are still partially intact. Because coca leaves aren't the same as concentrated cocaine. Because there's still some traditional knowledge about appropriate use. The plant didn't create the Victorian cocaine crisis. European colonialism did. Industrial capitalism did. The dismissal of indigenous knowledge did. The drive to extract, concentrate, and sell at maximum profit did. The plant was just being a plant, growing where it had always grown, containing the compounds it had always contained. Humans, specifically European humans drunk on industrial progress and colonial arrogance, turned it into a disaster. So now we've travelled from the Andes Mountains to the chemistry labs of Germany. We've watched as a sacred plant became a refined chemical. We've seen how 5,000 years of indigenous wisdom was dismissed in favour of European progress. We've understood the tragic irony of scientists thinking they were improving something that worked perfectly well when used as nature and tradition intended. And we've set the stage for what comes next, the moment when this refined cocaine arrives in Victorian London and every other major city in the Western world, stripped of all the cultural safeguards that made coca safe, packaged in pretty bottles with scientific-sounding names, and marketed to anyone with money to spend. In our next part, we're going to watch as cocaine transforms from a chemical curiosity to a commercial sensation. We're going to meet the pharmaceutical companies that would make fortunes selling this miracle drug. We're going to see the birth of drug advertising as we know it today. The promises, the claims, the testimonials, the manipulation. We're going to understand how cocaine went from Neiman's laboratory to every pharmacy shelf in London in less than 30 years, and how an entire industry was built on selling concentrated cocaine to people who had no idea what they were really buying. Stay with me, because this is where things get really interesting. This is where we see the birth of modern pharmaceutical marketing, where we watch profit motives collide with public health, where we witness the creation of systems and patterns that are still shaping how drugs are sold to us today. The thin mountain air of Peru is behind us now. Ahead lies the counting houses and boardrooms where fortunes were made from white powder, where advertising was perfected into an art form, where the modern pharmaceutical industry learned how to sell us anything if the marketing was slick enough. And trust me, you need to understand this part of the story because it's not really about the past at all. It's about right now, about the pills in your medicine cabinet, about the advertisements you see on television, about the promises made by every company selling you something they claim will make your life better. The cocaine craze of Victorian London wasn't just a historical accident. It was the birth of a system, a way of thinking about drugs, about health, about progress, about profit, that we're still living with today, for better and worse. So let's keep going. Let's watch this disaster unfold in real time, understand how it happened, and maybe, just maybe, learn something that helps us avoid making the same mistakes again. Picture a boardroom in Philadelphia, 1884. Mahogany paneling, cigar smoke hanging in the air, men in expensive suits gathered around a polished table. These aren't doctors or scientists. Well, some of them are, but that's not why they're here. These are businessmen, executives from a pharmaceutical company called Park Davis, and they're looking at a small vial of white crystalline powder sitting in the center of the table like it's the Holy Grail. Because to them it might as well be. One of them picks up the vial, holds it to the light. "Gentlemen," he says, "this is going to make us very, very rich." And he was right. Over the next 2 decades, Park Davis would become one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, and cocaine would be their star product. But they weren't alone. Across Europe and America, pharmaceutical companies were racing to stake their claim in what everyone could see was going to be an enormously profitable market. This is the story of how cocaine went from Albert Niemann's laboratory experiment to a global commercial phenomenon. This is the birth of modern pharmaceutical marketing, the techniques, the strategies, the promises and manipulations that companies still use today to sell us everything from antidepressants to vitamin supplements. And it all started with cocaine. Let me take you back to the pharmaceutical industry in the 1850s and 60s, right before cocaine burst onto the scene, because understanding where they started helps us understand the revolution that was coming. Before cocaine, the pharmaceutical business was relatively small-scale and fragmented. You had individual pharmacists, apothecaries, who would compound medicines in the back rooms of their shops, mixing herbs and chemicals according to traditional formulas or doctors' prescriptions. You had some larger manufacturers producing patent medicines, secret formula, remedies with names like Dr. Kilmer's swamp root or Lydia Pinkham's vegetable compound. But it wasn't yet a big business. There wasn't national advertising. There weren't sales forces travelling from city to city. Most medicines were local affairs, known only in their immediate area. Then several things happened almost simultaneously that would transform the industry completely. First, chemistry advanced to the point where you could isolate and purify active compounds from plants with reliable consistency. Before this, medicines varied wildly in potency depending on which batch of herbs you got, how they were grown, how they were prepared. But pure chemical compounds? Those were standardized, predictable, patentable. Second, manufacturing processes improved dramatically. The Industrial Revolution wasn't just about factories making textiles and steel. It transformed pharmaceutical production too. Companies could now produce medicines in large quantities, bottle them identically, ship them nationally, and even internationally. Third, and this is crucial, advertising exploded. The rise of mass circulation newspapers and magazines in the late 1800s created for the first time in history the ability to reach millions of people with the same message simultaneously. If you could afford to buy advertising space, you could create national demand for your product overnight. And fourth, there was very little regulation. In America, there was essentially no oversight of what you could put in medicine or what claims you could make about it. The Pure Food and Drug Act wouldn't be passed until 1906. In Britain, regulations were slightly stricter, but still remarkably loose by modern standards. Put all these elements together and you have the perfect conditions for a pharmaceutical gold rush. Park Davis was one of the first companies to truly understand the opportunity cocaine presented, and they pursued it with a level of aggressive marketing that would make modern pharmaceutical executives nod in recognition. The company was founded in 1866 in Detroit by Dr. Samuel Park and George Davis. By the 1880s, they were already successful, but cocaine made them giants. In 1885, Parke-Davis began producing cocaine in large quantities, but they didn't just make one cocaine product. They made dozens. They understood market segmentation before that term existed. They created different formulations targeted at different customer demographics with different needs and concerns. For doctors, they produced pure cocaine hydrochloride in various concentrations, marketed as a local anesthetic. The advertising emphasized scientific precision, medical legitimacy, the cutting-edge nature of the product. For general consumers, they produced Coca Cordial, a cocaine-laced tonic that promised to relieve exhaustion and melancholy. The advertising emphasized energy, vitality, happiness. For athletes, they produced cocaine tablets marketed under names like Forced March, promising enhanced endurance and performance. The advertising showed vigorous young men climbing mountains, running races, doing impressive physical feats. For women specifically, they produced coca wines and tonics marketed for nervous exhaustion and female complaints. The advertising showed elegant ladies looking refreshed and energetic. They even produced cocaine cigarettes, marketed as a treatment for asthma and throat problems. Because nothing says respiratory health quite like smoking cocaine, apparently. The absurdity is almost funny until you remember real people bought these and thought they were getting medicine. But here's what made Parke-Davis's approach revolutionary. They didn't just advertise to consumers. They created one of the first pharmaceutical sales forces in history. Teams of salesmen who would travel from city to city, visiting doctors' offices, bringing free samples, leaving behind promotional materials, essentially teaching doctors about cocaine and encouraging them to prescribe it. This was brilliant from a business perspective and absolutely devastating from a public health perspective. Because once doctors started prescribing cocaine, it gained an aura of medical legitimacy that no amount of advertising alone could achieve. The sales pitch to doctors went something like this. Cocaine is a remarkable new anesthetic with applications in surgery, dentistry, and ophthalmology. It's also effective for treating depression, digestive disorders, and morphine addiction. It's safe, non-habit forming, and your patients will love the results. Almost every part of that pitch would turn out to be false or misleading, but doctors in the 1880s had no way to know that yet. Cocaine was so new that long-term effects hadn't been observed. The concept of psychological addiction wasn't well understood, and the pharmaceutical companies certainly weren't going to fund research that might reveal problems with their most profitable product. The advertising that Parke-Davis and other companies created for cocaine products was absolutely remarkable when you look at it today. They were inventing modern drug advertising from scratch, creating techniques that are still used now. Let me describe some actual advertisements from this period, because they're worth examining in detail. One Parke-Davis advertisement from 1885 shows an exhausted-looking man slumped at a desk covered in papers. The headline reads, "Brain workers. Are you exhausted by mental labor? Is your thinking clouded by fatigue?" The text goes on to promise that cocaine supplies the place of food, makes the coward brave, the silent eloquent, and renders the sufferer insensitive to pain. Notice the technique here. First, create anxiety. Are you exhausted? Is your thinking clouded? Then position the product as the solution. This is Advertising 101, still used today for everything from energy drinks to antidepressants. Another advertisement, this one targeting women, shows an elegant lady in Victorian dress looking radiantly healthy. The headline, "Ladies, restore your natural vitality without harmful stimulants." The text explains that coca is nature's remedy for nervous exhaustion and is completely safe, being derived from a plant used by South American natives for centuries. Then, do you notice how they're positioning cocaine as natural, traditional, safe, even though they've taken a plant used safely in one context and concentrated it into something far more potent and dangerous? This is what marketers today call greenwashing, or appeal to nature. The idea that if something comes from a plant, it must be safe. It's nonsense, of course. Hemlock is natural. Deadly nightshade is natural. Concentrated cocaine alkaloid extracted from coca leaves is technically natural, but definitely not safe. Perhaps most disturbing are the advertisements targeted at the medical profession itself. One ad in the British Medical Journal shows a doctor standing confidently with the caption, "Progressive physicians prescribe cocaine for melancholy, nervous debility, and morphine addiction." See what they did there? They made it about professional identity. If you're a progressive doctor, modern, scientific, at the forefront of medicine, you prescribe cocaine. If you don't, well, you must be old-fashioned, behind the times, not up to date with the latest advances. It's social pressure disguised as scientific advancement, and it worked brilliantly. But Park Davis wasn't alone in this cocaine gold rush. Dozens of companies across Europe and America jumped into the market, each trying to carve out their niche. In Britain, a company called Burroughs Wellcome and Coam, which would later become part of GlaxoSmithKline, began producing cocaine products in the 1880s. They created something called tabloid products, small compressed tablets that were portable and easy to use. Cocaine tabloids became hugely popular with travelers, soldiers, and athletes. In Germany, the pharmaceutical giant Merck began producing cocaine on an industrial scale. By 1885, Merck was producing over 150 kilograms of pure cocaine annually. To put that in perspective, that's enough to produce approximately 1.5 million individual doses from one company in 1 year. In France, Angelo Mariani, a Corsican chemist, created Vin Mariani, which we mentioned briefly before but deserves more attention because it became probably the single most successful cocaine product in the world. Mariani's genius was understanding celebrity endorsement before anyone called it that. He sent free bottles of his coca wine to famous people, writers, artists, politicians, royalty, along with a request for a testimonial. And he got them. Oh boy, did he get them. Pope Leo XIII, as we mentioned, not only drank Vin Mariani but awarded Mariani a gold Vatican medal and allowed his image to be used in advertisements. Imagine that for a moment. The Pope endorsing a cocaine product. Thomas Edison wrote a testimonial praising Vin Mariani for helping him work long hours in his laboratory. Jules Verne, the science fiction author, credited it with helping his creativity and mental clarity. President William McKinley supposedly kept it in the White House. The actress Sarah Bernhardt, one of the most famous performers of the age, endorsed it enthusiastically. Queen Victoria was rumoured to use it, though the royal family never officially confirmed this. Mariani collected these testimonials and published them in promotional books, essentially glossy catalogues filled with endorsements from the rich and famous. It was aspirational marketing at its finest. The message was clear. Sophisticated, successful, cultured people use Vin Mariani. Don't you want to be like them? And it worked stunningly well. At its peak, Vin Mariani was selling millions of bottles per year worldwide. Mariani became wealthy beyond imagination, was awarded the French Legion of Honor, and was considered a respectable businessman and innovator. He was also selling concentrated cocaine to millions of people with absolutely no warning about addiction potential or long-term health effects. But hey, the Pope approved, so how bad could it be? Now you might be wondering, didn't anybody question these marketing claims? Didn't any doctors or scientists say, wait a minute, this seems problematic? Actually, yes, some did. but their voices were drowned out by a combination of commercial pressure, institutional capture, and the simple fact that cocaine's dangers weren't immediately obvious. Remember, addiction doesn't happen overnight. Someone could start taking cocaine regularly and feel wonderful for weeks or even months, more energetic, more confident, more productive. The negative effects, the paranoia, the dependency, the cardiovascular damage, the psychological deterioration, those came later, sometimes much later. So when doctors like Sigmund Freud initially praised cocaine, they weren't lying exactly. They were describing what they observed in the short term. The problem was they were extrapolating from limited data and assuming that short-term results would continue indefinitely. Some doctors did start noticing problems relatively early. There are medical journal articles from as early as 1886, just 2 years after Freud's enthusiastic paper, warning about cocaine addiction and toxic effects. Dr. Louis Lewin, a German pharmacologist, published warnings about cocaine's addictive potential in 1885. In America, Dr. J.B. Mattison published a paper in 1887 titled Cocaine Poisoning, describing cases of severe addiction and psychosis. These warnings existed. They were published in medical journals. Some doctors read them and became more cautious about prescribing cocaine. But the pharmaceutical companies didn't stop advertising. They didn't recall their products. They didn't add warning labels. They didn't fund studies to investigate the concerning reports. Instead, they did what corporations often do when faced with evidence that their profitable product might be dangerous. They disputed the evidence, emphasized the benefits, and kept selling. Some companies even responded to addiction warnings by creating new products. When reports emerged that cocaine could be addictive, one company created a non-habit-forming cocaine product that was exactly the same as regular cocaine, just marketed differently. The cynicism is breathtaking. Let me share with you a specific example that illustrates just how wild this era was, because I think it captures the insanity better than general descriptions ever could. In 1886, a pharmacist named John Pemberton in Atlanta, Georgia, was trying to create his own coca wine to compete with Vin Mariani. He developed a formula that included coca leaf extract, cocaine, cola nut extract, caffeine, and various flavorings. But then Atlanta passed a prohibition law banning alcohol. Pemberton had to reformulate his drink without wine, so he created a carbonated syrup version instead, designed to be mixed with soda water at pharmacy fountains. He called it Coca-Cola. Yes, that Coca-Cola. The same drink that's now sold in virtually every country on Earth started as a cocaine-laced patent medicine, marketed as a cure for headaches, exhaustion, and nervous disorders. Early Coca-Cola advertisements promised it would cure morphine addiction, dyspepsia, neurasthenia, headache, and impotence. The claim was that it provided all the benefits of cocaine and caffeine together, the intellectual beverage and temperance drink for a health-conscious public. Each glass of early Coca-Cola contained approximately 9 milligrams of cocaine. That might not sound like much, but remember, people were drinking multiple glasses per day. The recommended dose was 1 to 2 glasses with each meal. Do the math, 3 meals a day, 2 glasses per meal, that's roughly 54 milligrams of cocaine daily, plus significant caffeine. From a soft drink marketed to children and adults alike. The company didn't remove cocaine from the formula until 1903, and only then because of increasing public pressure and changing regulations. Even after removing the cocaine, they continued using spent coca leaves that had had the cocaine extracted but still retained trace amounts, to maintain the flavor. Technically, Coca-Cola still uses coca leaf extract today, though it's completely decocanized now under strict government oversight. But in the 1880s and 1890s, You could walk into a pharmacy, order a Coca-Cola at the soda fountain, and get a drink containing cocaine, caffeine, and sugar, and it was marketed as wholesome refreshment. The fact that this happened, that one of the world's most iconic brands started as a cocaine delivery system, tells you everything you need to know about how normalized cocaine had become in consumer products. The commercialization of cocaine created something else that's worth discussing: a massive economic incentive structure that made it very difficult to admit there was a problem even as evidence accumulated. By the 1890s, the cocaine industry was worth millions of dollars, tens or hundreds of millions in today's money. Pharmaceutical companies had invested in production facilities, distribution networks, advertising campaigns. Pharmacies relied on cocaine product sales for significant portions of their revenue. Doctors had built practices around prescribing cocaine. Investors had bought stock in pharmaceutical companies on the strength of cocaine profits. Enormous amounts of money were tied up in the cocaine trade, and enormous numbers of people, most of them respectable, law-abiding, well-intentioned, had financial interests in keeping the cocaine market strong. This created a classic collective action problem. Individual doctors might notice that some of their patients seemed to be getting worse rather than better on cocaine. Individual pharmacists might feel uneasy about the quantities some customers were purchasing. Individual scientists might publish concerning research findings. But the system as a whole kept moving in the same direction, because everyone's individual incentives were aligned toward continuing the cocaine trade. Stopping would mean admitting you'd been wrong, potentially facing lawsuits, certainly losing money and possibly your reputation. It's the same dynamic we see with climate change, with tobacco, with any situation where the collective evidence clearly points toward a problem, but individual incentives make it hard for anyone to change course. And the longer it went on, the harder it became to change direction. The more people had invested in cocaine products, financially, professionally, reputationally, the higher the cost of admitting it was a mistake. This is called sunk cost fallacy in economics, and it applies to societies and industries just as much as to individuals. There's one more aspect of cocaine's commercialization that we need to talk about, and it's perhaps the most relevant to our modern world: the creation of medicalized marketing language that makes drugs sound scientific and safe while obscuring their actual effects and risks. Pharmaceutical companies in the cocaine era pioneered the use of technical, medical-sounding language in advertising to make their products seem more legitimate and less scary. Instead of, "This will make you high and energetic," advertisements said, "Restores nervous vitality," or "Increases mental acuity." Instead of, "You'll become dependent on this," they said, "Non-habit forming when used as directed." Instead of "concentrated cocaine extract," the label said "refined coca alkaloid," or "purified extract of erythroxylum coca." This language served multiple purposes. It made products sound scientific and modern. It distanced the product from any negative associations with drug use. It gave consumers permission to buy and use something that might otherwise make them uncomfortable. And we still do this today. We don't call them diet pills. We call them weight management systems. We don't say this will alter your brain chemistry. We say balances neurotransmitters. We don't admit you might need this for the rest of your life. We say may require long-term maintenance therapy. The techniques pharmaceutical companies developed to market cocaine in the 1880s and 1890s create anxiety about normal human conditions, medicalize the solution, use technical language to sound scientific, get doctors to endorse products, secure celebrity testimonials, advertise aggressively, downplay risks. These are all still central to pharmaceutical marketing today. The products have changed. The regulations are stricter now, though perhaps not strict enough. but the fundamental playbook for how to sell drugs to people who might not need them or might not understand what they're really buying. That was written during the cocaine craze of the Victorian era. Here's what I find most chilling about this entire story. Everyone involved mostly believed they were doing good. The pharmaceutical executives genuinely thought they were bringing scientific progress to the masses, making health and vitality available to everyone. The doctors prescribing cocaine believed they were using the latest medical advances to help their patients. The advertisers thought they were spreading information about beneficial products. The customers buying cocaine tonics believed they were taking care of their health and their family's health. Almost nobody was cackling villainously while poisoning the public. They were just people, operating within a system, following incentives, believing what their culture told them was true, and that's what makes it so frightening and so relevant. Because we're still operating within systems, following incentives, believing what our culture tells us. We still have pharmaceutical companies motivated by profit. We still have doctors who sometimes prescribe based on incomplete information. We still have advertising designed to create needs we didn't know we had. The specific drugs have changed, the regulations are different, but the fundamental dynamics remain remarkably similar. So as we move forward in this story, as we watch the Victorian cocaine craze build toward its inevitable crisis point, I want you to keep asking yourself, where are we making the same mistakes right now? What are we blind to because everyone around us says it's normal, it's safe, it's scientific, it's progressive? Because those questions matter. They matter more than the historical details, more than the specific dates and names and statistics. Understanding how Victorian society got cocaine wrong helps us understand how we might be getting things wrong right now, in ways we can't see yet because we're too close to them. We've watched cocaine transform from a laboratory curiosity into a commercial juggernaut. We've seen the birth of modern pharmaceutical marketing, with all its promises and manipulations. We've understood how economic incentives created a system where it was easier to keep selling cocaine than to admit there was a problem. But we've mostly been looking at this from the industry's perspective. The companies, the profits, the marketing campaigns. Now we need to shift our view and look at what was happening on the ground in actual people's lives. In our next part, we're going to meet the real people whose lives were shaped and often destroyed by the cocaine craze. We're going to hear their stories, not statistics, but human beings. The society lady who started with a morning tonic and ended up unable to function without cocaine. The factory worker who took it to survive impossible working conditions and lost everything to addiction. The children who never had a choice about what was poured down their throats. We're going to understand what cocaine addiction actually looked like in Victorian London, how families coped, or didn't cope, and how long it took before society began to recognise these weren't isolated cases of moral weakness, but symptoms of a much larger crisis. Stay with me, because the next part of this story is where the human cost becomes impossible to ignore, where the abstraction of cocaine products becomes the concrete reality of shattered lives and families. It's harder to hear than pharmaceutical company success stories, but it's the part of the story that matters most. The part that reminds us that behind every statistic, every advertising campaign, every profitable quarter, there are real human beings dealing with real consequences. The boardrooms and counting houses are behind us now. Ahead lies something more difficult but more important. The human toll of Victorian London's cocaine craze, told through the voices of those who lived it, suffered through it, and sometimes survived it to tell the tale. There's a letter in the British Library archives, written in 1891 by a woman named Elizabeth Garrett Anderson, one of the first female physicians in Britain. In it, she describes a patient she'd been treating, a respectable middle-class woman in her 30s. Dr. Anderson writes, "When she first came to my consulting room, She appeared the picture of health and vitality. Her colour was good, her eyes bright, her manner animated. She told me she'd been taking a coca tonic for nervous exhaustion, prescribed by her previous physician, and wished to continue under my care. I saw no reason to refuse and wrote the prescription. 6 months later, this same woman returned to me utterly transformed. Her hands trembled, her face was gaunt, she could not meet my eyes. She confessed she was now consuming 10 times the original dose, that she could not function without it, that her marriage was collapsing, and that she'd begun purchasing additional supplies from multiple pharmacies to hide the quantities from her husband. She begged me for help, but I confess I had no idea how to treat her condition. This was territory for which my medical training had not prepared me. This letter breaks my heart every time I think about it, because it captures something essential about the human cost of the cocaine craze. The moment when individual doctors began to realize that they'd unknowingly been prescribing addiction, not medicine, and had no idea how to fix what they'd helped create. The advertising campaigns were about profits and markets, but this is about actual people, watching their lives unravel and not understanding why the medicine that was supposed to help them was destroying them instead. Let me introduce you to some of the people whose lives were documented during this period, because statistics about cocaine imports and pharmaceutical profits can't capture what this actually felt like for the human beings living through it. First, there's the case of Annie C., recorded in the medical journals of St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London, 1888. Annie was a housemaid, 19 years old, employed by a wealthy family in Belgravia. She'd been given cocaine toothache drops by her employer's wife when she complained of dental pain. The drops worked wonderfully. The pain vanished within minutes. So when the pain came back the next day, she used more and more. Within 2 weeks, she was using the drops not for toothache anymore, but because she'd discovered they made her feel energetic and confident. Emotions that were in short supply for a working-class girl spending 14 hours a day cleaning someone else's house. The medical record describes what happened next with clinical detachment that somehow makes it more heartbreaking. Patient reports she began purchasing additional bottles with her wages. Within 3 months, she was spending nearly all her earnings on the preparation. Her work suffered. She became irritable and suspicious. She was dismissed from her position. Unable to afford lodging, she became homeless. When brought to hospital, she was severely malnourished, paranoid, and suffering from what we would now term cocaine psychosis. Annie was 19 years old. She'd started with toothache drops recommended by her employer. 6 months later, she was homeless and mentally unstable. The record doesn't tell us what happened to her after she left the hospital. Young, homeless, female, with no family support in London, her prospects would have been grim. She probably ended up in a workhouse, or in prostitution, or dead. The Victorian era wasn't kind to women who fell through society's cracks. And here's the thing that haunts me. Annie's story wasn't unusual. It was being repeated thousands of times across London, across Britain, across Europe and America, with only slight variations in the details. Then there's the case of Robert M., a solicitor, a lawyer from a respectable family in Edinburgh. His story was documented in the Edinburgh Medical Journal in 1890. Robert started using cocaine on the recommendation of his physician for what the doctor termed neurasthenia, basically stress and exhaustion from overwork. The cocaine did exactly what it was supposed to do. It gave Robert incredible energy and focus. He could work 16-hour days without feeling tired. His productivity increased dramatically. His firm's partners were impressed, so he kept using it. Why wouldn't he? It was medicine, prescribed by a doctor, making him more successful. But gradually, so gradually he didn't notice at first, things started to change. He needed larger doses to get the same effect. He started taking cocaine before social events because it made him charming and confident. He started taking it first thing in the morning because without it, he felt sluggish and depressed. His wife noticed changes in his personality. He became irritable when he couldn't get his cocaine. He stayed up all night working, then crashed for entire days. He became paranoid, convinced his law partners were plotting against him. His hands developed a tremor. He lost weight. His judgment in legal matters became erratic. The journal article describes his eventual admission to a private asylum where doctors attempted to wean him off cocaine. The article notes, almost as an aside, that during withdrawal, Robert experienced severe melancholy, violent trembling, profuse sweating, and such intense craving that he attempted to bribe staff members to procure cocaine for him. Robert was eventually released after 6 months of treatment. The article doesn't follow up on whether he stayed clean or relapsed, given what we know about addiction treatment in the Victorian era, which was basically just locking people up until they stopped using. The odds weren't good. Here was a successful professional using a medicine prescribed by his doctor, following all the rules of respectable Victorian society, and it destroyed his career, his marriage, his health, and very nearly his life. These weren't the only patterns of cocaine use and addiction we see in the historical record. Let me share some others, because the diversity of experiences tells us something important about how cocaine affected different segments of Victorian society. There are records of performers, actors, singers, dancers, who used cocaine before performances to combat stage fright and enhance their energy on stage. Some of them maintained relatively controlled use for years, only using before performances, treating it as a professional tool. But many eventually found themselves unable to perform without it, then unable to function without it, even when not performing. One music hall performer, whose diary was preserved and later published, wrote, "I took it at first only on performance nights, to steady my nerves and brighten my voice. Now I find I cannot face even ordinary conversation without it. I am trapped in a golden cage of my own making." There are records of writers using cocaine to fuel marathon writing sessions. One novelist wrote to a friend, "With cocaine, I can write for 20 hours straight, the words flowing as if from divine inspiration. Without it, I stare at blank pages for hours and produce nothing worthy of the name literature." Can you imagine the pressure? If a substance genuinely seems to make you better at your art, more creative, more productive, how do you say no to that? Especially when doctors are saying it's safe and everyone around you is using it too. There are records of students at Oxford and Cambridge using cocaine to study for examinations. The university archives contain letters from parents whose sons had become so dependent on cocaine that they couldn't complete their degrees, and perhaps most tragically, there are records of people who started using cocaine to treat legitimate pain, from injuries, from chronic illnesses, and found themselves addicted to the treatment long after the original pain had subsided. They weren't seeking pleasure or performance enhancement, they just wanted to stop hurting, and they ended up trapped. Now you might be thinking, surely families noticed something was wrong. Surely wives, husbands, parents, children could see their loved ones deteriorating and intervened. Sometimes they did, sometimes they tried. But Victorian society didn't have the language or framework to understand what was happening. The concept of addiction, as we understand it today, as a medical condition, a disease of the brain's reward system, something that requires treatment rather than moral condemnation, that didn't really exist yet. The prevailing view was that if someone couldn't control their drug use, it was a failure of willpower, a moral weakness, possibly a sign of hereditary degeneracy. So families often responded to cocaine addiction with shame rather than support. They would hide the problem, try to manage it privately, avoid scandal at all costs. There's a heartbreaking account in the diary of Lady Charlotte Guest, a Welsh aristocrat describing her sister's cocaine addiction in the 1880s. Lady Charlotte writes, "We dare not speak of it openly, even amongst ourselves. The shame would be unbearable. We have sent her to the country, told our friends she's taking the waters for her health. In truth, she is locked in her room, going through agonies of withdrawal, and we can do nothing but wait and pray." Notice the language: shame, unbearable, locked in her room. This woman's family loved her, wanted to help her, but they were operating within a society that offered them no good options. They couldn't seek medical help without risking social scandal. They couldn't talk about it openly. They could only hide her away and hope she recovered through sheer force of will. And Lady Charlotte's sister was lucky in a way. She had family willing to try to help her, even if they didn't know how. She had resources, a country estate to retreat to, the privilege of privacy. Working-class people who became addicted to cocaine had none of these advantages. Their addiction was public, visible, often criminalized. They lost their jobs, lost their housing, ended up in workhouses or prisons or dead in the streets. The same substance, the same addiction, but radically different social consequences depending on your social class. Does that pattern sound familiar? Because we're still living it today. Let me share with you one more story, this one particularly disturbing because it involves a child. In 1892, a case was documented at Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital in London. A 5-year-old boy named Thomas was brought in by his mother, who was distraught. Thomas had become, in her words, impossible to manage, violent, sleepless, refusing food, having what we'd now recognize as severe anxiety and possibly hallucinations. The doctors initially suspected tuberculosis or some other childhood disease, but through careful questioning, they discovered that Thomas had been given Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup regularly since infancy for teething and general fretfulness. His mother had used it exactly as directed on the label. She'd given it to him multiple times daily for years. She thought she was being a good mother, following medical advice, keeping her child comfortable. But when supplies became harder to obtain, perhaps the family's finances had changed, or their local pharmacy had run out, Thomas had been without the syrup for several days, and he was going through withdrawal. A 5-year-old child experiencing narcotic withdrawal. Because his mother had given him medicine that was advertised in respectable newspapers and sold in respectable pharmacies, the doctor's notes record the mother's reaction when she understood what had happened. The mother became hysterical upon learning that the soothing syrup contained morphine and cocaine. She had believed it to be a harmless herbal preparation. She repeatedly stated she would never have given such substances to her child had she known. I believe her. What mother would knowingly give her infant cocaine and morphine for years? She trusted the system. She trusted the advertising. She trusted that products sold legally in pharmacies were safe for children. And the system failed her, and more importantly failed her son. These individual stories, Annie, Robert, the nameless performer and novelist, Lady Charlotte's sister, young Thomas, they represent thousands, probably tens of thousands of similar stories from this period. We can't know exact numbers because addiction wasn't tracked systematically. Many cases never made it into official records because families hid them out of shame, because addicted people died without their addiction being recognized as the cause, because working-class addiction was simply unremarked upon. But we can make educated estimates based on the fragmentary evidence that survives. Doctor, Norman Kerr, a British physician who became one of the early advocates for treating addiction as a disease rather than a moral failing, estimated in 1888 that there were at least 100,000 people in Britain alone who were dependent on cocaine or opiate-based patent medicines, and he believed this was a conservative estimate, potentially far higher. 100,000 people in a British population of about 37 million. That's roughly 0.3% of the population, which might not sound like much until you remember that these are the severe cases that came to doctors' attention. The actual number of people using cocaine regularly, some of them dependent even if not completely debilitated, was certainly much higher. And these weren't just statistics, these were real people, housemaids and solicitors, performers and students, mothers and children. They had families who loved them. They had dreams and plans. They had lives that were derailed or destroyed by a substance that everyone told them was safe, medicinal, even beneficial. Now here's something that might surprise you. Not everyone who used cocaine regularly became severely addicted. Some people did manage to use it occasionally or moderately, for extended periods without their lives completely falling apart. This is actually an important point because it helps explain why the cocaine problem took so long to be recognized and addressed. If everyone who tried cocaine immediately became a raving addict, the danger would have been obvious very quickly. But that's not how cocaine works. Like most addictive substances, it affects different people differently. Some people are more physiologically susceptible to addiction than others. Some people's life circumstances and psychological makeup make them more vulnerable. So Victorian society saw plenty of people using cocaine without obvious harm, at least not immediately. The businessman who took a cocaine tablet before important meetings, but otherwise lived normally. The society lady who had her morning coca tonic but didn't let it interfere with her social obligations. The soldier who used forced march tablets during military campaigns but stopped when he returned home. These cases of seemingly controlled use made it easier to dismiss the severe addiction cases as individual moral failings rather than as symptoms of a systemic problem with the drug itself. Most people use cocaine without problems, the argument went. Therefore, those who become addicted must have some personal deficiency, weak will, hereditary degeneracy, moral defect. It's the same argument we've heard with every addictive substance throughout history. Most people can drink alcohol responsibly, so alcoholics must be morally weak. Most people can gamble recreationally, so problem gamblers lack self-control. Most people can use opioid painkillers as prescribed, so those who become addicted must be drug seekers or have addictive personalities. We're better now at understanding that addiction is complex, that it involves brain chemistry and genetics and psychology, and social environment and trauma and a dozen other factors. We understand that some people are more vulnerable to addiction than others, through no fault of their own. But in the 1880s and 1890s they didn't have this framework, so the existence of people who used cocaine without major problems actually delayed recognition of cocaine's dangers rather than prompting better research into who was vulnerable and why. There's another dimension to the human cost that we need to talk about, and it's uncomfortable but important. The relationship between cocaine and violence. Cocaine, particularly in high doses or with chronic use, can cause paranoia, aggression, and impaired judgment. The medical literature from the 1890s contains numerous reports of cocaine-related violence. Users attacking family members, getting into fights, committing crimes they wouldn't have committed otherwise. One particularly disturbing case from 1893 involves a London clerk named James Porter, who, in the grip of cocaine-induced paranoia, became convinced that his wife was trying to poison him. He attacked her with a kitchen knife, seriously wounding her before neighbours intervened. The court records indicate that Porter had been using increasing quantities of cocaine for several months and was experiencing severe paranoid delusions. This wasn't an isolated incident. Hospital records from this period document numerous cases of cocaine-related domestic violence, assaults, even murders. And here's where it gets complicated, because Victorian society didn't understand this connection. When someone committed violence while under the influence of cocaine, it was seen as evidence of their moral degeneracy, not as a predictable effect of the drug. This is important because it meant that cocaine's dangers were being misattributed to the users rather than to the substance itself. Society looked at the violence and said, "These are bad people doing bad things," not, "This drug is causing good people to do bad things." It's a pattern we've seen with every drug panic throughout history. We blame the users rather than examining the substances and the systems that make them available. What strikes me most, looking at these individual stories from over a century later, is how ordinary most of these people were. They weren't looking for thrills or trying to rebel against society. They were just trying to cope with the ordinary challenges of Victorian life: exhaustion, pain, stress, the pressure to perform and succeed. They trusted the system. They believed that medicines sold legally were safe. They assumed that doctors knew what they were prescribing. They followed the rules. And the system failed them catastrophically. That's the real tragedy of the Victorian cocaine craze. Not that people made bad choices, but that they made choices that seemed reasonable at the time based on the information they had available, and those choices destroyed them. How were they supposed to know that the nerve tonic their doctor prescribed was dangerously addictive? How were they supposed to know that the soothing syrup they gave their babies contained cocaine and morphine? How were they supposed to know that the harmless natural remedy advertised in newspapers would lead to paranoia and psychosis? They couldn't know. The system that was supposed to protect them, medical oversight, honest advertising, pharmaceutical ethics, had failed completely, and individual people paid the price with their health, their families, their lives. By the early 1890s, enough severe addiction cases had accumulated that some doctors began to realize they were facing something unprecedented. Individual physicians had seen addiction to opium, to alcohol, to various substances. But cocaine addiction seemed different, faster developing, more psychologically devastating, harder to treat. Dr. Louis Lewin, the German pharmacologist we mentioned earlier, published a comprehensive study in 1890 documenting cocaine addiction cases from across Europe. His conclusion was stark. Cocaine should be recognized as one of humanity's greatest curses. Its widespread availability and promiscuous use constitute a public health catastrophe. Strong words from a medical professional in an era when strong words were rarely used in academic publications. Dr. J.B. Mattison in America published similar warnings, describing cocaine as a drug more appalling in its effects than any other used by mankind. These warnings were starting to be heard. Some doctors became more cautious about prescribing cocaine. Some pharmacists started keeping it behind the counter rather than displaying it prominently. Some newspapers ran articles about the dangers of cocaine addiction. But remember all those economic incentives we discussed earlier. All those pharmaceutical companies with their investments in cocaine production. All those pharmacies depending on cocaine sales. All those doctors who'd built their practices around prescribing it. Those incentives didn't disappear just because some doctors were raising concerns. The machinery of the cocaine trade kept grinding forward, kept advertising, kept selling, kept producing, even as evidence of harm accumulated. It would take years, decades, really, before society would take meaningful action to restrict cocaine. And in the meantime, thousands more people would become addicted, would suffer, would die. We've walked through the human wreckage of Victorian London's cocaine craze together now. We've met real people whose lives were shaped and often destroyed by a substance that society told them was safe. We've seen how addiction looked different depending on your social class, hidden and medicalized for the wealthy, visible and criminalized for the poor. We've understood how the lack of proper framework for understanding addiction made it almost impossible for families to respond effectively, and we've begun to see the first glimmers of medical recognition that something was seriously wrong, even as the economic and social systems that had created the problem continued churning forward. But we've been focusing mostly on adults making choices, even if those choices were based on false information. There's another group whose story we need to tell, perhaps the most heartbreaking story of all. We touched on it briefly with young Thomas, but we need to look at it more comprehensively. In our next part, we're going to talk specifically about women and cocaine in Victorian society, because women were targeted by cocaine marketing in ways that were particularly insidious, and the consequences were particularly devastating. We're going to understand how female exhaustion became a marketable condition, how women's bodies and minds were medicated into compliance, and how the cocaine trade both reflected and reinforced Victorian society's attitudes toward women. We're going to meet the women who were dosed with cocaine from childhood, who were prescribed it for hysteria and nerves, who were trapped in a system that saw their normal human emotions and needs as medical problems requiring pharmaceutical solutions. And we're going to understand how cocaine became tangled up with issues of gender, power, and control in ways that still echo through our medical system today. Stay with me, because this part of the story illuminates something crucial about how societies decide whose suffering matters, whose complaints are legitimate, and whose bodies are subject to medical experimentation in the name of maintaining social order. It's a difficult story, but it's one that needs telling, because we're still living with its consequences. Imagine being told your entire life that your emotions are illnesses. That feeling tired after running a household and raising children means you have a medical condition. That experiencing sadness or frustration isn't normal human emotion. It's hysteria, a disease of the womb that requires pharmaceutical intervention. That your body, your mind, your very nature as a woman is fundamentally flawed and in constant need of medical correction. This was reality for Victorian women, and cocaine was sold to them as the solution to problems they didn't actually have. There's a medical textbook from 1886 titled The Diseases of Women that lists over 50 conditions specific to females, most of them defined by having emotions or physical responses that men found inconvenient. Nervous irritability, excessive sentimentality, unnatural fatigue, rebellious disposition. These weren't medical conditions. They are normal human experiences being pathologized because they threatened the Victorian social order that required women to be perpetually pleasant, energetic, and compliant. And cocaine was marketed as the cure for being human while female. Let me take you inside the world of a middle-class Victorian woman, not a specific individual this time, but a composite drawn from dozens of diaries, letters, and medical records from this period. Let's call her Margaret. Margaret wakes at 6 in the morning. A servant helps her into her corset, lacing it so tightly that her waist compresses from its natural 28 inches to 22 inches. The pressure on her internal organs is immense. Breathing deeply is impossible, but this is what fashion requires, what society expects, what her husband prefers. She manages a household of 6 people plus 3 servants. She's responsible for every meal, every social engagement, every detail of domestic life. She's expected to be gracious and charming at dinner parties, accomplished at the piano, knowledgeable about art and literature, but not so knowledgeable as to threaten male intellectual superiority. She's borne 5 children in 8 years. 2 survived infancy. The grief from losing those babies lives in her chest like a stone, but she's not allowed to dwell on it. Excessive mourning is considered unhealthy, a sign of weak character. She has no legal control over her own money. Everything belongs to her husband. She can't vote. She can't own property in her own name. If her husband beats her, the law considers it his right to discipline his wife. If she tried to leave him, he would retain custody of the children and she'd be destitute. So when Margaret tells her doctor she's exhausted, is it any wonder? When she says she feels trapped and hopeless, is that a medical condition or a rational response to her circumstances? But Victorian medicine didn't ask those questions. Victorian medicine looked at Margaret and saw a woman with nervous debility who required pharmaceutical treatment. The doctor prescribes a coca tonic, 2 tablespoons 3 times daily, for Margaret's nerves. The marketing materials targeting women were remarkably sophisticated in their psychological manipulation. The pharmaceutical companies understood exactly which vulnerabilities to exploit. One advertisement from 1887 shows an illustration of 2 women side by side. On the left, a woman slumped in a chair, hand to forehead, looking pale and exhausted. The caption reads, "Suffering from modern life's demands." On the right, the same woman transformed, standing upright, colour in her cheeks, smiling. The caption, "Restored by coca." The text beneath promises, "Ladies, are you exhausted by household duties, nervous from social obligations, suffering from the peculiar ailments that afflict the refined female constitution? Coca provides natural energy without the coarseness of coffee or the dangers of strong spirits. Regain your natural vitality. Be the wife and mother you wish to be." Notice how insidious this is. The advertisement doesn't just sell a product, it defines the problem. It tells women that their exhaustion isn't natural or justified. It's a failure to be the wife and mother you wish to be. It creates anxiety and then offers to relieve it. Another advertisement, this one for Metcalfe's Coca wine, shows a mother surrounded by children, all of them looking happy and well cared for. She's radiant, energetic. The headline, "How She Does It All, The Secret of Happy Motherhood." The message is clear. Good mothers use coca. If you're struggling, if you're tired, if you can't do everything perfectly, you need this product. Your children deserve a mother who has the energy coca provides. Can you imagine the pressure? You're already exhausted, already feeling inadequate, already trapped in a system that demands the impossible. And here's an advertisement telling you that other women have found the secret to effortless perfection, and all you need to do is buy this bottle. Of course women bought it. What else were they supposed to do? But here's where it gets even darker. Many Victorian women were given cocaine without even knowing what they were taking. Remember, patent medicines didn't have to list their ingredients in most places until the early 1900s. A bottle might say, "nerve tonic," or "female restorative," without mentioning that it contained cocaine, morphine or alcohol, often all 3. Women would be prescribed these tonics by their doctors, purchase them from respectable pharmacies, and consume them daily for years without knowing they were taking cocaine. There's a particularly heartbreaking diary entry from 1889, discovered in an estate sale and later published, from a woman named Catherine who'd been taking a nerve tonic for 3 years. She writes, "I have developed the strangest dependency on my morning medicine. If I miss a dose, I become irritable and low-spirited. My hands shake. I cannot face the day. Yet when I take it, I feel quite myself again, energetic, capable, content. My husband says I'm too reliant on patent medicines, that I should exercise more willpower. But surely if the medicine helps me, there is no harm in it. My doctor assures me it is perfectly safe, derived from natural botanicals, and yet I wonder why I cannot seem to do without it. Catherine didn't know her nerve tonic contained cocaine. She thought she was weak-willed for being unable to stop taking it. She blamed herself for what we now understand was chemical dependency. How many women lived with this confusion, this self-blame? How many thought they were failing at willpower when they were actually experiencing addiction? Then there's the issue of female hysteria, perhaps the most notorious example of Victorian medicine's attitude toward women's health. Hysteria was diagnosed when women exhibited basically any emotional response that men found problematic. Anxiety, irritability, sexual desire or lack thereof, fainting, insomnia, sadness, anger, excessive laughter. The list of hysterical symptoms was so broad that virtually any woman could be diagnosed with it if her doctor chose to. The supposed cause? The uterus. The Greeks believed the uterus could wander around the body causing problems. Yes, seriously. By the Victorian era, doctors knew that wasn't literally true, but they still believed that women's reproductive organs cause psychological instability. And one of the most common treatments for hysteria, cocaine. Doctors would prescribe cocaine to calm hysterical women, to make them more manageable, more compliant, less emotionally expressive. It wasn't about helping women feel better. It was about making them behave in ways that suited Victorian social expectations. Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell, a prominent American physician, developed something called the rest cure for hysterical women. It involved complete bed rest for weeks or months. No reading, writing, or intellectual stimulation. No visitors forced feeders to gain weight. And often, cocaine or morphine to keep patients compliant. This treatment was essentially solitary confinement combined with medical coercion. It broke women's spirits, made them desperate to be declared cured so they could escape, and it was considered cutting-edge medicine. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, the writer, underwent the rest cure and later wrote The Yellow Wallpaper, a short story about a woman driven mad by this treatment. She wrote, "I went home and obeyed Dr. Mitchell's instructions for some 3 months and came so near the borderline of utter mental ruin that I could see over. Women were being medically tortured for having normal human emotions, and cocaine was one of the tools used to enforce compliance. There's another dimension to this story that often gets overlooked. Older women and cocaine. Victorian society had no use for women past childbearing age. Once you'd raised your children, you were expected to fade quietly into the background, defer to younger women, cause no trouble. Any attempt to remain vital, engaged, or visible was seen as unseemly. But many older women discovered that cocaine could help them maintain energy and relevance. It could help them keep up with the demands of running households, attending to grandchildren, maintaining social connections. One widow in her 60s wrote to a friend in 1892, "My daughter-in-law thinks it's shameful that I still go out in society at my age. But with my tonic I feel quite vigorous enough for social engagements. Why should I sit alone in mourning clothes simply because I've reached a certain age?" This woman was using cocaine to resist social expectations that she become invisible. In a twisted way, cocaine offered older women a form of resistance against ageism, though at terrible cost. Medical records from this period show that women over 50 were frequently prescribed cocaine for the change of life, menopause. Doctors believed menopause caused nervous disorders requiring pharmaceutical management. Hot flashes, mood changes, the normal hormonal shifts of aging, all were medicalized and treated with cocaine. These women often became severely addicted, but their addiction was invisible. Old women were supposed to stay home anyway, so if they became reclusive and strange, who noticed? If they wasted away or died young, it was attributed to their age, not to the cocaine they'd been prescribed. Now let me tell you about something that's going to make you angry, because it makes me angry every time I think about it. In the 1880s and 1890s, there was a thriving business in ladies' clubs and rest retreats, essentially spas where wealthy women could go to recover from nervous exhaustion. Many of these establishments were run by doctors who prescribed enormous quantities of cocaine and morphine to their patients. One such establishment in Hastings, on the south coast of England, advertised itself as a sanctuary for nervous ladies. The treatment, daily cocaine injections, complete rest and removal from family obligations. Sounds almost reasonable, right? A place where exhausted women could rest and receive medical care? Except these establishments were essentially creating and maintaining addiction for profit. Women would arrive tired and stressed, receive cocaine treatments that made them feel wonderful temporarily, become dependent on the cocaine, and then need to return regularly for more treatments. One woman's family correspondence, preserved in archives, shows her making repeated visits to such a facility over 5 years, each stay costing a substantial sum. Her husband complained about the expense. Her letters suggest she knew she was becoming dependent on the treatments, but felt she couldn't function without them. These facilities were medical scams, preying on desperate women, creating addiction for profit while maintaining a veneer of respectable therapeutic care. And society saw nothing wrong with this because, well, women with nerves needed treatment, didn't they? Better to keep them medicated and manageable than to question why so many women were suffering from nervous exhaustion in the first place. Let's talk about something even more disturbing. The relationship between cocaine, women, and sexuality. Victorian society was deeply repressive about female sexuality. Women weren't supposed to experience sexual desire. That was considered unladylike, possibly a sign of moral degeneracy or hysteria. Women were supposed to submit to their husband's desires, but take no pleasure in the act. But cocaine is a drug that can affect libido and sexual response. Some women found that cocaine increased their sexual desire, and Victorian doctors recorded this as a symptom of cocaine's dangers. There are medical papers from this period warning that cocaine could cause unnatural sexual excitation in females and inappropriate desire. The language makes it clear. Women experiencing sexual desire was viewed as a medical problem, so women were caught in an impossible bind. They were prescribed cocaine for various ailments. The cocaine sometimes increased their libido. Their increased libido was then viewed as evidence of hysteria or moral degeneracy, which led to more medical intervention. One medical journal article from 1889 describes a case where a woman prescribed cocaine for nervous debility began expressing sexual desire toward her husband. The doctor's response? He diagnosed her with cocaine-induced nymphomania and recommended she be institutionalized. Let me say that again. A married woman expressed sexual desire for her husband, and the medical response was to institutionalize her. The article describes the treatment. The woman was confined to an asylum, forced to withdraw from cocaine cold turkey, and subjected to various calming treatments, including cold baths and sedation with other drugs. The case ends with the doctor noting that after several months, the woman was restored to appropriate feminine modesty. They broke her. They broke her for experiencing human desire. But here's something that might surprise you. Some Victorian women did recognize what was happening to them and tried to resist. There are scattered records of women refusing cocaine prescriptions, questioning their doctors, trying to warn other women. These voices are rare in the historical record. Women's writing was less likely to be preserved, and women who challenged medical authority were often dismissed as hysterical or difficult. But they existed. Frances Power Cobb, a British social reformer and writer, published an essay in 1889 warning women about the dangers of patent medicines. She wrote, Ladies, we're being poisoned in the name of treatment. We're being rendered dependent on substances that destroy our health while claiming to restore it. We must cease trusting blindly in every tonic and cordial recommended to us, must demand to know what ingredients these preparations contain, and must recognize that exhaustion from maintaining a household is not a disease requiring pharmaceutical treatment. It is a natural response to unreasonable demands. This was radical stuff for 1889. Cobb was essentially saying that women's exhaustion was socially created, not medically abnormal. She was challenging the entire medical establishment's framing of women's health. She was largely ignored. Her essay was published in a feminist newsletter with limited circulation. The mainstream medical journals didn't engage with her arguments. Pharmaceutical companies certainly didn't change their advertising, but she tried. She saw what was happening and tried to warn other women. There were others too. Dr. Elizabeth Garrett Anderson, whose letter we read earlier, became increasingly vocal about the dangers of prescribing cocaine to women. She wrote articles urging her fellow physicians to be more cautious, to consider whether women's exhaustion might have social rather than medical causes. She was also largely ignored, dismissed as overly cautious or not understanding the latest medical advances. Let me share one more story that I think encapsulates the tragedy of women and cocaine in Victorian society. In 1894, a woman named Eleanor Wright wrote a letter to The Lancet, one of the most prestigious medical journals, describing her experience with cocaine addiction. It's one of the few first-person accounts from this period that survived. Eleanor had been prescribed a coca tonic by her doctor for exhaustion after childbirth. She used it as directed for several months. When she tried to stop, she found she couldn't. She experienced severe withdrawal, depression, fatigue, anxiety. She went back to her doctor. He told her that her inability to stop taking the tonic proved she had a weak constitution, that she should exercise more willpower. He refused to help her taper off, dismissed her concerns, and suggested she was being hysterical. Eleanor managed to quit on her own through what must have been agonizing withdrawal, and then she wrote to The Lancet to warn other women. Her letter is extraordinary. She describes her addiction clearly, admits to her dependency without shame, and explicitly places blame not on herself, but on the medical system that prescribed cocaine without proper warnings. The Lancet published her letter with an editorial note that essentially dismissed her concerns. The editor wrote that while her experience was unfortunate, cocaine was a valuable medicine that had helped thousands of women, and one bad outcome shouldn't discourage its proper medical use. Eleanor tried to speak truth about her experience, and the medical establishment responded by minimizing and dismissing her. How many other women tried to speak up and were silenced? How many stories were lost because women's voices weren't valued, weren't believed, weren't preserved? By the mid-1890s, enough evidence had accumulated that even Victorian society's profound sexism couldn't completely suppress awareness that cocaine was causing serious harm to women. Medical journals began publishing more articles about female cocaine addiction. Doctors started being slightly more cautious about prescribing to women, though they still prescribed far too readily. But here's the thing, even as awareness grew, the fundamental framework didn't change. Society still viewed women's normal emotional and physical responses as medical problems. It just started prescribing different drugs, morphine instead of cocaine, or later barbiturates, or later still benzodiazepines. The pattern of medicalizing normal female experience and treating it pharmaceutically continued throughout the 20th century and continues today. The specific drugs have changed, but the underlying dynamic remains remarkably similar. Women are still prescribed psychoactive medications at higher rates than men. Women are still told that their exhaustion from trying to do everything requires pharmaceutical intervention rather than social change. Women's pain is still taken less seriously by medical professionals than men's pain. We've learned something from the cocaine craze of Victorian London, but we haven't learned enough. So we've walked through the specific ways cocaine was marketed to women, prescribed to women, used to control women in Victorian society. We've seen how normal human experiences were pathologized, how exhaustion from unreasonable social demands was treated as individual medical failure, how women were caught in impossible binds between social expectations and medical coercion. We've met women like Margaret, Catherine, Eleanor, women who tried to survive in a system designed to extract their labour while denying their humanity. Women who were offered cocaine as a solution to problems that weren't actually medical at all. And we've begun to understand that the Victorian cocaine craze wasn't just about a dangerous drug. It was about power, control, and whose experiences are taken seriously by medical institutions. But there's another group whose story we haven't fully told yet. Another population that Victorian society dosed with cocaine systematically, and with even less regard for their well-being than they showed to middle-class women. In our next part, we're going to look at the working class and the poor, the factory workers, the dock labourers, the servants, the people who built Victorian prosperity with their bodies and were given cocaine to extract more labour from them. We're going to understand how cocaine use differed across class lines, how the same substance could be a luxury for the wealthy and a tool of exploitation for the poor, and how society's response to cocaine addiction was shaped by who was using it and why. Stay with me, because this part of the story reveals something crucial about how drug policy has always been about social control as much as public health, and how the patterns established in Victorian London still shape drug policy today in ways we desperately need to understand. 4:30 in the morning, East End of London, 1889. The sun won't rise for another 2 hours, but the streets are already filling with people, not the elegant ladies and gentlemen we've been discussing, but a different population entirely, the people who made Victorian prosperity possible through the breaking of their own bodies. A dock worker named Thomas Kelly drags himself from the bed he shares with 2 other men in a cramped boarding house room. His back aches from yesterday's work unloading coal from ships. His hands are calloused and cracked, bleeding at the knuckles. He's 28 years old but looks 45. Before heading to the docks, Thomas stops at a corner shop, barely more than a stall really, where a man sells workers' tonics from unmarked bottles. 3 pence for a dose that will help Thomas get through the next 12 hours of back-breaking labour. The tonic contains cocaine, cheap alcohol and caffeine. Thomas doesn't know this, and even if he did, what choice would he have? He needs to work to eat. He needs the tonic to work. It's simple, brutal mathematics. This is the other side of the cocaine craze, the side that rarely made it into medical journals or respectable newspapers. This is where cocaine wasn't a fashionable luxury or a medical treatment, but a tool of exploitation, a way to extract maximum labour from bodies already pushed beyond human limits. Let's talk about what working-class life actually looked like in Victorian London, because understanding the context is crucial to understanding why cocaine became endemic in poor communities. In 1888, Charles Booth conducted a comprehensive survey of poverty in London. His findings were shocking even to Victorian society, which generally preferred not to think too hard about how the poor lived. Booth found that roughly 30% of London's population, over 1 million people, lived in chronic poverty, defined as having barely enough income for basic food and shelter. These weren't people who'd made bad choices or lacked ambition. These were people working 60, 70, 80 hours a week and still not earning enough to adequately feed their families. A dock worker might earn 15 shillings a week if he was lucky enough to get work every day. But dock work was irregular, dependent on ships arriving, and workers had to show up each morning not knowing if they'd be hired that day. A seamstress doing piecework in a sweatshop might earn 7 shillings a week for 14-hour days, hunched over a sewing machine in poor light, destroying her eyesight. A factory worker handling dangerous machinery might earn slightly more but faced constant risk of injury or death. Meanwhile, a basic subsistence diet for a family of 4 cost about 12–15 shillings per week. Rent for a single room in a tenement cost another 3–4 shillings. Do that math. There was almost nothing left for anything else. No savings, no medical care, certainly no luxuries. People were constantly exhausted, constantly hungry, constantly in pain from the physical demands of their work, and into this desperate situation, cocaine arrived like a false saviour. The cocaine products marketed to working-class people were different from those sold to the middle and upper classes, cheaper, cruder, often more dangerous. While wealthy people bought Vin Mariani in elegant bottles for several shillings, working-class people bought unnamed tonics from corner shops for a few pence. These products often contained higher concentrations of cocaine mixed with adulterants, sometimes strychnine for an extra stimulant kick, sometimes other substances that were cheaper than pure cocaine. There was no quality control, no standardization, no regulation. A bottle labeled energy tonic might contain cocaine one week, and something else the next week, depending on what the manufacturer could obtain cheaply. Factory owners and foremen were often complicit in, or actively encouraged, cocaine use among workers. There are documented cases of factories keeping supplies of stimulating tonics available for workers, particularly during rush periods when extra productivity was needed. One match factory in East London, where primarily women and children worked dipping matches in white phosphorus, a substance that literally dissolved their jawbones, kept a supply of cocaine solution that workers could purchase on credit against their wages. The factory owners justified this as a kindness, helping workers maintain energy through grueling shifts. In reality, it was a way to extract more labour while creating dependency that kept workers tied to the factory. Think about the evil genius of this system. Workers become dependent on cocaine to function. They can only afford to buy cocaine if they keep working. Their addiction ensures they can't leave their jobs even when those jobs are destroying them. It's exploitation disguised as benevolence. Let me tell you about a specific industry where cocaine use became particularly widespread: the docks. London's docks in the 1880s were among the busiest in the world. The Thames waterfront was crowded with ships bringing goods from across the British Empire: tea from India, cotton from Egypt, timber from Canada, grain from Australia. All of this had to be unloaded, sorted and transported, and most of it was done through pure human muscle power. Dock work was brutally hard. Men would carry 100-pound sacks of grain on their backs, load and unload cargo for 12 or 14 hours at a stretch, work in all weather, freezing rain in winter, brutal heat in summer. The work was also irregular and insecure. Most dock workers were hired on a daily basis, showing up each morning to compete for available jobs. This meant that if you were too exhausted or injured to work, you simply didn't get hired, and your family didn't eat that day. There was enormous pressure to show up fit for work no matter how you actually felt. Cocaine offered a solution: temporary, destructive, but undeniably effective in the short term. A man who'd worked 14 hours the day before and could barely move could take cocaine and suddenly have the energy to compete for work again. His pain would fade. His exhaustion would lift. He could do another 12 hours. Ben Tillett, a labour organiser who worked in the docks before becoming a union leader, wrote in his memoir about the prevalence of pick-me-ups among dock workers. He described seeing men line up at street vendors before work, purchasing tonics that would put the steel back in their spines. He didn't explicitly mention cocaine in his published memoir, that would have been too inflammatory. But other sources from the period make clear that cocaine was the primary ingredient in these pick-me-ups. The 1889 London dock strike, one of the most important labour actions in British history, was partially about working conditions so brutal that men were literally drugging themselves to endure them. The strikers' demands included an end to the practice of factories and docks providing stimulating tonics to workers. They recognised that this was exploitation, not help. Women's work in the Victorian working class deserves special attention because it was often the most exploitative and most likely to drive cocaine use. Working class women faced a double burden. They needed to earn money, but they were also expected to maintain households and care for children. Many women worked in sweatshops doing piecework, sewing, making artificial flowers, assembling matchboxes, work that paid pennies and required long hours of repetitive motion in poor conditions. The pressure to maintain productivity was intense. You were paid by the piece, not by the hour, so any slowdown in your work meant less money for food and rent. Women worked while pregnant, worked while nursing infants, worked while ill, because stopping meant their families went hungry. Cocaine tonics marketed to working-class women promised to help them do it all, maintain the energy to work long hours and still care for their homes and children. The advertisements in working-class newspapers were less elegant than those in middle-class publications, but they hit the same psychological pressure points. You're not good enough, you're not doing enough, but our product can help you be the woman your family needs. One particularly cruel advertisement from 1887 shows a tired woman with children clinging to her skirts. The headline reads, "Don't let your children down. Mother's Little Helper gives you the strength to be the mother they deserve." Mother's Little Helper contained cocaine and morphine, and it was marketed directly to women who were already sacrificing their health to care for their families, telling them they needed to sacrifice even more. Children and cocaine in working-class communities is a topic that's almost unbearably sad to discuss, but we need to understand it. We've already talked about middle-class babies being given cocaine in teething syrups, but working-class children faced additional exploitation. Many were given cocaine to help them work. Child labour was endemic in Victorian Britain. Children as young as 5 or 6 worked in factories, mines, workshops. The Factory Acts had established some protections by the 1880s. Children under 10 weren't supposed to work in textile factories, for instance, but enforcement was spotty, and many industries weren't covered by the regulations at all. Children working long hours in dangerous conditions would be given stimulants to keep them awake and productive. There are documented cases of factory supervisors giving children cocaine-laced sweets or tonics, particularly during night shifts or when extra production was needed. One report from a parliamentary commission investigating child labour in 1890 includes testimony from a former factory worker who described how children working night shifts were given special sweets to keep them from falling asleep at the machines. These sweets almost certainly contained cocaine or other stimulants. The report also mentioned several cases of children collapsing at work, some dying from what we'd now recognise as stimulant overdose or cardiac events. But at the time, these deaths were attributed to weak constitution or natural causes, not to the drugs they'd been given. We're talking about children, actual children, 8, 9, 10 years old, being drugged so they could work longer hours in factories. Let that sink in for a moment. The other major difference between working-class and middle-class cocaine use was what happened when addiction became apparent. When a middle-class person became visibly addicted to cocaine, it was treated as a medical problem requiring compassionate treatment, or at least discreet handling to avoid scandal. Wealthy addicts could retreat to private facilities, see expensive doctors, withdraw from public life until they'd recovered. When a working-class person became addicted, it was treated as a moral failing requiring punishment. Police records from the 1890s show numerous arrests of working-class people for cocaine-related offences, public intoxication, disorderly conduct, theft to support their habit. These people were sent to jail or workhouses, not hospitals. Their addiction was seen as evidence of their lack of character, their inherent inferiority. There's a particularly ugly strain of Victorian social thought that held that the working classes were biologically inferior to the upper classes, less evolved, more prone to degeneracy and vice. When working-class people became addicted to cocaine, this confirmed existing prejudices rather than prompting questions about the substances being sold to them. One magistrate sentencing a dock worker arrested for theft to support his cocaine habit said from the bench, "The lower orders lack the moral fortitude to resist temptation. This is why they must be kept under strict control." The irony that this man had become addicted to a substance prescribed by doctors and sold legally in shops apparently escaped the magistrate entirely. The double standard was breathtaking. The same substance could be a medicine when used by respectable people, and evidence of moral degeneracy when used by the poor. The same dependency could be an illness requiring treatment, or a crime requiring punishment, depending entirely on the social class of the person involved. There's one aspect of working-class cocaine use that often gets forgotten: the role of public houses, pubs. Pubs in Victorian London weren't just places to drink. They were community centres, informal banks, employment agencies, social safety nets. In neighbourhoods where few people had private space, pubs provided warmth, light, a place to gather and share information. Many pubs began selling cocaine products alongside alcohol in the 1880s. Some publicans mixed cocaine directly into drinks. Others sold cocaine tonics that customers could take before, during, or after drinking. The combination of cocaine and alcohol created particular dangers. Cocaine masks alcohol's depressant effects, so people could drink far more than they otherwise would without feeling drunk. Then, when the cocaine wore off, the full effect of the alcohol would hit, often with devastating consequences. There are numerous reports from this period of deaths in or near pubs from what we'd now recognise as cocaine and alcohol overdoses. But again, these were attributed to weak constitution or drunkenness, not to the dangerous drug combinations people were consuming. Some pubs became essentially drug dens, places where cocaine use was open and expected. The police generally tolerated this as long as it stayed in poor neighbourhoods. It was when working-class cocaine users ventured into respectable areas that arrests happened. Let me share a story that encapsulates the class dynamics of cocaine use in this era, because I think it illuminates something important. In 1891, 2 men were arrested on the same day in London for cocaine-related offences. Both cases were reported in the Times. The first man was Sir William Henderson, a baronet, minor nobility, who'd been found by police wandering the streets at 4 a.m, clearly intoxicated, talking to himself. When police approached, he became aggressive. A struggle ensued. When searched, he was found to be carrying cocaine. The Times reported, Sir William, suffering from a nervous ailment, had unfortunately taken an excessive dose of medicinal cocaine prescribed for his condition. In his confused state, he ventured out of doors and became disoriented. This unfortunate gentleman requires medical care, not legal sanction. The magistrate dismissed all charges and recommended Sir William seek treatment from his physician. The second man was Patrick Doyle, a dock worker found in similar condition in the East End. Intoxicated, talking to himself, aggressive when approached by police. He was also found carrying cocaine. The Times reported, Patrick Doyle, a common labourer with a history of disorderly conduct, was arrested while intoxicated with cocaine. This degenerate's addiction to vicious substances demonstrates the moral weakness prevalent among the lower orders. The magistrate sentenced Doyle to 6 months hard labour in Pentonville prison. Same drug, same behaviour, radically different outcomes based entirely on social class. Sir William went home to his estate. Patrick Doyle went to prison, where he'd break rocks for 12 hours a day in conditions that would probably kill him or leave him permanently disabled. This wasn't an anomaly. This was the system working exactly as designed. By the early 1890s, some social reformers were beginning to recognise the exploitation inherent in working-class cocaine use. Organisations like the Salvation Army documented the prevalence of cocaine in poor neighbourhoods and advocated for better regulation. William Booth, founder of the Salvation Army, wrote in his 1890 book In Darkest England and the Way Out about the scourge of cocaine among the poor. He wrote, "The working man, exhausted beyond human endurance by the demands of industrial labour, turns to cocaine not from moral weakness, but from sheer desperation. He is not a sinner, but a victim of economic systems that value his labour more than his life." This was a radical reframing for the time, seeing cocaine addiction not as individual moral failure, but as a systemic problem created by economic exploitation. But reformers like Booth faced enormous resistance. Factory owners didn't want to hear that their labour practices were creating drug addiction. Middle-class people didn't want to believe that the economic system that gave them comfortable lives was built on the destruction of working-class bodies and minds. It was easier to blame the victims. There's one more dimension to working-class cocaine use we need to discuss: the military. British soldiers and sailors were given cocaine routinely, particularly during colonial campaigns in difficult environments. The logic was the same as with factory workers. Cocaine helped men endure conditions that were otherwise unbearable. British forces fighting in tropical climates, India, Africa, the Caribbean, faced heat, disease, inadequate supplies, and brutal physical demands. Cocaine helped soldiers march longer, fight harder, need less sleep and food. The British Army officially supplied forced march cocaine tablets to troops during several colonial campaigns in the 1880s and 1890s. This wasn't secret or scandalous. It was standard military practice discussed openly in military medical journals. But when soldiers returned from these campaigns, many were addicted, and the military's response was to discharge them, often dishonourably, and wash their hands of responsibility. There are heartbreaking records of veterans addicted to cocaine, unable to work, living on the streets, sometimes committing crimes to support their habits. These men had been given cocaine by their own government to fight for the empire, and then abandoned when they came home damaged. One veteran, testifying before a parliamentary committee in 1895, said, "They gave us the tablets, told us it would help us be better soldiers. No one said we'd come home unable to live without them. Now I'm a criminal for wanting what they gave us freely in the barracks." The committee's response? They thanked him for his service and moved on to the next witness. No policy changes, no compensation, no medical treatment. Just another working-class man destroyed by systems that used him and discarded him. So we've walked through the East End now, seen the docks and factories, met the workers who were exploited with cocaine rather than helped by it. We've understood how the same substance could be a fashionable tonic for the wealthy and a tool of oppression for the poor. We've seen the brutal double standard, how identical behaviour was treated as illness in the rich and criminalised in the poor. We've watched as children were drugged to make them more productive workers, as soldiers were turned into addicts in service of empire, as desperate people were sold substances that promised relief and delivered only deeper suffering. But throughout this entire story, From the Andes to Victorian parlours to East End factories, we've been focusing on what was happening to individuals and communities. Now we need to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. In our next part, we're going to explore how cocaine became entangled with empire, race, and international politics. We're going to understand how cocaine wasn't just a Victorian problem, but a global phenomenon shaped by colonialism and commerce. We're going to trace how coca leaves from South America became cocaine in European labs, which then flowed back across the world along the routes of imperial trade. We're going to meet the plantation owners, the shipping companies, the international merchants who built fortunes on the cocaine trade, and we're going to begin to understand how the patterns established during this era still shape the global drug trade today. How the same imperial dynamics, the same racial prejudices, the same profit motives continue to drive drug policy and enforcement in our modern world. Stay with me, because understanding cocaine's global dimension helps us understand why the crisis took so long to address, why some populations were protected while others were exploited, and how drug policy has always been about power and empire as much as about health or morality. Follow a coca leaf on its journey, if you will. It begins on a mountainside in Peru, picked by hands that have harvested this plant for generations. It's packed into sacks, carried down mountain paths by mules, loaded onto ships in Callao Harbour. The ship crosses the Pacific, rounds Cape Horn, one of the most dangerous passages in the world, crosses the Atlantic and finally docks in Liverpool or Hamburg or Amsterdam. The leaves are unloaded, transported to pharmaceutical factories, processed through Albert Niemann's extraction method or variations of it, emerging as white crystalline powder. This powder is mixed into tonics, pressed into tablets, dissolved into wines, packaged in thousands of different products. These products then travel back across the world, to India, to Australia, to South Africa, to Canada, following the routes of the British Empire and other colonial powers. Cocaine extracted from Peruvian coca ends up in London pharmacies, yes, but also in Bombay, in Cape Town, in Sydney, in Hong Kong. This is a global story, not just a British one, and understanding cocaine's global dimensions reveals something crucial. The cocaine craze was built on the same imperial infrastructure, the same racist ideologies, the same extractive economics that defined the entire Victorian era. Let's start with where the coca actually came from, because that matters more than you might think. By the 1880s, nearly all the coca leaves being processed into cocaine came from two countries, Peru and Bolivia. These were the traditional growing regions where coca had been cultivated for thousands of years. But by this period, both countries were caught in the machinery of global capitalism and imperial control. Peru in the 1880s was still recovering from the War of the Pacific, a devastating conflict with Chile over control of mineral-rich territories. The war left Peru economically broken, deeply in debt to European banks, and desperate for export revenue. Coca cultivation and export became one of the few reliable income sources. European and American companies moved in quickly. They established plantations, signed extraction contracts with the Peruvian government, created trading companies to handle export. The coca trade became internationalized and industrialized. One of the largest operations was run by the Peruvian Corporation, a British company that controlled vast territories in Peru, including coca-growing regions. They employed thousands of indigenous workers, often under conditions that weren't far from slavery, to cultivate and harvest coca for export to European pharmaceutical companies. Here's what's important to understand. The indigenous peoples who'd grown coca sustainably for millennia were now being employed to grow it for export on a massive industrial scale. The knowledge they'd developed about sustainable cultivation, proper harvesting times, respectful use, all of that was swept aside in favor of maximum production for maximum profit. In 1885, Peru exported approximately 600,000 kilograms of coca leaves to Europe and North America. By 1900, that number had more than tripled. The price of coca leaves dropped as supply increased, making cocaine cheaper and more widely available in Western markets. This explosion in production wasn't driven by Peruvian interests or indigenous communities' needs. It was driven by pharmaceutical companies in London, Paris, Berlin, and New York, demanding more raw material to feed the growing cocaine market. The labour conditions on these coca plantations deserve attention because they reveal the human cost of the cocaine trade at its source. Many coca plantations used a system called enganche, essentially debt bondage. Workers would be advanced money or goods, then forced to work to pay off the debt. But the system was rigged. Workers were charged exorbitant prices for food and supplies, ensuring they could never actually pay off what they owed. One traveller through Peru in 1890, a British engineer named Charles Mansfield, wrote in his diary about visiting a coca plantation. The workers are kept in a state of perpetual indebtedness. They are paid in scrip redeemable only at the company store, where prices are triple what they would be in town. I asked one worker how long he'd been trying to pay off his debt. He said his father had begun the debt, and he was still paying it. This is not employment. This is slavery with extra steps. The irony is savage. Indigenous Andean peoples who had used coca respectfully and sustainably for thousands of years were now being forced to grow it under near-slavery conditions so that Europeans could extract cocaine and create an addiction crisis in their own societies. And the indigenous workers on these plantations? Many were given coca to help them endure the brutal labour, just like British dock workers were given cocaine to endure their conditions. The same pattern of exploitation repeated across continents. Now let's follow the cocaine as it moved through the global trade networks of empire. The British Empire in the late 1800s controlled roughly a quarter of the world's land surface and population. British ships carried goods along established trade routes connecting London to Bombay, Cape Town, Singapore, Sydney, Hong Kong. These same ships that carried textiles, machinery and manufactured goods from Britain to the colonies began carrying cocaine products as well. India was a particularly important market. The British colonial government in India, the Raj, was always looking for ways to increase productivity among Indian workers in plantations, mines and infrastructure projects. Cocaine seemed perfect for this purpose. British companies began marketing cocaine products specifically to colonial administrators and plantation managers as a way to increase Indian workers' productivity. One advertisement from 1888, found in a Calcutta newspaper, shows an Indian worker and promises, "Increase your labourer's output by 30% with coca tablets, scientifically proven to enhance endurance and reduce fatigue." The racism is explicit. The advertisement isn't selling cocaine to help Indian workers feel better. It's selling it to British colonial administrators as a tool to extract more labour from colonised peoples. Similar patterns emerged across the empire. In South African mines, where both black African and white workers laboured under brutal conditions, cocaine was provided to increase productivity. In Caribbean sugar plantations, still using systems barely removed from slavery despite formal abolition, cocaine tonics were distributed to workers during harvest season. The British Empire exported its cocaine problem and its exploitative labour practices enhanced by cocaine across the globe. But here's where the story gets even more complex. Racism shaped not just how cocaine was marketed, but how cocaine use was perceived and policed. In Britain itself, as we've discussed, cocaine use was treated very differently depending on the user's social class. But in colonial contexts, race became an additional, often primary factor in determining whether cocaine use was seen as acceptable or criminal. When white British colonials used cocaine, and many did, for the same reasons people in London did, it was considered medical use, or at worst a personal vice to be handled discreetly. When colonized peoples used cocaine, it was seen as evidence of their racial inferiority, their tendency toward degeneracy, a justification for continued colonial control. There are particularly ugly examples of this from South Africa. In the 1890s, some white South Africans became concerned about black African workers using cocaine. Never mind that white mine owners had introduced cocaine to the mines in the first place to increase productivity. Once black workers started seeking out cocaine independently, it suddenly became a threat. One editorial in a Cape Town newspaper from 1894 warned, "The native's use of cocaine removes his natural timidity and subservience. Under its influence he becomes bold, insolent, forgetful of his place. This cannot be tolerated. Strictest measures must be taken to prevent cocaine from falling into native hands." Read that again. The concern wasn't about health or addiction. The concern was that cocaine made colonized people less submissive, less willing to accept their subordinate status. The real fear was about social control, not public health. This pattern of drugs being criminalized when they're associated with racial minorities or when they threaten social hierarchies didn't start with cocaine, and it certainly didn't end there. It's a through line in drug policy that continues today, from opium and Chinese immigrants to marijuana and Mexican immigrants, to crack cocaine and African Americans. Let me tell you about a specific incident that crystallizes these dynamics, because I think it's illustrative of broader patterns. In 1896, in the British colony of Jamaica, there was what official reports called a cocaine riot. Here's what actually happened. Sugar plantation workers, who'd been given cocaine by plantation managers during harvest season to increase their productivity, had begun purchasing additional cocaine from local pharmacies during off-season. They'd become dependent on it, which isn't surprising given that they'd been systematically dosed with an addictive substance. When the plantation managers tried to cut off access to cocaine during off-season to save money, workers protested. Some refused to work. Some became violent in their withdrawal and desperation. The colonial government's response? They sent in troops, arrested dozens of workers, blamed the incident on native criminality and drug abuse, and used it as justification for stricter policing of black Jamaicans. The official report on the incident reads, "This unfortunate affair demonstrates the danger of powerful stimulants falling into the hands of the Negro population, whose primitive nature makes them particularly susceptible to vice and addiction." Notice what's missing from this analysis. Any recognition that the plantation managers had created the addiction in the first place by giving workers cocaine to increase their productivity. Any acknowledgement that this was exploitation, not criminal behavior. Any responsibility taken by the colonial system that had engineered this crisis. Instead, the blame fell entirely on the workers themselves, and the incident was used to justify further control and oppression. The global cocaine trade also reveals fascinating and disturbing things about how empire and capitalism work together. By the 1890s, a few large pharmaceutical companies dominated the cocaine market. Merck in Germany, Parke-Davis in America, and several British firms controlled most of the production and distribution. These companies had vertical integration that would impress modern corporations. They controlled everything from coca plantations in South America to retail pharmacy chains in Europe. Merck, for instance, had contracts with Peruvian coca suppliers, operated extraction facilities in Germany, manufactured finished cocaine products, and sold them through pharmaceutical networks across Europe. They could control prices, manage supply, eliminate competitors through sheer scale. The profits were enormous. Merck's cocaine division grew faster than any other part of their business in the 1880s and early 1890s. Internal company documents, which weren't meant to be public but have since been accessed by historians, show executives discussing how to maximize profits from coca alkaloids while minimizing regulatory scrutiny. One internal memo from 1889, written by a Merck executive, is particularly revealing. Our South American suppliers can provide coca at increasingly low cost as production scales. Our European customers will pay premium prices for refined cocaine products. The margin is extraordinary. We must move aggressively to capture market share before competitors recognize the opportunity. It's the language of business, of capitalism, of market capture. No mention of health outcomes or addiction risks or the human cost of what they're selling. Just profit margins and market share. This is important to understand. The cocaine craze wasn't driven primarily by consumer demand. It was driven by supply-side economics, by companies that could produce cocaine cheaply and wanted to create and expand markets for their product. They didn't respond to people's needs. They created perceived needs through advertising and then sold products to address those manufactured needs. It's the same playbook that corporations have used ever since for everything from cigarettes to fast food to social media. There's another dimension to cocaine's global journey that we need to discuss: the American market. We've been focusing primarily on Britain because that's our story's center, but America was developing its own cocaine crisis along similar lines, but with some unique characteristics. American pharmaceutical companies were slightly behind their European counterparts in cocaine production, but they caught up quickly. By the 1890s, American companies were producing thousands of pounds of cocaine annually. What made America's cocaine market distinctive was its relative lack of class stratification compared to Britain. Obviously, America had, and has, serious class divides, but Victorian Britain's rigid class system was more extreme. In America, cocaine products were marketed more broadly across social classes from the beginning. This meant that America's cocaine problem became visible more quickly and affected a broader population. By the mid-1890s, American medical journals were publishing alarming reports about widespread cocaine addiction across different demographic groups. American cocaine use also became racialized in specific ways. There were racist moral panics about cocaine use among African Americans, particularly in the South. White newspapers published sensationalist stories about cocaine-crazed Negroes committing crimes. Stories that were largely fabricated or wildly exaggerated, but served to justify racist policies and violence. The pattern was familiar: introduce a substance to increase productivity among oppressed populations, then criminalize those populations when they continue using the substance, then use their criminality as justification for further oppression. Let me share one more global connection that might surprise you: cocaine and colonial medicine. European colonial powers were constantly dealing with tropical diseases: malaria, yellow fever, dysentery, various parasitic infections that killed colonizers and colonized peoples alike. Colonial medicine developed primarily to keep European colonists and soldiers healthy enough to maintain control over colonized territories. Cocaine found a place in this colonial medicine toolkit. It was used as a local anesthetic in field hospitals and remote medical outposts where other anesthetics weren't available. It was given to soldiers and colonists suffering from tropical diseases, ostensibly to help them maintain energy during illness. But cocaine also became part of the racial pseudoscience that characterized colonial medicine. Some colonial doctors theorized that cocaine affected different races differently, that Europeans could use it medicinally while primitive peoples would inevitably abuse it. These theories had no scientific basis whatsoever, but they provided convenient justification for differential treatment. One British colonial doctor in India, writing in the Indian Medical Gazette in 1891, claimed, "The European constitution, refined through centuries of civilization, can metabolize cocaine medicinally. The native constitution, less evolved, converts it into vice. Thus cocaine must be carefully controlled in native populations while remaining available for European medical use. This is scientific racism dressed up in medical language, and it influenced policy, creating systems where cocaine was more readily available to white colonists than to colonized peoples, not for health reasons, but for reasons of racial control and social hierarchy. By the mid-1890s, cocaine had become truly global, produced in South America through exploitative labor, processed in European and American factories, distributed through imperial trade networks, and consumed everywhere from London to Lagos to Lima. The infrastructure that made this possible was the infrastructure of empire: shipping routes protected by British naval power, telegraph systems that allowed rapid communication, banking networks that facilitated international trade, colonial administrations that enforced contracts and protected corporate interests. The ideology that justified it was also imperial. The belief that Western science and capitalism could improve anything, that indigenous knowledge was primitive and could be disregarded, that colonized peoples existed primarily as labor to be exploited, that different races were fundamentally different and required different forms of control, and the consequences were global too. Addiction crises didn't just happen in London. They happened in Buenos Aires, in Bombay, in Cape Town, everywhere cocaine reached. The exploitation didn't just happen in British factories. It happened on Peruvian plantations, in South African mines, in Caribbean sugar fields. Cocaine was a Victorian problem, yes, but more fundamentally it was a problem of empire, of capitalism, of racism, of systems that valued profit over people and extracted resources, including human labor and human health, with no regard for the cost. Understanding cocaine's global dimensions helps us see why the crisis lasted as long as it did, and why it took the specific forms it did. This wasn't just about one country, or one industry, or one bad policy. This was about interconnected global systems that created and sustained the cocaine trade for decades despite mounting evidence of harm. And those systems didn't disappear when cocaine was eventually regulated. They adapted, moved to other products, continued operating along the same lines. The infrastructure of exploitation that the cocaine trade used was the infrastructure of imperialism, and that infrastructure persisted long after cocaine itself became controlled. In our next part, we need to talk about something we've been building toward throughout this entire journey: the resistance. Because people did fight back against the cocaine trade. Doctors who spoke out despite professional pressure, reformers who documented the damage despite being dismissed as alarmists, addiction sufferers who told their stories despite social stigma, labor organizers who recognized cocaine as a tool of exploitation. The resistance was messy, often motivated by mixed concerns including genuine care and racist panic, but it did eventually force change. We're going to understand how Victorian society slowly, painfully recognized that cocaine was a crisis, how different groups pushed for regulation from different motivations, and how the systems that created the cocaine craze finally began, not completed, to respond. Stay with me, because this part of the story offers something the earlier parts couldn't: hope. Not easy hope or simple hope, but the complex, difficult hope that comes from watching people recognize a massive systemic failure and, however imperfectly, start trying to fix it. Sometimes change doesn't arrive with fanfare or dramatic declarations. Sometimes it begins quietly, with one person saying this isn't right and refusing to look away. Dr. Norman Kerr was an unremarkable-looking man. Average height, receding hairline, wire-rimmed spectacles. He practiced general medicine in London, treating ordinary ailments in ordinary people. Nothing about him suggested he would become one of the most important voices in recognizing and fighting cocaine addiction. But in 1876, Dr. Kerr treated a patient, a young clerk, who'd been prescribed cocaine for nervous exhaustion. The man returned to Kerr's practice repeatedly over the following months, each time more desperate, more deteriorated, more dependent. Kerr watched this patient's life unravel despite his best efforts to help him. And Kerr did something unusual for the time. He paid attention. He started tracking similar cases. He began corresponding with other doctors, asking if they'd seen comparable patterns. He reviewed medical literature from across Europe and America. He collected data. By 1884, Kerr had documented over 200 cases of what he termed cocaine inebriety, addiction so severe it destroyed people's lives. And he did something even more unusual. He spoke up. In a medical profession that was deeply invested in cocaine, financially and professionally, where questioning cocaine's safety could damage your reputation and career, Kerr stood before the British Medical Association and said clearly, "We have a crisis on our hands. Cocaine is not the miracle drug we believed. It is creating addiction, destroying health, and we must acknowledge this truth." The resistance started small, but it started. Kerr wasn't alone, though he was among the first to speak publicly and persistently. Other doctors across Europe and America were beginning to notice similar patterns and find the courage to challenge the medical consensus. Dr. Louis Lewin in Germany, whom we've mentioned before, published increasingly detailed warnings throughout the 1880s. His 1885 paper on the coca plant and its use documented cocaine addiction cases and warned explicitly, "This substance presents grave dangers that have been insufficiently recognized by the medical profession." In America, Dr. J.B. Mattison published a comprehensive article in 1887 titled "Cocaine Poisoning" that described multiple cases of severe addiction and called for much more cautious prescribing practices. What made these doctors' resistance meaningful wasn't just that they spoke up. Many doctors had expressed private concerns. What mattered was that they published in medical journals, presented at professional conferences, refused to be quietly dismissed. They forced the medical establishment to engage with evidence it wanted to ignore. But here's what's fascinating about the early medical resistance. It was often motivated by mixed concerns. Some doctors genuinely cared about their patients' well-being and were horrified by the addiction they were witnessing. But others were motivated by professional rivalry, by desire for attention, or even by prejudice. They were primarily concerned about cocaine use spreading to the wrong populations. The resistance wasn't pure, it rarely is. Change doesn't happen because everyone suddenly becomes noble. It happens because different groups with different motivations push in the same general direction. Let me introduce you to another crucial figure in the resistance. Dr. Thomas Dwight Crothers, an American physician who founded the American Association for the Cure of Inebriates in 1870. Crothers was ahead of his time in viewing addiction as a medical condition rather than moral failing. He established one of the first dedicated addiction treatment facilities in America, the Walnut Lodge Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and he began treating cocaine addiction patients in the late 1880s. What made Crothers particularly important was that he published extensively about his treatment experiences. Between 1888 and 1900, he wrote over 30 articles about cocaine addiction, describing symptoms, progression patterns, withdrawal experiences, and treatment outcomes. His 1890 article, The Cocaine Habit, included detailed case studies that are heartbreaking to read. One describes a physician, yes, a doctor, who became severely addicted to cocaine he'd initially used for what he believed was legitimate medical self-treatment. Crothers writes, Dr. S, age 37, began using cocaine for chronic headaches. Within 6 months, he required cocaine to function at all. He lost his practice, his family left him, he attempted suicide twice. When finally brought to treatment, he was a physical wreck, emaciated, paranoid, suffering hallucinations. The tragedy is multiplied by knowing this outcome was entirely preventable had cocaine's dangers been properly recognized. Crothers didn't just treat patients, he documented patterns, published data, argued for better regulation, and trained other physicians in addiction treatment. He built infrastructure for resistance. The resistance also came from unexpected quarters, recovered addicts themselves. Remember Eleanor Wright, whose letter to the Lancet we discussed earlier? She wasn't alone. By the 1890s, a small but growing number of former cocaine users were speaking publicly about their experiences. This was extraordinarily brave. Victorian society viewed addiction as shameful, as evidence of weak character or moral degeneracy. Admitting publicly that you'd been addicted risked your reputation, your social standing, sometimes your livelihood. But some people did it anyway, because they believed their stories might prevent others from falling into the same trap. In 1893, a former actress named Alice Holmwood published a short memoir titled My Descent and Recovery, a Cocaine Narrative. It's a remarkable document. Holmwood describes how she was prescribed cocaine for stage fright, how her use escalated, how addiction destroyed her career and nearly killed her, and how she eventually recovered. The book sold modestly. Victorian society wasn't quite ready for addiction memoirs, but it circulated among reform circles and influenced some policymakers. More importantly, it existed as evidence that recovery was possible, that addiction wasn't a moral failing, but a condition that could be overcome. There were others too. Letters to newspapers, testimonies before government committees, articles in temperance publications. Each individual voice was small, easily dismissed, but together they created a chorus that became harder to ignore. Resistance also came from an unexpected source: religious and social reform movements. The temperance movement, which primarily focused on alcohol, began expanding its concerns to include other substances in the 1880s and 1890s. Organizations like the Women's Christian Temperance Union started campaigning against cocaine, publishing pamphlets, organizing lectures, pressuring politicians. Now, we need to be clear-eyed about this. The temperance movement's involvement was a mixed blessing. On one hand, they brought organizational strength, public attention, and political pressure that helped push for regulation. On the other hand, their approach was often moralistic, punitive, and more concerned with social control than with helping addicted people. The WCTU's literature about cocaine is revealing. Some pamphlets expressed genuine concern about addiction and called for better medical treatment. Others focused on cocaine as a threat to family values and social order, with barely concealed class and racial prejudices. One WCTU pamphlet from 1894 warned, "Cocaine threatens the very fabric of Christian civilization. It must be controlled to protect our children and preserve moral society." The concern was real, but it was tangled up with Victorian anxieties about social change, women's roles, and racial hierarchies. This is important to understand because it shaped how cocaine regulation eventually happened. The laws that were passed weren't primarily about public health or helping addicted people. They were about social control, about deciding which substances were acceptable for which populations, about maintaining existing power structures. Let me tell you about Frances Willard. president of the WCTU from 1879 until her death in 1898. She was a fascinating and contradictory figure. Willard was a genuine reformer who fought for women's suffrage, labour rights, and social welfare programs. She saw the connections between poverty, exploitation, and substance abuse. She understood that working-class people weren't using cocaine because of moral weakness, but because of impossible working conditions. But she was also a product of her time, with all the prejudices that entailed. Her writings about cocaine sometimes displayed sympathy for addicted people, and sometimes reflected racist and classist assumptions about who was deserving of help. In a speech in 1892, Willard said, "We must distinguish between the innocent victim, the mother given cocaine by her physician, the child dosed unknowingly, and the willful user who chooses vice over virtue. Our compassion must be calibrated to culpability." This framework of innocent victims versus willful users shaped drug policy for generations and still influences how we think about addiction today. It's a false distinction, of course. Addiction doesn't work that way. But it was politically useful for building support for regulation, while maintaining moral hierarchies about whose suffering deserved sympathy. Resistance also emerged from investigative journalism, though journalism in the 1890s was often sensationalist and agenda-driven. Some newspapers began publishing exposés about cocaine, though their motivations were mixed. Some genuinely wanted to inform the public about dangers. Others saw cocaine stories as sensational content that sold papers. Many were motivated by racist anxieties about cocaine use spreading among populations they wanted to control. One particularly influential series ran in the New York World in 1894, titled "The Cocaine Fiends of New York." The articles documented cocaine addiction across different social classes, described the drug trade, interviewed addicted people and doctors treating them. The journalism was uneven. Some articles were relatively factual and sympathetic, others were exploitative and sensationalized, but the series reached hundreds of thousands of readers and generated public discussion about cocaine in ways that medical journals never could. In Britain, similar exposés appeared in newspapers and magazines. The Pall Mall Gazette ran a series in 1895 called London's Hidden Plague that focused on cocaine addiction among the working class and poor. Again, the quality was inconsistent and the framing often judgmental, but it brought attention to a crisis that had been largely invisible to middle-class readers. This journalistic attention created something crucial: political pressure. As long as cocaine addiction was a private matter handled quietly by families and doctors, there was no impetus for legislative action. Once it became a public issue, discussed in newspapers and drawing public concern, politicians had to respond. The resistance also came from an unlikely source, some pharmaceutical companies themselves. This might seem contradictory. Why would companies that profited from cocaine work against their own interests? But remember, the pharmaceutical industry wasn't monolithic. Different companies had different products, different strategies, different vulnerabilities. Some pharmaceutical executives began worrying that cocaine's reputation would eventually damage the entire industry. If cocaine became seen as dangerous and was heavily regulated, would that lead to skepticism about other pharmaceutical products? Would it invite government oversight into drug manufacturing more broadly? There's an internal memo from Burroughs, Wellcome and Coates dated 1892, discovered by historians examining company archives, that reveals this thinking. The cocaine situation grows concerning. While our cocaine products remain profitable, we must consider long-term reputation. If cocaine becomes irredeemably associated with addiction and vice, it may cast doubt on pharmaceuticals generally. We should consider proactive measures, perhaps voluntary reduction in cocaine concentrations, improved labeling, or public statements about proper use. Notice the concern isn't primarily about people's health, it's about corporate reputation and forestalling regulation that might affect profitability in other areas. But regardless of motivation, some pharmaceutical companies did begin changing their practices. Some reduced cocaine concentrations in their products, some added warning labels, some stopped marketing certain products to children. These were small changes, often more symbolic than substantive, but they represented cracks in the industry's united front of defending cocaine. Let's talk about government response, because by the early 1890s, enough pressure had built that governments could no longer completely ignore the cocaine problem. Britain's first tentative step came in 1890 with the Pharmacy Act, which required pharmacies to keep records of poisons sold, a category that technically included cocaine, though enforcement was minimal. The law was more symbolic than effective, but it acknowledged that unrestricted sale of powerful drugs might be problematic. In 1893, Britain passed the Sale of Drugs Act, which required that patent medicines containing cocaine list it on the label. This sounds reasonable, but remember, many products had been sold for years without disclosing ingredients. Women had been giving babies cocaine without knowing it. This basic transparency was revolutionary for the time. American states began passing their own cocaine regulations in the 1890s. Oregon was first in 1887, requiring prescriptions for cocaine. Other states slowly followed, though enforcement was inconsistent and many states had no regulations at all until well into the 1900s. These early laws were weak, poorly enforced, and often motivated by concerns about social control rather than public health. But they represented a shift. Cocaine was no longer considered an unalloyed good, a miracle drug without downsides. There was official acknowledgement that it posed dangers requiring regulation. The resistance faced enormous pushback, of course. Pharmaceutical companies fought regulation through lobbying, through funding sympathetic research, through advertising campaigns emphasizing cocaine's benefits. Some doctors continued defending cocaine vigorously. They argued that addiction cases were rare exceptions, that the benefits outweighed risks, that regulation would prevent legitimate medical uses. Dr. William Hammond, a prominent American neurologist and former Surgeon General of the U.S. Army, published articles throughout the 1890s defending cocaine. In 1887 he wrote, "Cocaine is no more habit-forming than coffee or tea. Those who become addicted have weak wills or underlying moral deficiencies. To restrict this valuable medicine would deprive thousands of its benefits because of a few unfortunate individuals." Hammond's status as a former Surgeon General gave his opinions weight. The fact that he was later revealed to be a paid consultant for pharmaceutical companies was less widely known at the time. The resistance was fighting against enormous vested interests, financial, professional, ideological. Progress was slow, frustrating, often backsliding, but there were victories, small but meaningful. In 1898, the American Pharmaceutical Association, a professional organization representing pharmacists, passed a resolution recommending that members exercise greater caution in selling cocaine products and support regulatory efforts. This wasn't legally binding, but it represented a shift in professional consensus. In 1900, Germany implemented new regulations requiring prescriptions for pure cocaine, though not for products containing lower concentrations. It was a half measure, but it was movement in the right direction. Medical schools began teaching about cocaine addiction in the late 1890s, training new doctors to recognize and treat it. Dr. Crothers's Hartford facility became a model, and similar addiction treatment centers opened in other cities. Public awareness grew. By 1900, Even middle-class people who'd never been directly affected by cocaine addiction knew it was a problem. Cocaine use began declining, slowly but measurably, as people became more cautious. The resistance was working. Not quickly enough, not comprehensively enough, not without terrible costs along the way, but it was working. Let me share one more story that I think captures what resistance looked like on the ground, in individual lives. Margaret Murray was a nurse in London in the 1890s. She worked in a hospital that treated many patients with cocaine-related problems, addiction, overdoses, the various health complications cocaine caused. Murray kept detailed notes about her patients, and in 1897 she compiled these into a report that she submitted to the London County Council, arguing for better public health measures to address cocaine addiction. Her report included case studies, outcome data, cost analyses showing how much cocaine addiction was burdening hospitals and social services. She made practical recommendations: better labelling, mandatory warnings, restrictions on sales to minors, funding for treatment facilities. The London County Council received her report, filed it away, and did nothing. Murray didn't give up. She revised her report, submitted it again. She wrote letters to newspapers. She spoke at nursing conferences. She became, in modern language, an activist, though she'd have probably just called herself someone doing what obviously needed to be done. In 1901, 4 years after her initial report, the London County Council finally implemented some of her recommendations, establishing the first publicly funded addiction treatment program in Britain. Margaret Murray's name isn't famous. Most people have never heard of her. But her persistent, unglamorous work, writing reports, sending letters, refusing to accept that nothing could be done, changed actual policy and helped actual people. That's what resistance often looks like. Not dramatic gestures, but steady, patient insistence that things must change, backed by evidence and driven by people who refuse to look away from suffering. By 1900, the landscape had shifted. Cocaine was no longer universally praised as a miracle drug. There was growing awareness of its dangers, growing pressure for regulation, growing infrastructure for treating addiction. The pharmaceutical companies' grip on the narrative had weakened. The medical profession was having serious internal debates. Governments were beginning to regulate. Public opinion had shifted from enthusiasm to caution. The resistance hadn't won yet. Comprehensive cocaine regulation wouldn't come until the early 1900s in most places, and the patterns of exploitation and inequality would persist in other forms. But the momentum had changed direction. It happened slowly, messily, driven by people with mixed motivations and imperfect understanding. But it happened because enough people, in different ways, said, "This isn't right," and kept saying it until the system had to respond. We've traced the resistance now, from individual doctors speaking up despite professional pressure, to former addicts sharing their stories despite social stigma, to journalists publicizing the crisis, to reform movements mobilizing political pressure, to governments beginning to regulate. But there's one more dimension we need to explore, one that brings us full circle back to where we started, in those gaslit pharmacies and Victorian parlours. We need to understand what happened to the people who were already addicted when society finally started responding. In our next part, we're going to look at early addiction treatment, what it was actually like to try to quit cocaine in the 1890s, what methods doctors used, how families coped, what recovery looked like or didn't look like. We're going to understand the gap between recognition that cocaine was a problem and having effective tools to address that problem, because recognizing a crisis and knowing how to fix it are two very different things. Victorian society was just beginning to understand it had a massive cocaine addiction problem. It had no idea how to actually help the hundreds of thousands of people caught in cocaine's grip. Stay with me for this next part, because it's where we see both the worst and the best of Victorian medicine. The cruel and ineffective treatments that made things worse, but also the early glimmers of approaches that would eventually evolve into modern addiction medicine. It's where we meet the people trying to quit, trying to survive, trying to rebuild lives that cocaine had shattered. Withdrawal from cocaine in 1895 looked like this. You're locked in a room. Not metaphorically, literally locked. The windows are barred. A nurse checks on you 3 times a day, sliding food through a slot in the door. You haven't slept in 4 days. Your body aches everywhere. You're drenched in sweat despite the cold. Your hands won't stop shaking. You're convinced, absolutely certain, that insects are crawling under your skin, and no amount of rational thought can dispel this hallucination. You beg for cocaine. You scream for it. You promise anything, money you don't have, behaviours you'd normally find abhorrent, if someone will just give you what you need. No one does. Because this is treatment. This is what Victorian medicine offered to people trying to escape cocaine addiction. Isolation, cold turkey withdrawal with no medical support, and the assumption that if you just suffered enough, you'd be cured through sheer willpower. It rarely worked. And when it didn't work, that was considered your fault. Evidence of your weak character, your moral deficiency, your inability to simply choose to be better. This is where the rubber met the road, where society's growing recognition that cocaine was dangerous confronted the brutal reality that they had almost no idea how to actually help people who were addicted. Let's start with what Victorian doctors understood about addiction, because that shaped everything about how they tried to treat it. The dominant medical theory was called the moral model of addiction. It held that addiction was fundamentally a failure of willpower, a moral weakness, possibly a hereditary tendency toward degeneracy. The solution, therefore, was to strengthen willpower through various means, essentially trying to force people to be stronger than their addiction. Some doctors were beginning to question this model by the 1890s, particularly those like Dr. Crothers, who actually treated addicted patients regularly. They observed that addiction seemed to involve physical changes in the body, that withdrawal caused genuine medical symptoms, that it wasn't simply a matter of choosing to stop. But these more progressive views were still minority positions. Most doctors, most of society still believed that addicted people were fundamentally making a choice to continue using drugs and could choose to stop if they tried hard enough. This fundamental misunderstanding shaped treatment approaches that were, at best, ineffective and at worst, actively harmful. The most common treatment for cocaine addiction in the 1890s was what we'd now call forced abstinence in a controlled environment. If you were wealthy enough, you'd be sent to a private sanitarium, essentially a comfortable prison where you'd undergo withdrawal under medical supervision. The supervision was often minimal. Doctors would check your vital signs occasionally, but there was little they could actually do to ease withdrawal symptoms. Dr. Leslie E. Keeley ran one of the most famous, or infamous, addiction treatment facilities in America. The Keeley Institute in Dwight, Illinois, claimed to have a cure for addiction using a secret formula called the Keeley Cure, or Gold Cure. Keeley was a brilliant marketer. He advertised extensively, published pamphlets with dramatic before and after testimonials, and claimed a success rate of 95%, which was, to put it gently, wildly optimistic. What was actually in the Keeley Cure? For years, Keeley refused to reveal the formula, claiming it was proprietary. When it was finally analysed after his death, it turned out to be mostly alcohol with small amounts of gold salts and other substances that had no therapeutic value whatsoever. The cure worked, when it worked, primarily through the placebo effect and the controlled environment that removed people from their usual drug sources. Keeley was essentially charging enormous sums for supervised withdrawal, plus a useless tonic, but he was marketing it as a miracle cure. And people believed it because they were desperate. When you're addicted and destroying your life, and everyone tells you it's your fault, and then someone comes along claiming they can fix you with a simple treatment, you want to believe it. You need to believe it. By 1895, there were over 200 Keeley Institute franchises across America. Thousands of people went through treatment there. Some did recover, though it's impossible to know how many. Many relapsed. Some died during treatment or shortly after from various complications. But Keeley became wealthy, and other doctors copied his model, creating similar cures with equally dubious secret formulas and equally exaggerated success claims. Let me tell you about another treatment approach that was popular in the 1890s, and trigger warning, this one is genuinely disturbing. Some doctors believed that addiction could be shocked out of people through extreme physical interventions. One method involved giving patients massive doses of other drugs, sometimes morphine, sometimes strychnine, to create such severe physiological stress that the body would reset. Dr. Edward Levenstein in Berlin advocated for rapid detoxification, where cocaine addicts would be given enormous doses of morphine to suppress withdrawal symptoms, kept unconscious for days, then withdrawn from morphine afterward. The theory was that by the time they woke up, the cocaine withdrawal would be over, and they'd only have to deal with morphine withdrawal, which Levenstein believed was easier to manage. Can you imagine? You're sent for treatment for cocaine addiction, and the treatment is to render you unconscious with another highly addictive drug, keeping you in a drug-induced coma for a week, then forcing you to withdraw from a different substance. The approach was spectacularly dangerous. Patients died from overdoses of the drugs used to keep them unconscious. Some developed severe complications. Those who survived often simply became addicted to morphine instead of cocaine. Not exactly a successful outcome. But doctors kept trying it because they were desperate for something that worked, and because the moral model of addiction meant they didn't really have to care too much about patient suffering. After all, if addiction was moral weakness, maybe suffering was part of the cure. Women face particular challenges in addiction treatment, shaped by the same sexism that had influenced how they are prescribed cocaine in the first place. Women seeking treatment for cocaine addiction were often diagnosed with hysteria in addition to addiction. The treatment would then focus as much on controlling their female problems as on addressing the cocaine dependency. Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell's Rest Cure, which we mentioned earlier in the context of how women were treated generally, was also used for women with cocaine addiction. Remember, this involved complete bed rest for weeks or months, forced feeding, no intellectual stimulation, isolation from family and friends. The theory was that women's addiction stemmed from nervous exhaustion, caused by their delicate female constitutions being overstressed by modern life. The solution was complete rest combined with weight gain, because thin women were considered nervously unstable. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, after enduring the rest cure, wrote, "I was on the verge of absolute mental collapse, utter despair. The enforced inactivity, the isolation, the prohibition on reading or writing, these things don't cure, they break." Now imagine going through cocaine withdrawal, with all its physical and psychological torment, while also being subjected to this regime. You're suffering from genuine medical withdrawal symptoms, but you're being treated for hysteria. You're desperate for help with real physical cravings, but your doctor thinks the problem is your female nervousness and prescribes forced rest. The cruelty is breathtaking. Women were more likely to be blamed for their addiction than men, seen as morally weak or hysterically unstable. They received treatments that addressed Victorian anxieties about female behaviour rather than actual addiction medicine. Working-class people who became addicted to cocaine had even fewer options, most of them terrible. If you were poor and addicted, you weren't going to a private sanitarium. You were going to a workhouse, a public asylum or prison, institutions designed for punishment and containment, not treatment. In workhouses, cocaine withdrawal happened without any medical supervision at all. You'd be locked in a dormitory with dozens of other destitute people, given minimal food, forced to do hard labour when you were physically capable, and left to suffer through withdrawal symptoms with no assistance. The mortality rate for people withdrawing from cocaine in workhouses was never systematically tracked, but scattered records suggest it was substantial. People died from seizures, from heart complications, from infections that took hold in bodies weakened by withdrawal, from suicide. Their deaths were recorded as natural causes or weak constitution, not as failures of the system that offered them no real help. Public asylums were marginally better, but not by much. You might have a doctor check on you occasionally, but treatment consisted primarily of isolation, sometimes restraints if you became too agitated, and waiting for withdrawal symptoms to subside. One report from a London public asylum in 1896 describes the conditions matter-of-factly. Patients suffering from cocaine inebriety are housed in the West Wing, secured rooms with barred windows. Medical staff visit twice daily to ensure vital signs remain stable. Patients typically remain 30-60 days until withdrawal symptoms abate. Mortality rate approximately 8%. 8%. 1 in 12 people sent to this asylum to withdraw from cocaine died there, and this was stated as a simple statistic, with no apparent concern about whether better treatment approaches might reduce that number. But there were some doctors genuinely trying to develop better approaches, even if their understanding was limited by the medical knowledge of their time. Dr. Thomas Crothers, whose work we discussed earlier, developed a treatment protocol at his Hartford facility that was more humane than most. His approach included gradual tapering rather than cold turkey, reducing cocaine doses slowly over several weeks rather than stopping abruptly. This was revolutionary for the time and actually does reduce withdrawal severity. Nutritional support, ensuring patients ate well and received vitamins and minerals. Crothers recognized that addiction often caused malnutrition that needed addressing. Physical exercise, gentle activity rather than forced rest, which helped with both physical and mental symptoms. Psychological support, regular meetings with doctors where patients could discuss their experiences and struggles. This wasn't formal psychotherapy as we'd understand it, but it was more compassionate than most facilities offered. Extended aftercare. Patients stayed at the facility for months, not just through the acute withdrawal period, and were encouraged to return for follow-up visits. Crothers' approach was far from perfect by modern standards, but it was dramatically better than what most people received. His published success rates, though we should be skeptical of any self-reported success rates from this era, suggested that perhaps 40 to 50% of his patients maintained abstinence for at least a year after treatment. That might not sound impressive, but compared to the abysmal outcomes of forced withdrawal or the Keeley cure, it was significant progress. There's another treatment approach from this era that's worth discussing because it reveals both the limits of Victorian medical understanding and occasional flashes of insight. Some doctors began experimenting with substitute treatments, giving addicted people other substances to help them stop using cocaine. Sometimes this was morphine, which we already discussed as problematic, but sometimes it was simpler substances. Dr. Fitzhugh Ludlow, writing in 1870 about opium addiction, but his principles were later applied to cocaine, suggested using cannabis as a substitute to ease withdrawal symptoms. His reasoning was that cannabis was less addictive and had milder effects, so it could serve as a stepping stone to complete abstinence. This approach had mixed results. Some patients did find that cannabis helped them through withdrawal. Others simply added cannabis to their cocaine use. The theory behind substitution treatment was sound in principle. We still use similar approaches today with medications like methadone for opioid addiction. But Victorian doctors didn't have the knowledge to implement it safely. Other doctors tried even simpler substitutes. Strong coffee, tobacco, even intense physical exercise. The idea was to give the brain some other form of stimulation to partially replace what cocaine had provided. These approaches rarely worked as primary treatments, but they contained kernels of understanding that would eventually develop into better methods. The recognition that addiction involves changes in brain chemistry, that abrupt cessation causes physical symptoms that need addressing, that some form of support during transition away from the drug is necessary. These insights were beginning to emerge, even if they couldn't yet be properly implemented. Let me share a specific story that illustrates what recovery actually looked like for one person in this era. James Morrison was a journalist in London who became addicted to cocaine in the late 1880s. His diary, which survived and was published in the 1920s, provides a rare first-person account of attempting to quit. Morrison tried to stop using cocaine at least 5 times between 1890 and 1895. Each attempt followed a similar pattern. He'd recognize his life was falling apart and resolved to quit. He'd dispose of his cocaine supply. For a few days he'd feel virtuous and hopeful. Then withdrawal symptoms would hit. Depression, exhaustion, intense cravings. He'd try to push through, telling himself it was just a matter of willpower. But eventually, sometimes after days, sometimes after weeks, the suffering would become unbearable and he'd relapse. After each relapse, Morrison would spiral into self-loathing. His diary entries from these periods are heartbreaking. I am weak. I am contemptible. I promise myself and God that I will stop, and I cannot keep even this simple promise. Perhaps I am simply beyond redemption. This is the voice of someone trapped in addiction being told by his entire society that his failure to quit is a moral failing, that if he just tried harder he could stop. He's internalizing the blame, torturing himself psychologically on top of the physical torment of addiction. Morrison's 6th attempt at quitting, in 1896, finally succeeded, at least according to his diary, which continues for several more years without mention of cocaine use. What was different? He went to stay with his brother in Scotland for 3 months. His brother was a farmer, and Morrison spent those months doing physical labour, eating regular meals, going to bed early, waking with the sun. He was removed from his usual environment, from the stresses that had driven his cocaine use, from easy access to the drug. His diary from this period notes, I am still myself, still weak, still prone to despair. But here, I have no way to obtain cocaine even if I wish to. The choice is made for me by circumstance rather than willpower. Perhaps this is what I needed. Not to be stronger, but to be somewhere strength is not required. That's remarkably insightful. Morrison recognized that expecting people to overcome addiction through pure willpower, while remaining in the same environment and circumstances that created the addiction, was setting them up for failure. His recovery wasn't through medical treatment or moral transformation. It was through removing himself from the situation entirely and building a different life in a different place. By the late 1890s, some patterns were becoming clear to doctors who actually paid attention to outcomes. Cold turkey withdrawal was extremely difficult and had high relapse rates. Gradual tapering worked better than abrupt cessation. Environmental change, removing people from the context where they used drugs, improved outcomes. Addressing underlying issues, poverty, chronic pain, mental health problems, was important for long-term recovery. Support from others who understood addiction helped more than moral condemnation. These insights were scattered, not yet synthesized into comprehensive treatment approaches. Most doctors still didn't apply them, but they were emerging, slowly building toward what would eventually become modern addiction medicine. There's one more aspect of Victorian cocaine treatment we need to discuss: the people who quit on their own, without formal treatment. Historical records are biased toward dramatic cases, people who ended up in sanitariums or asylums, whose addiction was documented by medical authorities. But many people who developed cocaine dependence probably managed to stop using on their own, never showing up in any official records. We can't know how common this was, but it almost certainly happened. Some people would use cocaine regularly for a period, realize it was causing problems, cut back or stop, and eventually move on with their lives without ever seeking formal treatment. This matters because it reminds us that addiction exists on a spectrum. Not everyone who becomes dependent on a substance will need intensive intervention. Some people, under the right circumstances, do manage to change their behavior without formal support. But Victorian society's insistence that addiction was purely a matter of willpower meant that these successful self-quitters were held up as proof that anyone could quit if they just tried hard enough. The people who couldn't quit on their own were blamed for lacking the moral strength of those who succeeded. This completely ignored the reality that people have different levels of addiction severity, different life circumstances, different resources and support systems. Comparing outcomes without accounting for these differences is meaningless. Like comparing someone's ability to swim across a river without knowing whether they're starting from the shallow end or the deep end, whether there's a strong current, whether they know how to swim in the first place. So we've walked through Victorian addiction treatment now, the moral model that blamed sufferers, the brutal forced withdrawal, the dubious secret cures, the rare glimpses of more humane approaches. We've met James Morrison fighting himself through repeated attempts to quit, and we've understood that Victorian medicine was just beginning to grasp that addiction might be more than simple moral weakness. The picture isn't pretty. Most people trying to quit cocaine in the 1890s faced approaches that were ineffective at best and actively harmful at worst. Recovery rates were low, relapse was common, support was minimal, and society's response to people who couldn't quit was judgment and blame rather than compassion and help. But we're not done with this story yet, because as we move toward the turn of the century, something important is beginning to happen. The various threads we've been following, the medical recognition of cocaine's dangers, the political pressure for regulation, the slowly developing understanding of addiction, are coming together to create actual systemic change. In our next part, we're going to watch as cocaine finally begins to be seriously regulated. We're going to see the passage of laws that would fundamentally change how cocaine was sold and used. We're going to understand the political battles behind these laws, the various interests they served, and the consequences, both intended and unintended, of prohibition beginning to take shape. This is where individual stories of suffering and resistance start to translate into actual policy changes, where society begins to respond systematically rather than just treating addiction one person at a time. It's where the cocaine craze of Victorian London finally starts to end, though end is perhaps too optimistic a word. Transform might be more accurate. Stay with me as we move into the new century and watch Victorian society finally, belatedly, begin to address the crisis it had created. January 1906. A pharmacist named Harold Jenkins stands behind his counter in a shop on the Strand, reading the morning newspaper with growing unease. The headline announces that Parliament is debating new drug control legislation, the Pharmacy Act of 1906, that would fundamentally change how he does business. For 20 years, Jenkins has sold cocaine products freely. They're profitable, customers want them, and until recently there was no reason to question the practice. But now everything is changing. The article describes proposed restrictions. Cocaine would be classified as a poison, requiring prescriptions for pure forms, limiting over-the-counter sales, imposing record-keeping requirements on pharmacists like Jenkins. The pharmaceutical companies are fighting it. Patient advocacy groups are supporting it. The debate has become heated and public. Jenkins sets down the newspaper and looks at his shelves. Rows of bottles containing cocaine in various forms, tonics, tablets, solutions, products that have been legal, respectable, profitable for decades. Soon, if this law passes, much of this will become controlled, restricted, transformed overnight from medicine to dangerous drug. The Victorian cocaine era is ending, not with a dramatic crash, but with the slow, grinding machinery of legislation finally catching up to a crisis that's been building for 30 years. This is how prohibition begins, not with moral clarity or scientific consensus, but with messy political compromise, competing interests, and laws that will solve some problems while creating entirely new ones. To understand how cocaine finally got regulated, we need to understand the political landscape of the early 1900s, because it was complex and shaped by factors that had nothing to do with public health. By 1900, pressure for drug regulation was coming from multiple directions, each with different motivations. Medical reformers genuinely concerned about addiction, and public health wanted restrictions to prevent the kind of widespread cocaine use that had caused so much harm. Temperance movements wanted all intoxicating substances controlled as part of their broader moral crusade, often mixed with racist anxieties about which populations were using drugs. Progressive politicians saw drug regulation as part of modernizing government, bringing scientific expertise and rational oversight to industries that had operated without supervision. Some pharmaceutical companies, worried about their reputations, actually supported moderate regulation, hoping it would legitimize their industry and forestall more radical restrictions. Labor unions wanted cocaine banned from workplaces where it was being used to exploit workers, and racist politicians saw drug laws as tools for social control, particularly of immigrant and minority populations. These groups didn't agree on much except that something needed to be done about cocaine. The laws that eventually passed reflected this messy coalition, incorporating elements that served all these different agendas. Britain's key legislation came in several steps rather than one comprehensive law. The 1908 Pharmacy Act went further than previous regulations, requiring that cocaine be sold only by registered pharmacists, who had to keep detailed records of sales. It didn't ban cocaine, but it made it harder to obtain casually. The real shift came with the Defence of the Realm Act in 1916, passed during World War I, which gave the government emergency powers to control substances including cocaine. This was ostensibly about military efficiency and preventing soldiers from being debilitated by drug use, but it established precedents for drug control that would outlast the war. Then, in 1920, the Dangerous Drugs Act consolidated these various regulations into Britain's first comprehensive drug control law. Cocaine was classified as a dangerous drug requiring prescriptions, with criminal penalties for unauthorized possession or sale. Similar patterns played out across Europe and America, with each country developing its own regulatory framework between roughly 1906 and 1925. But here's what's fascinating and often overlooked. These laws didn't primarily target pharmaceutical companies or doctors, the sources of most cocaine that people had been using. Instead, they focused on controlling individual users and small-scale sellers. The big pharmaceutical companies largely supported moderate regulation because it actually helped them. It eliminated small competitors who couldn't afford compliance costs. It gave their products an aura of medical legitimacy. If cocaine was dangerous enough to require a prescription, then prescriptions from respectable doctors must be the proper way to obtain it. And it shifted blame from manufacturers to users. Let me tell you about one specific political battle that shaped cocaine legislation, because it reveals the complicated motivations behind drug laws. In 1909, the United States convened the International Opium Commission in Shanghai, the first international drug control conference. The official purpose was to address opium addiction in Asia, but cocaine was also discussed. Dr. Hamilton Wright, the American representative, used the conference to push for international cocaine control, but his arguments were shaped by racism as much as public health concern. Wright testified before Congress in 1910, "Cocaine is often the direct incentive to the crime of rape by the Negroes of the South and other sections of the country. It has been authoritatively stated that cocaine is often the direct incentive to the crime of rape by the Negroes. It is a more appalling threat than the drug opium which threatens the white race." This testimony, full of racist fabrications, was instrumental in building political support for cocaine restrictions in America. Wright wasn't primarily concerned about the thousands of middle-class white women who'd become addicted to cocaine tonics. He was using drug laws as a tool of racial control. Southern states that had been resistant to drug regulation suddenly supported it when it was framed as protecting white women from drug-crazed black men. A narrative that was almost entirely false, but politically effective. This racist framing shaped American drug policy profoundly. The Harrison Narcotics Act of 1914, which brought cocaine under federal control in the US, was sold to Congress and the public, partly through these racist fear campaigns. Does this pattern sound familiar? Because it would repeat with marijuana and Mexican immigrants in the 1930s, with crack cocaine and African Americans in the 1980s, with methamphetamine and rural whites more recently. Drug laws have always been entangled with racial politics and social control as much as with health concerns. The pharmaceutical industry's response to regulation reveals a lot about corporate adaptation to changing legal environments. Major companies like Parke-Davis, Merck and Burroughs Wellcome didn't fight regulation, they shaped it. They lobbied for regulations that would benefit them while appearing to address public concerns. They supported requiring prescriptions for cocaine because it maintained their market while adding legitimacy. Doctors would still prescribe, patients would still buy, but now with official medical oversight that made the whole system seem responsible. They supported eliminating patent medicines with undisclosed ingredients because this primarily hurt smaller competitors. Large pharmaceutical companies could afford to comply with labeling requirements and prescription systems. Small patent medicine manufacturers couldn't. They supported creating different regulatory categories for different cocaine concentrations. Pure cocaine required prescriptions, but products with lower concentrations could still be sold more freely. This allowed them to continue selling profitable coca-based products, while appearing to support strong drug control. There's a revealing memo from a Parke-Davis executive in 1912 discussing proposed federal cocaine regulations. "We should support moderate restrictions that demonstrate our commitment to public safety while preserving our core business. Criminal penalties for unauthorized users and sellers will protect our market share while shifting responsibility away from manufacturers. This is the optimal outcome." Notice the calculation. Support regulations that appear strong but actually benefit the company. It's a masterclass in corporate manipulation of the regulatory process. But regulation had unintended consequences that created new problems while solving old ones. Before cocaine was heavily regulated, most people obtained it legally through pharmacies or patent medicines. They used pharmaceutical-grade cocaine of known purity and concentration. When they became addicted, they were addicted to legal products from identifiable sources. Once cocaine became restricted, a black market developed. People who were already addicted couldn't simply stop because the law changed. They needed cocaine, and if they couldn't get it legally, they'd get it illegally. Underground cocaine production and sales networks emerged, particularly in urban areas. This cocaine was often more dangerous than pharmaceutical products had been, more concentrated, more variable in purity, sometimes adulterated with other substances. Users who'd been respectable middle-class people taking medicine suddenly became criminals. A woman who'd been using a prescribed coca tonic for years was now committing a crime if she continued obtaining it without proper authorization. And because cocaine possession became criminal, addicted people became much less likely to seek help. Why would you go to a doctor and admit to cocaine use when that admission could lead to arrest? The laws were supposed to reduce cocaine use and addiction. In some ways they did. Cocaine use declined significantly in the 1910s and 1920s, but they also pushed the remaining cocaine use underground, criminalized addiction, and created a black market that would eventually evolve into the international drug trafficking networks we deal with today. The enforcement of new cocaine laws revealed and reinforced existing social inequalities. In Britain, when the Dangerous Drugs Act of 1920 went into effect, police had discretion in how to enforce it, and that discretion was exercised very differently depending on who the cocaine user was. Middle-class people found with cocaine might receive a warning, particularly if they had a prescription that was technically expired or obtained through irregular means. Police and magistrates understood that respectable people might have become dependent through medical use and deserved sympathy. Working-class people, immigrants, people of colour found with cocaine were arrested and prosecuted. They were viewed as criminal drug users, not unfortunate medical patients. One London magistrate in 1922 said openly from the bench, "There are two types of cocaine cases before this court. The first involves respectable individuals who fell victim to overprescribing by their physicians. These deserve our compassion and medical treatment. The second involves low persons who seek cocaine for vicious purposes. These deserve the full force of the law." This wasn't a bug in the system. It was the system working exactly as designed. Drug laws have always been enforced selectively, with compassion for some populations and punishment for others, based on race, class, and social status. In America, this was even more explicit. Newspaper coverage of cocaine arrests in the 1910s and 1920s overwhelmingly focused on black defendants, despite evidence that white Americans used cocaine in similar or higher numbers. The racial disparities in arrest and sentencing were enormous and deliberate. Let me share a specific case that illustrates how prohibition transformed people's lives. Mary Thornton was a seamstress in London who'd been using a coca tonic for chronic pain since the 1890s. By 1905, she'd become dependent. She needed the tonic daily to function, suffered withdrawal if she went without it. Before 1908, this was legal, unremarkable. Mary bought her tonic from the same pharmacy she'd patronized for years. She wasn't hiding anything. She wasn't breaking any laws. After the 1908 Pharmacy Act, Mary needed a prescription to continue purchasing her tonic. Her doctor, who'd originally recommended the coca tonic years earlier, now refused to prescribe it, worried about new regulatory scrutiny. Mary tried to quit. She suffered through withdrawal, managed to abstain for a few weeks, but chronic pain and the psychological pull of dependence were too strong. She relapsed. But now she couldn't obtain cocaine legally, so she found an underground source, a man who sold cocaine powder in a pub near her tenement. The cocaine was more expensive, less pure, and required her to break the law. In 1910, Mary was arrested during a police raid on the pub. She was charged with illegal cocaine possession. She tried to explain to the magistrate that she wasn't a criminal. She was a person who'd become dependent on medicine and now couldn't stop. The magistrate sentenced her to 6 months in prison. Mary Thornton's life was fundamentally altered not by cocaine itself, but by the change in cocaine's legal status. The same behaviour that had been legal and respectable in 1905 made her a criminal in 1910. Multiply Mary's story by thousands, and you begin to understand how prohibition transformed addiction from a medical and social problem into a criminal justice problem. There were some positive outcomes from regulation, and we should acknowledge them. Cocaine use did decline significantly after strong regulations went into effect. Fewer new people started using cocaine when it wasn't available in every pharmacy and patent medicine. The casual, widespread use that had characterized the 1880s and 1890s largely disappeared. Infants stopped being dosed with cocaine in teething syrups, one of the most unconscionable aspects of the Victorian cocaine trade. Labelling requirements meant people at least knew what they were taking. The most egregiously dangerous products were removed from the market. Medical education improved. Doctors trained after about 1910 were taught about addiction, about cautious prescribing, about the dangers of cocaine. They didn't repeat the casual overprescribing that had created the crisis in the first place. Research into cocaine addiction continued and gradually became more sophisticated. By the 1920s, there was better understanding of how addiction worked physiologically and psychologically, even if treatment remained limited. These were genuine improvements, real benefits from regulation. The laws weren't entirely misguided or harmful. They did address some of the problems they were meant to solve, but they also created new problems that we're still dealing with a century later. Criminalization of addiction, racial disparities in enforcement, black markets, the transformation of drug policy into criminal justice rather than public health. By 1925, the Victorian cocaine craze was essentially over. Cocaine had gone from miracle drug to controlled dangerous substance in about 40 years. But here's what's important to understand. The cocaine didn't disappear. It went underground. The addiction didn't end. It was criminalized. The social and economic factors that had driven cocaine use, exploitation of workers, impossible demands on women, chronic pain without adequate treatment, poverty and desperation, those didn't change. Drug laws addressed the symptom, the cocaine itself, without addressing the underlying conditions that made cocaine appealing or necessary to so many people. Victorian society looked at widespread cocaine addiction and concluded, we need to control this dangerous drug. A more radical conclusion would have been, we need to change the conditions that make people desperate for this drug in the first place. But the second approach would have required fundamental changes to economic systems, labour practices, gender relations, medical care. It was much easier to regulate a substance than to transform a society, so they regulated the substance and then congratulated themselves for solving the cocaine problem, even as the deeper problems that had driven cocaine use remained completely unaddressed. There's one more dimension to the end of the Victorian cocaine era that we need to discuss: cultural memory and historical lessons. Within a generation, Victorian cocaine use was largely forgotten. By the 1930s and 1940s, most people had no idea that cocaine had once been sold legally in pharmacies, given to children, consumed casually by millions. This forgetting matters because it meant that when cocaine use resurged in the 1970s and 1980s, society had to learn all the same lessons again. We'd forgotten that cocaine was addictive, that it destroyed lives, that easy availability led to widespread problems. The Victorian cocaine crisis should have been a warning, a lesson preserved in cultural memory about the dangers of unrestricted access to powerful psychoactive substances. Instead, it was almost completely erased from popular consciousness. Why? Partly because it was embarrassing. Acknowledging the Victorian cocaine crisis meant admitting that respectable society had massively screwed up, that doctors and pharmacists and parents had unwittingly created an addiction epidemic, partly because of how drug use was racialized after regulation. Once cocaine became associated primarily with minority populations and criminality, white middle-class society could disavow any connection to it. Those people have a cocaine problem is much easier to say than we all had a cocaine problem. And partly because we don't like complicated historical narratives. We prefer simple stories. Victorians were repressed prudes, or Victorians were moral paragons, pick your stereotype. The reality that Victorians were dosing themselves and their children with cocaine while proclaiming their moral superiority doesn't fit neat narratives. But forgetting this history came at a cost. When the cocaine crisis of the 1980s emerged, we responded with the same punitive criminalization, the same racialized enforcement, the same failure to address underlying social conditions that had characterized Victorian regulation. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And we keep humming the same tune because we've forgotten the lyrics. So we've watched the Victorian cocaine era end, not with dramatic revelation, but through the slow process of legislation, regulation, and transformation of cocaine from medicine to criminalized substance. We've seen how the laws that ended the cocaine craze were shaped by competing interests: public health, corporate profit, racial control, moral crusading, and how they solved some problems while creating others. We've understood that prohibition didn't make cocaine disappear. It pushed it underground, criminalized users, and created enforcement patterns that reflected and reinforced social inequalities. But there's one final part of this story we need to tell. We've focused on Britain, and to a lesser extent America, but the cocaine trade was global, remember? And as cocaine use declined in Europe and North America due to regulation, something else was happening in the countries where coca was grown, in Peru, in Bolivia, in the Andean regions where this entire story began. In our next part, we're going to look at the legacy of the Victorian cocaine craze in South America, at how the boom and bust of cocaine demand affected the communities that had lived with coca for thousands of years. We're going to understand how the infrastructure built during the cocaine craze, the plantations, the trade networks, the knowledge of cocaine production, didn't disappear when Western countries regulated cocaine. It adapted, transformed, and eventually evolved into the modern illegal drug trade. This is where we see the long-term consequences of the Victorian cocaine era, the way decisions made in London and New York in the early 1900s shaped events in South America for the rest of the century and beyond. Stay with me for this crucial final perspective on a crisis that started in the Andes, exploded in Victorian parlours and factories, and returned to haunt the Andes in entirely new forms. The Huallaga Valley in Peru, 1925. An indigenous farmer named Vicente Quispe walks through his family's coca fields, running his hands over leaves that his ancestors have cultivated for generations. The plants look the same as always, green, healthy, ready for harvest. But everything else has changed. 20 years ago, these fields fed an insatiable European demand. Foreign companies bought every leaf Vicente's family could produce, paying prices that seemed miraculous. His village prospered. New houses were built. Children went to school. The future looked bright. Then, suddenly, the European buyers disappeared. New laws in distant countries Vicente had never seen made his crop nearly worthless overnight. The infrastructure built to process and export coca, the drying facilities, the transportation networks, the middlemen, All of it collapsed within a few years. Now Vicente faces an impossible choice. Continue growing a crop that barely pays for the labor it requires, or switch to other crops on land that's been dedicated to coca for centuries, risking food security and abandoning cultural practices that define his community's identity. This is what the end of the Victorian cocaine craze looked like from the other side of the world. Not as liberation from a dangerous drug, but as economic catastrophe imposed by foreign powers on communities that had done nothing wrong except grow a plant they'd cultivated for thousands of years. To understand what happened in the Andean coca-growing regions after Western cocaine regulation, we need to understand the economic boom that preceded the crash. Between 1885 and 1910, coca cultivation in Peru and Bolivia expanded dramatically. Remember those statistics from earlier, Peru's coca exports tripling between 1885 and 1900. That represented thousands of hectares of new coca cultivation, thousands of families shifting their agricultural focus to meet European demand. Villages that had grown coca for local use suddenly became export-oriented. Land that had grown food crops was converted to coca. Infrastructure was built specifically to support the cocaine trade, processing facilities, roads to carry coca to ports, financial systems to handle international transactions. This wasn't organic agricultural development responding to local needs. This was extractive colonialism, Western demand reshaping South American agriculture to serve European and North American markets. When cocaine demand was high, this brought wealth to some people in coca-growing regions. Landowners profited. Middlemen who connected farmers to exporters profited. Port cities where coca was shipped thrived. But this wealth was unevenly distributed and came with costs. Small farmers often fell into debt to larger landowners. Indigenous communities lost control of land to commercial coca operations. Traditional sustainable cultivation practices were abandoned in favor of maximum production. And then, when Western countries began restricting cocaine, the boom ended abruptly. But the social and economic changes it had created didn't reverse. They just became problems instead of opportunities. The crash hit different communities differently, shaped by existing inequalities and power structures. Large landowners and commercial operations could switch to other export crops, or simply abandon their coca fields without immediate disaster. They diversified their investments, built wealth that wasn't entirely dependent on coca. Small farmers and indigenous communities had no such cushion. Many had taken on debt to expand coca cultivation during the boom years, expecting continued high prices. When prices collapsed, they were trapped, unable to pay debts, unable to switch crops without capital, unable to return to subsistence farming because they dedicated their land to coca. Some families lost their land entirely, forced to sell to creditors. Some continued growing coca at near subsistence level, earning barely enough to justify the labor. Some tried to switch to other crops, coffee, cacao, food crops, but found that the land and climate that were perfect for coca weren't necessarily suitable for alternatives. There's a Peruvian government report from 1928 on rural poverty that documents these patterns. In one coca-growing region, the report found that average farm income had declined by approximately 75% between 1910 and 1925. Infant mortality had increased. School attendance had dropped. Malnutrition was widespread. The report's author wrote, "These communities prospered by serving European cocaine demand. Now that Europe has decided cocaine is dangerous, these same communities are abandoned to poverty, with no assistance or alternative provided by those whose demand created their dependency." The bitter irony is hard to miss. Western countries created demand that reshaped these communities' economies, then criminalized the same substance and walked away from the wreckage. But coca cultivation didn't disappear. It couldn't. The plant was too embedded in Andean culture, too useful for traditional purposes, too suited to the local climate and terrain. What happened instead was that coca production split into two streams: traditional use and illicit production for an emerging black market. Traditional coca use, chewing leaves for altitude sickness, energy, appetite suppression, social bonding, religious ceremonies, continued as it had for millennia. This was legal in Peru and Bolivia, recognized as legitimate cultural practice. But the global cocaine market didn't actually disappear when Western countries regulated cocaine. It just went underground. And that created new opportunities for illicit cocaine production. By the 1930s, illegal cocaine networks were emerging, connecting Andean coca farmers to clandestine processing operations, to smugglers who moved cocaine to Europe and North America, where it was still demanded despite prohibition. This illegal trade was much smaller than the legal pharmaceutical trade had been, maybe 10-20% of previous volumes in the 1930s, but it was more profitable per unit because illegality added scarcity value, and it was far more harmful to the communities involved. The legal pharmaceutical trade, despite its exploitation, had operated through established channels with some oversight. The illegal trade operated through violence, corruption, and networks that had no accountability to anyone except profit. Indigenous farmers who'd grown coca for pharmaceutical companies now faced pressure from criminal organizations. Villages became contested territory between rival trafficking groups. Violence increased. Corruption spread through local government and police. This is the origin story of the South American drug trade that would eventually become the massive, violent cocaine cartels of the late 20th century. The seeds were planted by the Victorian cocaine boom and the subsequent prohibition. Let me tell you about a specific community to make this concrete. The village of Tocache in the Huallaga Valley was a small coca-growing community of maybe 500 people in 1900. When European cocaine demand exploded, Tocache's population grew to over 2,000 by 1910, as people moved in seeking work in the coca fields. The village built a school, a church, better houses. Children who'd never had opportunities before could now get basic education. The community seemed to be thriving. When cocaine was regulated and legal demand collapsed, Tocache's population declined back toward its original size as workers left to find opportunities elsewhere. But the infrastructure remained. Buildings, roads, knowledge of large-scale coca cultivation. By the 1940s, Tocache had become a center for illegal cocaine production. Processing labs operated openly, with local police either complicit or powerless to stop them. The village was controlled by trafficking organizations that brought money but also violence, addiction, and instability. A missionary who worked in Tocache in the 1940s wrote, "This village was destroyed twice, first by European cocaine demand that made it dependent on a single crop, then by European cocaine prohibition that criminalized that crop and attracted criminal elements. The villagers themselves are victims of forces far beyond their control, shaped by decisions made in London and Washington, by people who never considered the consequences for communities like this one." This pattern repeated across coca-growing regions: boom, crash, criminal takeover. The Victorian cocaine craze's legacy in South America wasn't just economic disruption. It was the creation of conditions that would eventually produce some of the most violent drug trafficking organizations in history. There's another dimension to this story that's often overlooked: the environmental impact. Traditional coca cultivation, as practiced by indigenous communities for millennia, was relatively sustainable. Fields were small, integrated with other crops, managed to preserve soil fertility. Harvesting was selective, allowing plants to regenerate. The commercial coca boom of the late 1800s and early 1900s changed this. Large-scale monoculture coca plantations cleared forests, depleted soil, used intensive farming methods that prioritized maximum short-term yield over long-term sustainability. When legal demand collapsed and these plantations were abandoned, they left degraded land that wasn't easily restored for other purposes. Erosion increased, biodiversity declined, water systems were disrupted. Then, when illicit coca cultivation expanded from the 1930s onward, it often happened in remote areas to avoid detection. This meant clearing primary forest, farming marginal land unsuited for intensive agriculture, creating environmental damage far from oversight or regulation. By the 1970s and 1980s, though this is beyond our Victorian story, coca cultivation would become one of the major drivers of deforestation in parts of the Amazon basin. The environmental legacy of the Victorian cocaine boom was destruction that would compound over generations. Let's talk about something that might surprise you. Coca's persistence as a traditional cultural element despite the stigma created by the cocaine crisis. In the Andes, coca leaves remained, and remain today, an important part of indigenous culture. People still chew coca for energy and altitude sickness. It's still used in traditional medicine. It's still central to certain religious and social practices. But the Victorian cocaine craze and subsequent prohibition created stigma around coca that affected even traditional uses. International drug control treaties in the 20th century pressured South American governments to limit or ban even traditional coca cultivation. Indigenous communities found themselves defending practices they'd maintained for thousands of years against international pressure driven by moral panics about cocaine in Western countries. It's as if Europeans had become addicted to a concentrated extract of chamomile and then pressured the entire world to ban chamomile tea to prevent further addiction. The absurdity would be funny if the consequences weren't so serious. Indigenous peoples' traditional practices were criminalized or stigmatized because of how Western countries had misused derivatives of their sacred plants. Bolivia's president Evo Morales, who served from 2006 to 2019, was himself a coca farmer and made defending traditional coca use a central part of his political platform. In 2013, he successfully petitioned the United Nations to recognize Bolivia's right to traditional coca use, with the leaves being removed from the list of prohibited substances for traditional purposes. This was a victory, but notice the timeline. Nearly a century after Western cocaine prohibition, indigenous communities were still fighting for the right to continue practices that predated cocaine extraction by thousands of years. The knowledge and infrastructure created during the Victorian cocaine boom didn't disappear when legal demand ended. It transformed and persisted in ways that would shape the 20th century. The chemical knowledge of how to extract cocaine from coca leaves was now widespread, no longer confined to a few pharmaceutical chemists in Germany. Processing techniques had been refined, optimized, documented. You couldn't uninvent cocaine. The trade networks connecting Andean coca regions to global markets still existed, even if they now operated illegally. Smuggling routes, money laundering systems, corruption networks, all the infrastructure of illicit trade were built on foundations laid during the legal era. The social acceptance of cocaine in some populations, particularly in Europe and North America, persisted underground even after legal prohibition. There remained demand, just driven into black markets. All these elements, knowledge, infrastructure, demand, would eventually combine to create the massive cocaine trade of the late 20th century. The Victorian cocaine craze didn't just end, it metastasized into something arguably worse. During the legal pharmaceutical era, cocaine caused enormous harm through addiction. But there wasn't the organised violence, the governmental corruption, the militarised drug wars that would characterise the illegal cocaine trade. Prohibition solved some problems but created others that were, in some ways, more destructive. Not more destructive to individual users necessarily. Pharmaceutical cocaine had ruined plenty of lives, but more destructive to entire societies, particularly in South America. There's a question we need to ask. Could it have been different? Was there another path that might have addressed cocaine's dangers without creating the violent illegal trade? Some harm reduction advocates argue that regulated legal access to cocaine, heavily controlled with medical oversight, age restrictions, purchase limits, might have been better than absolute prohibition. Keep cocaine available for people already dependent, preventing a black market, while restricting new use and providing treatment. This isn't as radical as it might sound. Some countries have experimented with exactly these approaches for other drugs. Prescription heroin programs in Switzerland, for instance, with decent outcomes. But this would have required Victorian society to embrace complexity rather than moral clarity, to treat addiction as a health issue rather than a criminal one, to accept that some people would continue using cocaine even with restrictions. Victorian society wasn't ready for that nuance. The temperance movement, the progressive reformers, the racist politicians pushing drug prohibition, they all wanted clear lines between acceptable and unacceptable, legal and illegal, moral and immoral. So we got prohibition, with all its unintended consequences. And South American communities that had grown coca for millennia were caught in the crossfire of Western countries' drug policies. By the 1930s, a new equilibrium had emerged in Andean coca regions, very different from either the pre-cocaine traditional cultivation or the Victorian boom years. Coca cultivation continued at reduced levels, split between traditional use and illicit production. Communities that had been reshaped by the cocaine boom struggled with the aftermath. New power structures, trafficking organizations, corrupt officials had replaced the old pharmaceutical company control. The traditional knowledge of sustainable coca cultivation persisted in some communities, but economic pressure pushed many toward the more profitable illegal trade. Young people who'd grown up during the boom years didn't remember the traditional ways, only the commercial model. Indigenous culture around coca remained strong in some areas, threatened in others. The plant that had been sacred, medicinal, and social for thousands of years was now also tainted by association with addiction and criminality, an association created entirely by Western extraction and misuse. This is the legacy of the Victorian cocaine craze in the place where it began. Disrupted communities, degraded land, knowledge that persisted but was corrupted, and the seeds of violence that would grow into the drug wars of the late 20th century. Western countries got to regulate cocaine and move on, treating it as a problem solved. South American communities lived with the consequences for generations. Understanding this dimension of the cocaine story changes how we think about drug policy, doesn't it? It's not just about what happens in the countries that consume drugs. It's about the entire global chain, from cultivation to processing to consumption to enforcement. Every policy decision in London or Washington has consequences in Peru, in Bolivia, in Colombia. Every moral panic in Western countries affects people on the other side of the world who had nothing to do with creating the problem. The Victorian cocaine craze teaches us that drug crises are global, that solutions need to consider all the communities affected, and that prohibition without addressing underlying inequalities and without providing alternatives for affected populations creates new crises rather than solving old ones. These lessons matter because we're still making similar mistakes. The war on drugs of the late 20th century repeated many of the patterns we've discussed. Criminalizing producers in poor countries, focusing on supply interdiction rather than demand reduction, treating consumption as a crime rather than a health issue, creating violent black markets. Maybe if we'd remembered the Victorian cocaine story, we wouldn't have had to learn these lessons again, so painfully, so expensively, with so much violence and suffering. We've traced cocaine's journey back to where it began now, from sacred plant to Victorian miracle drug to prohibited substance, and the consequences of that arc for the communities that never asked to be part of this story, but bore many of its worst costs. But there's still more to understand about the Victorian cocaine craze's legacy. We've looked at what happened in South America, but we haven't fully examined what the entire experience taught us, or should have taught us, about drugs, about policy, about human nature and social systems. In our next part, we're going to step back and look at the bigger picture, the lessons that emerge from this entire saga. We're going to understand what the Victorian cocaine craze reveals about how societies deal with dangerous substances, how economic systems shape health outcomes, how racism and colonialism infect even scientific and medical discourse. We're going to draw connections between the Victorian experience and our modern struggles with drugs, with addiction, with inequality, because this story isn't just history. It's a template for understanding crises we're still facing, mistakes we're still making, solutions we're still struggling to find. Stay with me for these final parts as we make sense of everything we've learned, as we understand why this Victorian story matters so profoundly for our present moment, and as we consider what it means to truly learn from history rather than just remembering it. Here's a question that's been haunting me throughout this entire story. How did an entire civilization, educated, wealthy, supposedly enlightened, get something so catastrophically wrong? The Victorians weren't stupid. They had brilliant scientists, careful doctors, sophisticated philosophers. They'd made enormous advances in medicine, engineering, chemistry. They'd built railways across continents, connected the world with telegraph cables, developed vaccines that saved millions of lives. And yet somehow this same society dosed babies with cocaine and morphine, prescribed cocaine for basically everything, built an entire industry around a substance that was obviously destroying lives, and took decades to admit there was a problem. How does that happen? What does it tell us about how societies make mistakes? And more importantly, what mistakes might we be making right now that future generations will look back on with similar horror and bewilderment? That's what we need to unpack in this part. The lessons, the patterns, the uncomfortable truths about human nature and social systems that the Victorian cocaine craze reveals. Because this isn't just a historical curiosity. This is a mirror showing us how easily intelligent, well-intentioned people can participate in causing massive harm while genuinely believing they're doing good. Let's start with perhaps the most fundamental lesson. Institutional incentives matter more than individual morality. The Victorian cocaine crisis wasn't caused by evil people. It was caused by systems where everyone's individual incentives pushed in the same direction, toward promoting cocaine, even though the collective outcome was disastrous. Pharmaceutical companies wanted to sell products and make profits. That's not evil. That's literally what companies are designed to do. The problem was that there were no countervailing forces making them carefully evaluate long-term safety. Doctors wanted to help patients and be seen as progressive modern practitioners. Using the latest scientific advances, like cocaine, demonstrated they were at the cutting edge of medicine. The incentive was to prescribe, not to be cautious. Pharmacists made money from selling cocaine products. The more they sold, the more they earned. Questioning whether customers should be buying these products meant questioning their own livelihood. Patients wanted relief from exhaustion, pain, sadness, the overwhelming demands of Victorian life. Cocaine provided that relief, at least initially. The incentive was to keep using it, not to scrutinize whether it was truly helping. Scientists and medical journals received funding and advertising revenue from pharmaceutical companies. Critical research about cocaine meant potentially losing financial support. Every individual actor was behaving rationally within their own framework, but the system those rational choices created was irrational and destructive. This is why individual blame, calling Victorian doctors negligent or pharmaceutical executives greedy, misses the point. The problem was systemic. Good people, operating within bad incentive structures, produced terrible outcomes. And here's the uncomfortable question. What are we doing right now where similar incentive structures are pushing us toward collective harm? What industries, what practices, what substances or technologies are we promoting because everyone's individual incentives align that way, despite warning signs that we're creating problems we'll regret later? The second major lesson: we medicalize social problems when we can't or won't address their root causes. Victorian women were exhausted not because they had a medical condition called nervous exhaustion, requiring cocaine. They were exhausted because they were expected to manage complex households, bear and raise multiple children, maintain impossible standards of behavior, all while corseted so tightly they could barely breathe, and do it all with a serene smile. The problem was social: unreasonable expectations, lack of autonomy, physical constraints from fashion. The solution was medical. Give them cocaine to help them meet those unreasonable expectations. Victorian workers were exhausted not because they had weak constitutions requiring stimulants. They were exhausted because they worked 70-hour weeks in dangerous conditions for barely enough money to survive. The problem was economic: exploitation, poverty, lack of workers' rights. The solution was medical. Give them cocaine to extract more labour from already broken bodies. Victorian children weren't naturally fretful and requiring sedation. They were developing humans with normal needs for activity, attention, and care that Victorian parenting practices often didn't accommodate. The problem was social: expectations about childhood, lack of understanding of child development. The solution was medical. Dose them with cocaine and morphine until they were compliant and quiet. Addressing the real problems would have required fundamental changes to Victorian society: redistributing power between genders, reforming labour practices, rethinking childhood. That was hard, threatening to established interests, politically difficult. Prescribing cocaine was easy. It made individual symptoms manageable without challenging the systems creating those symptoms. We do the same thing today. We medicalize poverty, inequality, alienation, overwork. We prescribe medications for problems that are fundamentally social or economic, because addressing root causes would require changes that powerful interests resist. I'm not saying medication is never appropriate. Of course it is, for genuine medical conditions. But we need to ask, when are we using medical solutions to avoid addressing social problems? When are we treating symptoms rather than causes, because treating symptoms is more profitable and less threatening to the status quo? The third lesson: scientific and medical authority can be corrupted by commercial interests, and society often doesn't recognize this until enormous damage has been done. Victorian doctors and scientists genuinely believed they were operating based on evidence and expertise. And they were, but the evidence they generated and the expertise they developed were shaped by who was funding the research, who was paying for publications, whose products were being studied. When pharmaceutical companies funded research into cocaine, surprisingly enough, that research tended to show cocaine was safe and effective. When medical journals relied on pharmaceutical advertising revenue, they were less likely to publish critical articles about those companies' products. This wasn't necessarily conscious corruption, though sometimes it was. More often, it was subtle bias, unconscious influence, the way funding shapes what questions get asked and how results get interpreted. The tragedy is that Victorian society trusted scientific and medical authority enormously. The public believed that doctors knew what they were doing, that pharmaceutical companies were responsible, that if something was sold as medicine it must be safe. That trust was exploited, not necessarily intentionally but systematically, to promote products that enrich companies while harming the public. We face the same dynamics today. Pharmaceutical research is still largely funded by pharmaceutical companies. Academic researchers often have financial relationships with companies whose products they study. Regulatory agencies are sometimes staffed by people who came from or will return to the industries they're supposed to regulate. The Victorian cocaine craze teaches us to be skeptical, not cynically dismissive but appropriately cautious, about claims made by commercial interests, even when those claims are dressed in scientific authority. To ask who's funding research, who benefits from particular findings, what conflicts of interest exist. Trust but verify. And create systems with genuine independence between commerce and oversight. Fourth lesson. Prohibition creates its own problems, sometimes worse than the original issue. Victorian cocaine, horrible as it was, operated within legal frameworks. Products were standardized, users weren't criminalized, addiction could be discussed openly. People could seek help without fear of arrest. When cocaine was prohibited, many of these problems were solved. Fewer people became addicted, children stopped being dosed, the most egregious exploitation ended. That's important and shouldn't be minimized. But prohibition created new problems: criminal black markets, violent trafficking organizations, criminalization of addiction, loss of product safety standards, inability to have honest public health conversations because of legal stigma. The question isn't whether prohibition was right or wrong. It's more complicated than that. The question is, did we think through the full consequences? Did we create systems to address the problems prohibition would create? Did we learn from this experience for future drug policy? The answer is mostly no. We repeated the same pattern with alcohol, with marijuana, with other substances. Create moral panic, implement prohibition, be surprised when black markets emerge, and enforcement targets the most vulnerable populations. The Victorian cocaine experience should have taught us that drug policy needs to be more sophisticated than legal good, illegal bad. That we need harm reduction, treatment infrastructure, social support, and attention to who bears the costs of enforcement. We're still learning this lesson slowly, painfully, with enormous human cost along the way. Fifth lesson. Drug policy has always been inseparable from racism and social control, and pretending otherwise makes us blind to how policy actually operates. The history we've traced makes this crystal clear. Chinese immigrants using opium traditionally were criminalized, while white Americans using opium in patent medicines weren't. Working-class cocaine users were arrested, while upper-class users received compassionate medical care. Cocaine prohibition in America was literally sold through racist lies about black men. This wasn't incidental to drug policy. It was central. Drug laws have always been tools for controlling populations that those in power fear or want to marginalize. The choice of which drugs to criminalize, how heavily to enforce, who to arrest, and who to let go with a warning, these have always been shaped by racial and class prejudices. Recognizing this doesn't mean drug policy is irrelevant or that all drugs should be legal. It means we need to be honest about what drug laws actually do versus what they claim to do. They claim to protect public health. They often protect social hierarchies. Any serious drug policy reform needs to center racial justice, to address the disparate impacts of enforcement, to examine who benefits and who suffers from current approaches. The Victorian cocaine craze shows us the seeds of patterns that produced the racist war on drugs of the late 20th century. Understanding that history is essential for not repeating it. Sixth lesson. Cultural amnesia is dangerous. We keep forgetting lessons we've already learned. Here's something remarkable. By the 1950s, most people in Britain and America had completely forgotten that cocaine had once been in teething syrups and sold over the counter. When cocaine use resurged in the 1970s and 1980s, society had to relearn that it was addictive, that it caused health problems, that easy availability led to widespread issues. Why did we forget? Because remembering was uncomfortable. It required admitting that respectable society had massively screwed up, that doctors and parents and scientists had unwittingly harmed millions of people. It was easier to reconstruct the past as one where drug problems were always associated with degeneracy and criminality, where good people had always known to avoid these substances. The Victorian cocaine crisis didn't fit that narrative, so it was quietly erased from popular memory. But forgetting meant we couldn't learn. We made similar mistakes with other substances, implemented similar failed policies, ignored similar warning signs. This is why historical memory matters. Not to shame past generations, but to learn from their mistakes. To recognize patterns so we can avoid repeating them. What are we forgetting right now? What uncomfortable truths about our current practices are we avoiding because they challenge our self-image as an enlightened society? Seventh lesson. Individual addiction is always embedded in social context, and treatment that ignores context has limited effectiveness. The Victorian cocaine users whose stories we've followed, the society lady, the dock worker, the performing artist, the seamstress, they weren't using cocaine in a vacuum. They were responding to specific pressures, demands, and circumstances in their lives. Treatment approaches that focused purely on getting people to stop using cocaine without addressing why they started and what functions cocaine served in their lives had terrible success rates. Because people would quit, return to the same impossible circumstances and relapse. The few treatment approaches that worked better, like Dr. Crother's extended stays with nutritional support and aftercare, or James Morrison's retreat to his brother's farm, they worked because they changed context, not just chemical intake. Modern addiction medicine understands this better than Victorian doctors did, but we still tend to focus treatment on the individual while ignoring social determinants of addiction. We tell people to just say no while doing nothing about poverty, trauma, lack of opportunity, social isolation, overwork. Effective addiction treatment requires addressing the conditions that made drugs appealing or necessary in the first place. Otherwise, you're just setting people up to relapse. Eighth lesson. Traditional knowledge and indigenous practices often contain wisdom that modern science dismisses at its peril. The Andean peoples who'd used coca sustainably for millennia had figured out how to benefit from the plant's properties while minimizing addiction risk. Low doses, slow absorption, social controls, cultural frameworks that discouraged misuse. European science looked at this and said, "We can do better. We'll extract the active ingredient, concentrate it, make it more powerful and efficient." And they created a disaster. This pattern repeats throughout colonial history. Indigenous peoples have sophisticated knowledge about plants, medicines, sustainable practices, developed over generations of careful observation. Western science dismisses this as primitive superstition, extracts and patents what seems useful, strips away the cultural context that made traditional use safe, and creates problems that didn't exist before. We're still doing this. We're still taking traditional medicines, processing them into concentrated pharmaceuticals, ignoring the traditional knowledge about proper use, and being surprised when problems emerge. The Victorian cocaine story teaches us to approach traditional knowledge with humility, to recognise that indigenous peoples might actually understand their own plants and medicines better than foreign chemists do, to preserve cultural practices rather than dismissing or criminalising them. Ninth lesson. The lag time between recognising a problem and implementing solutions can span decades, during which enormous harm continues. Individual doctors started warning about cocaine addiction in the mid-1880s. Comprehensive regulation didn't come until the 1910s and 1920s. That's 30 to 40 years of delay, during which thousands of people became addicted, suffered, died. Why so slow? Because systems resist change. Vested interests fight it. Cognitive biases make people discount warning signs. Institutional momentum keeps things moving in established directions even when evidence suggests a course correction is needed. This lag time is deadly. By the time society fully recognized the cocaine problem and implemented solutions, multiple generations had been affected. Children were dosed who would carry the consequences their entire lives. Communities were reshaped in ways that couldn't simply be reversed. We see similar lag times today: climate change, opioid overprescribing, social media's effects on mental health. In each case, warning signs appear years or decades before comprehensive action. The Victorian cocaine craze teaches us that this lag is not inevitable. It's a choice to prioritise short-term profits and convenience over long-term well-being, a choice to wait for absolute proof rather than acting on reasonable evidence of harm, a choice to let perfect be the enemy of good when imperfect early action would prevent significant suffering. We can choose differently. We can build systems that respond more quickly to emerging evidence of harm, but it requires overcoming powerful forces that benefit from delay. Here's perhaps the most uncomfortable lesson of all. You and I, placed in the Victorian context, would probably have participated in the cocaine craze just like everyone else. It's easy to judge from our perspective, knowing what we know, but imagine, you're a Victorian doctor. You've been trained by respected institutions. Pharmaceutical companies are promoting this new medicine. Other doctors are prescribing it. Patients report it. Helps them. Why would you question it? Or you're a Victorian mother. Your baby is crying inconsolably from teething. Your doctor recommends a soothing syrup. Your mother used it on all her children. Why would you refuse? Or you're a Victorian worker, exhausted beyond endurance. Someone offers you a tonic that will help you get through the day. It's legal and sold in respectable shops. Why would you turn it down? Most of us aren't heroes. We're not rebels who question everything. We trust authority. We follow social norms. We do what seems reasonable within our context. The Victorians who participated in the cocaine craze weren't uniquely foolish or immoral. They were ordinary people operating within systems that pushed them toward harmful behaviours, which means the relevant question isn't, how could they have been so stupid? The relevant question is, what are we doing right now thinking it's perfectly normal and reasonable that future generations will look back on with horror? Because there's definitely something. There always is. Every generation participates in practices that later seem obviously wrong. The challenge is developing enough humility and critical distance to recognize those practices while we're still in the middle of them. So we've extracted the lessons now about incentive structures, about medicalization of social problems, about corrupted expertise, about prohibition's unintended consequences, about racism in drug policy, about cultural amnesia, about context in addiction, about traditional knowledge, about lag time in addressing problems, and about our own complicity in systemic harms. These lessons are hard. They don't offer simple answers or easy solutions. They suggest that the problems we face are deeply systemic, requiring changes to power structures and economic systems that seem almost impossibly difficult to achieve. But recognizing these patterns is the first step. Understanding how the Victorian cocaine craze happened helps us see similar dynamics operating today. And seeing them gives us at least a chance to intervene, to change course, to do better. In our next part, we're going to bring this full circle and look at the specific echoes of the Victorian cocaine experience in our modern world. We're going to draw direct lines between then and now, showing how pharmaceutical marketing, addiction treatment, drug policy, and social attitudes today are shaped by patterns established over a century ago. We're going to understand why this long historical journey we've taken together matters for your life, right now, in the 21st century. Because this isn't just a bedtime story about the distant past. It's a guide to understanding forces that still shape health, justice, and society today. Stay with me for these final parts as we make the connections explicit, as we understand what the Victorian cocaine craze's shadows look like in our modern world, and as we consider what it means to truly learn from history rather than being doomed to repeat it. Turn on your television right now, or open YouTube, scroll through social media, and watch pharmaceutical advertisements. You'll see happy people living their best lives, maybe a montage of someone hiking with their dog, playing with grandchildren, dancing in the kitchen. A soothing voice lists benefits while rapidly mumbling potential side effects. Ask your doctor if brand name is right for you. Now imagine you're watching this in 1890. The format would be different. A newspaper ad instead of a video, but the psychology would be identical. Are you exhausted by modern life's demands? Does melancholy cloud your spirits? Ask your physician about Coca-Cola, the natural remedy that restores vitality. The Victorian cocaine craze isn't ancient history. It's a template that's still being used right now to sell us pharmaceuticals, to shape how we think about health and illness, to influence drug policy and medical practice. The ghosts of Victorian London are walking around in our world, wearing modern clothes, speaking contemporary language, but following patterns established over a century ago. Let's trace those echoes and understand how profoundly the Victorian cocaine experience still shapes our present. Start with the most obvious parallel, the opioid crisis. In the 1990s, pharmaceutical companies began aggressively marketing opioid painkillers, OxyContin, Vicodin, Percocet. They told doctors these medications were safe for chronic pain, that addiction risk was minimal when used as prescribed, that undertreating pain was the real scandal. Sound familiar? Doctors, trusting pharmaceutical company research and wanting to help suffering patients, prescribed opioids liberally. Patients, trusting their doctors, took them. Pharmaceutical companies made billions of dollars, and within a decade we had an epidemic. Hundreds of thousands of people addicted, overdose deaths skyrocketing, communities devastated. It's the Victorian cocaine playbook, beat for beat. A pharmaceutical company claims a powerful drug is safe. They fund research supporting that claim. They market aggressively to doctors. Doctors prescribe widely. Patients become dependent. By the time the scope of the problem becomes undeniable, enormous harm has been done. The parallels are so precise they're almost eerie. Purdue Pharma, maker of OxyContin, even used the same arguments pharmaceutical companies used for cocaine. That addiction only happens in people with addictive personalities, that proper medical use is safe, that the benefits outweigh the risks. Internal documents from Purdue, revealed through lawsuits, show executives knew OxyContin was more addictive than they claimed and deliberately downplayed risks to maximize profits. Just like Park Davis executives knew cocaine was problematic but kept selling it. We learned nothing. Or rather, we forgot what we'd learned, and pharmaceutical companies exploited that cultural amnesia to repeat the same disaster with different drugs. The opioid crisis has now killed over 500,000 Americans and counting. It's destroyed families, devastated communities, particularly in rural areas and among working-class populations. The same populations that bore the brunt of cocaine exploitation in Victorian times. And society's response? Initially, we criminalized the victims. We arrested people for possession, sent addicts to prison instead of treatment, blamed individuals for moral weakness rather than examining the systems that created the crisis. Exactly what happened with cocaine prohibition. We keep running the same script, but the opioid crisis isn't the only echo. Look at how we market drugs today, particularly psychoactive medications, antidepressants, anti-anxiety medications, ADHD stimulants, sleep aids. These are advertised using the same psychological techniques pharmaceutical companies developed selling cocaine in the 1880s. Create anxiety about normal human experiences. Do you sometimes feel sad, tired, worried? You might have a medical condition. Medicalize those experiences with scientific-sounding language. Not feeling overwhelmed by work stress. That's generalized anxiety disorder. Not having trouble sleeping because you're worried about bills. That's insomnia requiring pharmaceutical intervention. Position the drug as the solution that will restore you to normal functioning. Happy people in ads, testimonials, promises of getting your life back. Downplay risks and side effects. List them quickly. Use technical language, bury them in fine print. I need to be clear. I'm not saying psychiatric medications are wrong or unnecessary. Many people genuinely benefit from them, and conditions like severe depression, bipolar disorder and schizophrenia often require pharmaceutical treatment. What I'm saying is that we use medication to address problems that are often social, economic or circumstantial, just like Victorians did with cocaine. We medicate exhaustion from overwork rather than questioning whether 60-hour work weeks are sustainable. We medicate anxiety about financial insecurity rather than addressing economic inequality. We medicate children's restlessness in schools that weren't designed for how children actually learn. And pharmaceutical companies profit enormously from this medicalization of normal human suffering. Between 2000 and 2020, antidepressant prescriptions in the United States increased by over 400%. Did Americans suddenly become 4 times more depressed? Or did we become better at recognizing depression? Or did pharmaceutical marketing and changing diagnostic criteria expand the definition of who needs medication? It's complicated, and I don't pretend to have simple answers. But the Victorian cocaine experience teaches us to ask these questions, to be skeptical of profit-driven medicalization, to distinguish between genuine medical need and manufactured need created by marketing. Look at how we treat addiction today, and you'll see Victorian patterns everywhere. Many addiction treatment facilities still operate on the moral model, the idea that addiction is fundamentally a failure of willpower that can be overcome through determination and personal transformation. This is literally the Victorian approach, just with modern therapeutic language wrapped around it. Some treatment centres charge enormous sums for approaches that aren't evidence-based, the modern equivalent of the Keeley cure. They promise high success rates that don't hold up to scrutiny. They use celebrity testimonials and slick marketing. They're preying on desperate people and their families just like Dr. Keeley did. We still have a two-tier system where wealthy addicts get compassionate medical treatment in comfortable facilities, while poor addicts get prison or bare-bones publicly funded programs, if they're lucky enough to access treatment at all. Same class dynamics as Victorian Britain. We still criminalize addiction unevenly, with enforcement falling hardest on poor communities and communities of colour. Black Americans are arrested for drug offences at rates dramatically higher than white Americans, despite similar usage rates. echoing how Victorian cocaine laws were enforced differently for different populations. The language has changed. We say substance use disorder instead of cocaine inebriety. We talk about medication-assisted treatment and harm reduction and recovery-oriented systems of care. But scratch the surface and you'll find the same underlying assumptions, the same structural inequalities, the same failure to address social determinants of addiction that the Victorians exhibited. There are pockets of genuine progress, places where addiction is treated as a public health issue, where treatment is evidence-based and accessible, where criminalization has been reduced. But these are exceptions swimming against currents established in the Victorian era. Look at international drug policy, and you'll see the imperial dynamics we traced playing out today. The United States and European countries still pressure South American nations to suppress coca cultivation and cocaine production, while doing relatively little to reduce demand in their own countries. Supply-side interdiction rather than demand reduction, the same approach that's failed for a century. Communities in Colombia, Peru and Bolivia that grow coca still face economic pressures, violence from traffickers, environmental destruction, and stigmatization of traditional practices. The patterns established during the Victorian cocaine boom, Western demand reshaping South American agriculture, then Western prohibition criminalizing those same practices, continue today. The war on drugs that America exported globally starting in the 1970s was built on foundations laid during Victorian cocaine prohibition. Criminalization, moral rhetoric, racialized enforcement, failure to address root causes, disregard for consequences in producing countries. Tens of thousands of people have died in drug-related violence in Mexico and Central America, violence driven largely by American cocaine demand and American drug policy. These deaths are the modern legacy of decisions made in London and Washington over a century ago. We keep exporting our drug problems to other countries, then acting surprised when those countries suffer consequences. We keep focusing on supply interdiction rather than addressing our own demand. We keep repeating Victorian mistakes at a global scale. Even the way we talk about drugs, our cultural narratives and assumptions echoes Victorian patterns. We still divide drugs into good drugs, prescribed by doctors, used by respectable people, and bad drugs, illegal, used by criminals. This distinction often has little to do with actual harm and everything to do with who uses them and how they're marketed. Cocaine and methamphetamine are almost chemically identical. Both are powerful stimulants that increase dopamine and norepinephrine, but cocaine is associated with wealthy users and gets softer treatment, while methamphetamine is associated with poor rural users and gets criminalized more harshly. Same dynamic as Victorian class-based drug enforcement. We still struggle to have honest conversations about drugs because of moral panic and stigma. Parents can't have realistic discussions with teenagers about drug use because we've spent decades preaching just say no absolutism, harm reduction, providing clean needles, drug testing services, overdose prevention, gets opposed on moral grounds even though it saves lives. The Victorian temperance movement's moralistic approach to substances still shapes how we think about drugs, making it hard to implement pragmatic public health approaches. Look at pharmaceutical regulation, and you'll see that we never fully solved the problems the Victorian cocaine crisis revealed. Yes, we have the FDA and similar regulatory agencies in other countries. Yes, there are approval processes and safety testing. These are genuine improvements over the Victorian era's complete lack of oversight. But pharmaceutical companies still fund most drug research. Academic researchers still have financial relationships with drug manufacturers. Regulatory agencies are still sometimes staffed by people from the industries they regulate. The fundamental conflict of interest between profit motive and public health hasn't been resolved. We've put guardrails in place, but the same dynamics that produced the Victorian cocaine crisis still operate, just constrained by regulations that companies constantly push against. When OxyContin was approved by the FDA in 1995, the label included claims about lower abuse potential that were based on company-funded research and turned out to be false. The FDA official who approved it later went to work for Purdue Pharma. This is the same institutional capture that allowed Victorian cocaine to proliferate. We've improved the system, but we haven't fundamentally transformed it. The Victorian cocaine crisis showed us that profit-driven pharmaceutical development needs strong independent oversight. We created that oversight, but we didn't make it strong enough or independent enough to prevent another crisis. Even the cultural amnesia about the Victorian cocaine crisis itself is instructive. Ask random people on the street whether cocaine was ever legal in the United States or Britain. Most won't know. Ask if babies were ever given cocaine medicinally. People will think you're making it up. This forgetting serves a purpose. If we remembered that respectable Victorian society, doctors, pharmacists, parents, scientists, all participated in creating a massive drug crisis, we'd have to question our own society's practices more carefully. We'd have to admit that respectable people and institutions can cause enormous harm while thinking they're doing good. It's more comfortable to believe that drug problems have always been associated with criminality and moral degeneracy, that people like us have always known better. The Victorian cocaine story undermines that comfortable narrative, so we forget it, and in forgetting, we lose the lessons that might prevent us from repeating similar mistakes. The opioid crisis happened partly because we forgot the cocaine crisis. What will we forget about the opioid crisis that will allow another pharmaceutical disaster in the future? But here's what gives me hope. We're not completely trapped in Victorian patterns. There are places where we're starting to learn, starting to do better. Portugal decriminalised all drugs in 2001 and treated drug use as a public health issue rather than a criminal one. Drug-related deaths decreased. HIV infections from needle sharing decreased. Drug use didn't explode as opponents predicted. Switzerland implemented heroin-assisted treatment programs where long-term addicts can access pharmaceutical-grade heroin under medical supervision. Crime decreased. Health improved. Many participants eventually moved to abstinence or maintenance treatment. Oregon recently decriminalized personal drug possession, following Portugal's model. It's too early to evaluate results, but it represents a willingness to try approaches that prioritize health over punishment. Many jurisdictions now have drug courts that divert addicts to treatment rather than prison. Medication-assisted treatment for opioid addiction, using methadone or buprenorphine, has become more accepted and available. Harm reduction approaches, needle exchanges, safe injection sites, drug testing services are expanding despite opposition. These aren't perfect solutions, but they represent learning from history. They're attempts to address the root causes of drug use rather than just criminalizing users. They're evidence-based rather than moralistic. They recognize that addiction is a health issue shaped by social context. We're not doomed to repeat Victorian mistakes forever. We can choose to learn. But learning requires remembering, and remembering requires confronting uncomfortable truths about how recently and how thoroughly we got things wrong. Let me share one more modern parallel that I find particularly striking. Energy drinks and supplements. Walk into any convenience store and you'll find shelves full of energy drinks, pills and supplements, promising increased focus, energy, productivity, weight loss. Many contain caffeine in very high doses, along with other stimulants. These products are marketed to students studying for exams, workers pulling long shifts, athletes seeking performance enhancement. They promise to help you do more, be more, achieve more. The marketing is familiar. You're not good enough as you are, but our product can fix that. You're tired because you're deficient in something, not because you're being asked to do too much. The solution is pharmaceutical, not social. Most energy drinks and supplements aren't rigorously tested. They're classified as dietary supplements, not drugs, so they avoid FDA oversight. Companies can make broad claims about benefits without proving them. We don't know the long-term health effects of regular high-caffeine energy drink consumption. We're running an uncontrolled experiment on our population, particularly on young people. Sound familiar? It's not cocaine, and the harm isn't comparable in scale. But the pattern is identical. Capitalize on people's exhaustion and pressure to perform, sell them stimulants, avoid regulation by classifying products strategically, make broad marketing claims without adequate safety evidence. We're doing it again, right now. With full knowledge of Victorian history, we're repeating the same dynamic with different substances. Maybe in 2125, someone will do a 3-hour YouTube video about the energy drink craze of the early 21st century, wondering how we could have been so foolish. So here's where we are, living in a world still deeply shaped by Victorian patterns, still medicalizing social problems, still allowing commercial interests to drive medical practice, still implementing drug policies based on moral panic rather than evidence, still enforcing those policies in racially and economically unequal ways, still exporting the costs of our drug demand to other countries, but also, slowly, unevenly, imperfectly learning, starting to treat addiction as health issue, beginning to question pharmaceutical marketing, recognizing that prohibition creates problems, acknowledging historical injustices in drug enforcement. We're not trapped. We can choose different paths, but choosing differently requires understanding how we got here, what patterns we're stuck in, and what they cost. The Victorian cocaine craze isn't just history. It's a lens for understanding our present and a warning about our future. The same forces that created that crisis are still operating. The same mistakes are still possible. The same blind spots still exist. Unless we choose to see them, unless we choose to remember, unless we choose to learn. And that brings us to the final question we need to address. What do we do with all this knowledge? Understanding how the Victorian cocaine crisis happened and recognizing its echoes in our modern world is important. But understanding without action is just historical tourism. In our final parts, we need to talk about what it means to actually apply these lessons. What does it look like to build systems that don't repeat Victorian mistakes? What would drug policy, addiction treatment, pharmaceutical regulation look like if we truly learned from this history? That's where we're heading next. From understanding to action, from history to possibility, from mistakes to maybe, just maybe, getting it right this time. Imagine we could go back to 1880 with everything we know now, all the medical understanding, all the research on addiction, all the evidence from a century of drug policy failures and successes. Imagine we could whisper in the ear of every Victorian doctor, every pharmaceutical executive, every policy maker. Here's what's going to happen if you continue down this path, and here's what you could do differently. What would we tell them? What choices would we urge them to make? And more importantly, because we can't actually change the past, what does that exercise tell us about choices we should be making right now, with current substances, current policies, current systems that might be creating tomorrow's crises? That's what we need to explore. Not just what went wrong, but what could go right. Not just understanding mistakes, but building something better. Because here's the thing, we actually know how to do this better. We have evidence about what works in drug policy, addiction treatment, pharmaceutical regulation. The question isn't whether we know what to do, it's whether we're willing to do it. Start with pharmaceutical regulation, because that's where the Victorian cocaine crisis began. If we could redesign pharmaceutical oversight from scratch, knowing what we know now, what would it look like? First, complete separation between drug research and drug profits. No more pharmaceutical companies funding the research that determines whether their products are safe and effective. That's like letting students grade their own exams and expecting honest results. We'd need publicly funded drug research, government-sponsored trials, university-led studies with zero commercial ties, truly independent evaluation of safety and efficacy. Yes, this would be expensive, but consider the cost of not doing it. The opioid crisis alone has cost over $1 trillion in healthcare, lost productivity, criminal justice, and human suffering. New Zealand and some European countries have moved partway toward this model, with more robust public research infrastructure. It's not perfect, but it's better than the American system where pharmaceutical companies essentially regulate themselves through captured agencies. Second, complete transparency in drug approval processes. Every piece of data submitted to regulatory agencies should be public. Every communication between drug companies and regulators should be documented and accessible. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Third, long-term post-approval monitoring with teeth. Victorian doctors didn't recognize cocaine's dangers, partly because short-term use seemed fine. Problems emerged with chronic use. We need systems that track long-term outcomes, detect emerging safety issues quickly, and can rapidly pull medications from market when problems appear. Fourth, regulate pharmaceutical marketing much more strictly. Direct-to-consumer advertising of prescription drugs should probably be banned. Only 2 countries allow it currently, the United States and New Zealand, and there's no evidence it improves health outcomes. It just increases demand for expensive brand-name drugs. Marketing to doctors should be restricted too. No more pharmaceutical sales reps in doctors' offices, no more company-sponsored medical education, no more lavish conferences in resort locations. Information about drugs should come from independent sources, not from companies with financial interests in prescribing decisions. Would this kill pharmaceutical innovation? That's what industry lobbyists always claim. But publicly funded research has produced enormous medical advances. The internet, GPS, most vaccine technology, huge amounts of basic science. The idea that only profit-driven corporations can innovate is propaganda, not evidence. We could have pharmaceutical innovation and public health protection. We just have to choose to build systems that prioritize health over profit maximization. Now, addiction treatment. What would evidence-based, effective addiction treatment actually look like? First, treat addiction as a health issue, not a moral failing or criminal behavior. This means universal access to treatment, no criminalization of drug use, medical professionals rather than law enforcement as the primary responders to addiction. Portugal's approach offers a model. When someone is found with drugs, they're referred to a dissuasion commission, doctors, social workers, lawyers, who assess their situation and connect them to treatment, housing, job training, whatever they actually need. Not prison, not fines, support. The result? Drug-related deaths in Portugal are among the lowest in Europe. HIV infections from needle sharing dropped dramatically. Drug use didn't explode. Teen drug use actually decreased. Treating addiction as a health issue works. Second, provide actually evidence-based treatment. Medication-assisted treatment, using methadone, buprenorphine or naltrexone for opioid addiction, is the most effective approach we have. It reduces overdose deaths, helps people stabilize their lives, supports long-term recovery. yet it's often unavailable, stigmatized even by addiction treatment providers who prefer abstinence-only approaches. We let ideology override evidence, and people die as a result. Third, address social determinants of addiction. You can't treat addiction effectively while people return to the same circumstances that drove their drug use. Housing, employment, trauma treatment, mental health care, social connection. These aren't extras, they're fundamental to recovery. Some programs get this. There's a model called Housing First that provides housing to homeless people without requiring sobriety first. Counterintuitive, right? But it works better than requiring sobriety before housing, because stable housing makes recovery possible. Fourth, harm reduction. Provide clean needles. Offer drug testing so people know what they're actually taking. Establish supervised consumption sites where people can use drugs safely with medical staff, present to reverse overdoses. These approaches don't encourage drug use. They keep people alive until they're ready for treatment. Would this solve addiction? No. Addiction is complex, shaped by biology, psychology, trauma, social conditions. There's no silver bullet. But these approaches, based on evidence rather than moralism, save lives and support recovery far better than what we're doing now. Drug policy more broadly. How do we approach the legal status of drugs in ways that minimize harm? The Victorian experience and everything that followed teaches us that neither complete prohibition nor complete legalization works well. We need nuanced approaches tailored to specific substances and contexts. Cannabis legalization in several US states and Canada offers interesting lessons. Legal regulated markets have eliminated some criminal black market, generated tax revenue, reduced arrests that disproportionately affected minorities. But they've also increased use, particularly among young adults, raised questions about driving impairment, created concerns about high-potency products. It's not a complete success or complete failure. It's complicated, which is what we should expect. The key is being willing to evaluate evidence, adjust policies, learn from mistakes. For highly dangerous drugs like cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, full legalization probably isn't wise. But decriminalization of possession for personal use, treating users as needing health support rather than punishment, makes sense. For prescription drugs, we need much tighter controls on prescribing, better monitoring systems to catch overprescribing, and consequences for doctors and companies that fuel addiction crises. For emerging substances, new synthetic drugs, new uses of existing drugs, we need regulatory frameworks that can respond quickly based on emerging evidence, rather than waiting decades like we did with cocaine. And always, we need to examine who bears the costs of our drug policies. If enforcement falls primarily on poor communities and communities of colour, while wealthy users face no consequences, that's not justice. That's oppression using drug policy as a tool. What about addressing root causes? The social conditions that make drugs appealing or necessary in the first place. This is where it gets really challenging, because it means confronting fundamental inequalities and injustices in how society is organized. Victorian women used cocaine partly because they were expected to do the impossible, while corseted and disempowered. The solution wasn't better cocaine. It was women's liberation, changed expectations, bodily autonomy. Victorian workers used cocaine partly because they were worked to exhaustion for subsistence wages. The solution wasn't safer cocaine. It was labour rights, reasonable working hours, living wages. Today, we medicate exhaustion from overwork, rather than questioning whether our economic system that demands constant productivity is sustainable. We medicate anxiety about financial insecurity rather than addressing economic inequality. We medicate alienation and loneliness rather than examining why modern life leaves so many people isolated. I'm not saying medication is never appropriate, but when society-wide trends show increasing use of psychoactive medications, we need to ask, what's happening in our society that's making so many people unable to cope without pharmaceutical assistance? Maybe the problem isn't individual brain chemistry. Maybe the problem is that we've built a world that's hostile to human flourishing, and we're medicating people to tolerate the intolerable rather than changing the conditions. This is the most radical lesson from the Victorian cocaine crisis. The deepest solution isn't better drug policy or better addiction treatment. It's building a society where people don't desperately need drugs to get through the day. What would that look like? Universal health care, including mental health care, living wages and reasonable working hours, strong social safety nets, communities designed for human connection rather than isolation, education systems that don't require drugging children into compliance, environmental policies that address climate anxiety with action rather than medication. These aren't drug policies, they're social policies, but they do more to address problematic drug use than any law enforcement or treatment program ever could. Let's talk about something practical you can actually do as an individual right now. You can't redesign pharmaceutical regulation or drug policy, but you can examine your own relationship with substances, medications, alcohol, caffeine, whatever you use regularly. Ask yourself, am I using this to address a genuine medical need, or am I using it to tolerate conditions that shouldn't be tolerated? Am I using it because it genuinely helps me flourish, or because I can't function without it? If you're taking medication prescribed by a doctor, don't stop. I'm not suggesting that, and sudden cessation of many medications is dangerous. But you can have honest conversations with your doctor about whether the medication is still necessary, what alternatives exist, whether underlying issues have been addressed. If you're exhausted all the time and relying on caffeine to function, maybe the problem isn't that you need more caffeine. Maybe you need more sleep, less work stress, better work-life balance. The Victorian solution would be a stimulant tonic. A better solution might be changing the conditions creating exhaustion. If you're anxious and considering medication, absolutely talk to a doctor. Anxiety disorders are real, and medication can be appropriate. But also ask, what am I anxious about? Are there life circumstances I could change? Are there non-pharmaceutical approaches I could try? Is my anxiety a reasonable response to unreasonable circumstances? Be skeptical of pharmaceutical marketing. When you see an ad promising that a pill will solve your problems, remember, that's the same promise Victorian cocaine ads made. It's not necessarily wrong, but it deserves scrutiny. And if you're struggling with addiction to any substance, please know that it's not a moral failing, that you're not broken, that help exists. The shame and stigma around addiction are Victorian hangovers we need to shed. Addiction is a health issue, not a character flaw. There's another practical thing you can do. Talk about this history. Share what you've learned from this story. Talk about how the Victorian cocaine crisis happened, what it teaches us, how patterns persist today. Challenge people when they talk about addiction in moralizing terms. Question pharmaceutical marketing when you see it. Cultural change happens through conversation. The Victorian cocaine crisis persisted partly through silence. Nobody wanted to talk about respectable society's drug problem. Breaking that silence is how reform began. We need to talk honestly about drugs, about addiction, about how pharmaceutical companies operate, about social conditions that drive drug use. Not in whispers behind closed doors, but openly and without shame. The opioid crisis is finally getting serious attention, partly because it affected white middle-class communities that couldn't be ignored. But we should have been having these conversations decades earlier. when crack cocaine was devastating black urban communities. We should have cared then, not just when it reached populations society considers sympathetic. Talk about that too, about how racism shapes which drug crises get attention, which users get compassion, which policies get implemented. Conversations about drugs need to include conversations about justice. Here's what gives me hope, what makes me think we can actually do better than the Victorians did. We have evidence now. We've run the experiments. We know what works and what doesn't in addiction treatment. We know which drug policies reduce harm and which create more problems than they solve. We have data, research, examples from other countries. The Victorians were stumbling in the dark, making it up as they went along. We don't have that excuse. We have light. We just have to be willing to follow it. Portugal's drug decriminalisation worked. Switzerland's heroin-assisted treatment worked. Housing first worked. Medication-assisted treatment works. Harm reduction works. We have proof. What doesn't work? Criminalising users, war on drugs, abstinence-only treatment, profit-driven pharmaceutical regulation, letting companies market drugs directly to consumers, ignoring social determinants of addiction. We have proof of this too. The question isn't what to do. We know what to do. The question is political will. Are we willing to prioritize public health over pharmaceutical profits? Are we willing to treat addiction as a health issue even though it's easier to criminalize? Are we willing to address root causes even though it requires fundamental social change? I want to acknowledge something. This is hard. The solutions I'm describing require overcoming enormous vested interests, pharmaceutical companies, private prisons, politicians who benefit from drug war rhetoric, cultural attitudes shaped by decades of propaganda. The Victorians who recognised the cocaine problem faced similar resistance. It took decades to overcome institutional inertia, commercial interests and cognitive biases to implement even inadequate regulations. We're not going to fix these problems overnight, but we can move in the right direction. We can support politicians who prioritise evidence over ideology. We can vote for drug policy reform. We can support organisations working on addiction treatment and drug policy. We can challenge stigma in our personal conversations. Small actions compound. Margaret Murray, the nurse whose report was ignored for years before finally influencing policy, she kept working, kept advocating, kept pushing even when it seemed futile. Change happened because people like her refused to give up. You don't have to solve everything. You just have to contribute something. A conversation, a vote, a donation, sharing information, challenging assumptions when you encounter them. The Victorian cocaine crisis ended not because one hero fixed everything, but because many people, over many years, pushed for change from different angles until the system finally shifted. We can do that too. We are doing that too. The change is slower than it should be, more partial than it should be, but it's happening. So here's where we've arrived. We understand what went wrong in Victorian London. We recognise how those patterns persist today, and we know what solutions look like in pharmaceutical regulation, addiction treatment, drug policy, and addressing root causes. We know what needs to be done. We have evidence. We have examples of places doing it better. We have the resources and knowledge to build something better than what we have. What we need is will. Collective will to prioritise health over profit, evidence over ideology, justice over convenience, long-term well-being over short-term political gain. And that brings us to our final question, the one we'll address in our very last part. What does this story mean for you personally right now? Not abstract policy questions or historical lessons, but you, lying in bed or sitting in your car or wherever you are right now, having spent hours with me in gaslit Victorian London, in Andean coca fields, in addiction treatment facilities, in pharmaceutical boardrooms. What do you take from this? How does understanding the Victorian cocaine craze change how you see your own life, your own choices, your own moment in history? What does it mean to really learn from the past rather than just being entertained by it? That's what we'll explore together in these final minutes, making this personal, making it matter, making it mean something beyond historical knowledge. Stay with me just a little longer as we bring this home. We've come a long way together, haven't we? From a foggy London pharmacy in 1885 to the Andes Mountains, from Victorian parlours to modern addiction treatment centres, from coca leaves to pharmaceutical boardrooms. Hours of history, patterns, lessons, warnings. But now it's just you and me in this quiet moment. And I want to ask you something personal. What scares you about this story? Not the Victorian cocaine crisis itself. That's safely in the past. But what it reveals about how easily intelligent, well-intentioned people can participate in causing massive harm while genuinely believing they're doing good. About how systems can be broken even when most individuals within them are trying their best. About how hard it is to see clearly when you're inside a system, when everyone around you is saying something is normal and safe and fine. That's what scares me, because it means we're probably making similar mistakes right now and we can't see them yet. Future generations will look back at something we're doing, something that seems perfectly normal to us, and they'll be horrified. They'll wonder how we could have been so blind. And we won't have the excuse of ignorance that the Victorians had. We have their story to learn from. We have evidence, research, examples. If we repeat their mistakes, it's not because we didn't know better. It's because we chose not to look, or we looked and then looked away. Here's what I want you to understand, really understand. You're not a passive observer of history. You're a participant in creating it. Every choice you make, what you buy, what you question, what you tolerate, what you speak up about, who you vote for, how you treat people struggling with addiction, those choices shape the world. Not dramatically, not obviously, but they accumulate. They combine with millions of other people's choices, and they create the systems we live in. Victorian mothers who gave their babies cocaine weren't evil. They were making choices that seemed reasonable within their context, trusting authorities who seemed trustworthy, doing what everyone around them was doing. But collectively, those individual reasonable choices created a disaster. So ask yourself, what am I participating in right now that I'm not questioning? What am I accepting as normal that maybe shouldn't be? What authorities am I trusting that might have conflicts of interest I'm not examining? I'm not saying become paranoid and trust nothing. I'm saying develop healthy skepticism, especially when someone's making money from convincing you something is safe or necessary. When a pharmaceutical company tells you a drug is safe, remember Park Davis telling Victorian doctors that cocaine was non-habit forming. They weren't necessarily lying. They might have believed it. But their incentive was to believe it, which made their belief suspect. When you're told that normal human experiences require pharmaceutical intervention, remember how Victorian women's exhaustion was medicalized rather than addressing why they were exhausted. When you see drug enforcement falling primarily on poor communities and communities of colour, remember how Victorian cocaine laws were enforced differently based on who was using. The patterns are still there. Are you seeing them? Are you questioning them? Or are you just accepting what you're told because it's easier than investigating? Let me tell you something that might be uncomfortable. You probably have more power than you think you do. You're not a Victorian worker with no rights, no vote, no voice. You're not a Victorian woman with no legal standing, no property rights, no autonomy. You have options they didn't have. You can vote, organise, speak publicly, access information, make choices about your own healthcare. That power comes with responsibility, because if you have the ability to question and choose, and you don't, if you just go along with systems you know are broken, then you're choosing to participate in perpetuating them. This isn't about guilt. Victorian individuals who participated in the cocaine trade weren't guilty. The system was guilty. But at some point, enough individuals need to recognize the system is broken and choose to push for change, or the system never changes. You can be one of those people. Not a hero, not revolutionary, just someone who asks questions, who challenges assumptions, who makes choices aligned with evidence rather than convenience. Support addiction treatment that's evidence-based, not moralistic. Vote for politicians who prioritize public health over pharmaceutical profits. Question pharmaceutical advertising when you see it. Talk openly about mental health and addiction without stigma. Donate to organizations doing harm reduction work. Have honest conversations about drugs with young people in your life instead of just say no. These aren't grand gestures, they're small choices. But small choices compound. The Victorian cocaine crisis ended because enough people made enough small choices to speak up, to document problems, to push for change, that the system finally shifted. We can do that too, with pharmaceutical marketing, with addiction treatment, with drug policy, with addressing root causes of suffering that drive drug use. But only if enough of us choose to. Only if we accept that individual responsibility to not just understand history, but to apply its lessons. There's something else I need to say, because if you've made it this far in this story, I suspect some of you might be struggling with substance use yourself, or someone you love might be. If that's you, you're not broken. You're not morally weak. You're not a Victorian stereotype of degeneracy and vice. You're a human being responding to circumstances, possibly struggling with a health issue, definitely living in a society that hasn't figured out how to address addiction compassionately and effectively. The shame you feel about addiction? That's a Victorian hangover. It's a remnant from a time when people didn't understand addiction as a health issue, when they moralized everything, when they blamed individuals for systemic failures. You can let that shame go. It's not serving you. It's not true. And it's actively making recovery harder because shame keeps people isolated, prevents them from seeking help, makes them feel like they don't deserve support. You deserve support. You deserve compassionate, evidence-based treatment. You deserve to be treated as a whole person dealing with a health issue, not as a moral failure or a criminal. And if you're not ready for treatment yet, if you're still using, still struggling, that's okay too. Harm reduction exists to keep you alive and as safe as possible until you're ready for change. Clean needles, naloxone, drug testing services, information about safer use, these aren't enabling, they're recognizing your humanity and keeping you alive. The Victorians didn't know how to help people with addiction effectively. We do. We have evidence-based treatments, we have harm reduction, we have supports. They're not always accessible, they're not always affordable, but they exist, and you're worth accessing them. If someone you love is struggling, your compassion matters more than your judgment. Moralizing doesn't help. Shame doesn't help. Love, patience, and connecting them to appropriate support, those things help. Let me tell you what I hope you take from this story. Not just historical knowledge, though I hope you found it interesting. Not just lessons about drug policy and pharmaceutical regulation, though those matter. What I hope you take is a deeper understanding of how societies work, how they fail, and how they change. An ability to recognize patterns and see through systems. A healthy skepticism of authority combined with humility about how easy it is to be wrong. I hope you've developed more compassion for Victorian mothers who unknowingly poison their babies, for addicted people in any era who are suffering rather than choosing vice, for communities exploited by forces beyond their control, for everyone trying their best in broken systems. I hope you've become more critical of pharmaceutical marketing, of simplistic narratives about drugs and addiction, of policies that claim to protect public health while actually serving other interests. And I hope you've recognized your own agency. You're not powerless. You're not just swept along by historical forces. Your choices matter. Your voice matters. Your willingness to question and challenge and push for better, that matters. The Victorian cocaine crisis happened because systems were broken, and not enough people questioned them soon enough or loudly enough. It ended because eventually enough people did. We're facing similar crises now: the opioid epidemic, climate change, inequality, injustice of various kinds. They're all system-level problems that won't be solved by individual action alone, but they also won't be solved without individual action, without people like you choosing to see clearly, to speak honestly, to push for change in whatever ways you can. I want to acknowledge something before we finish. This has been a heavy story. 3.5 hours of addiction, exploitation, suffering, systemic failure. That's a lot to carry. If you're feeling overwhelmed or hopeless, I understand. The scope of these problems is enormous. The patterns are deeply entrenched. Change is slow and difficult, but remember, change happens. The Victorian cocaine crisis seemed insurmountable while people were in the middle of it. Cocaine was everywhere. Pharmaceutical companies were powerful. Systemic change seemed impossible. And yet it happened. Slowly, imperfectly, with many setbacks, but it happened. Portugal decriminalized drugs. Switzerland implemented heroin-assisted treatment. Multiple jurisdictions have enacted reform. Evidence-based approaches are expanding. Cultural attitudes are shifting. It's not fast enough. It's not comprehensive enough. But it's movement. It's proof that change is possible. You don't have to solve everything. You don't have to fix all the systems alone. You just have to contribute something, even if it's just being informed, being thoughtful, being compassionate, making better choices where you can. That's enough. That's how change happens, through accumulation of individual choices over time. We've reached the end of our journey together now, from that gaslit pharmacy in 1885 to here, to now, to you. The Victorian cocaine craze isn't just history. It's a mirror reflecting our present, a warning about our future, and a guide for navigating both. We can't change what the Victorians did. We can't go back and warn them, can't prevent the suffering they caused and endured. But we can learn from them. We can recognize the patterns they fell into and choose different paths. We can build systems that prioritize health over profit, evidence over ideology, justice over convenience, compassion over judgment. We can choose to see clearly, to question boldly, to act compassionately, to push persistently for change. That's what this story has been about, really. Not cocaine or Victorian London or drug policy, though it's been about all those things. It's been about choice, about the choices societies make and the consequences that follow, about how hard it is to choose wisely when incentives push toward harm, about how change happens when enough people choose to push for it anyway. And now you have a choice. You can treat this as just an interesting historical story, entertainment for a few hours before you move on with your life unchanged. Or you can let it change how you see the world, how you evaluate claims about drugs and health, how you think about addiction and policy, how you recognize systems and patterns, how you use whatever power and voice you have to push for something better. The Victorian cocaine crisis teaches us that ordinary people in ordinary circumstances can participate in extraordinary harm without realizing it. But it also teaches us that ordinary people, through persistent ordinary actions, can create extraordinary change. Which will you choose? Thank you for spending these hours with me. Thank you for your attention, your patience, your willingness to sit with difficult truths and complex questions. I hope this story stays with you. I hope it shapes how you think, how you question, how you choose. I hope it makes you a little bit more skeptical, a little bit more compassionate, a little bit more aware of patterns and systems and your own place within them. The ghosts of Victorian London are walking among us, in our pharmaceutical ads and drug policies and social systems. But we don't have to follow their script. We can write something different. We can learn. We can choose better. We can change. And maybe, just maybe, the people looking back at us from 2125 won't shake their heads in disbelief at our blindness. Maybe they'll recognize that we saw the patterns, learned the lessons, and chose differently. That's the hope. That's why history matters, not to judge the past, but to illuminate the present and shape the future. So go forth with that understanding. Question what deserves questioning. Support what deserves support. Choose what deserves choosing. And maybe tell someone else this story. Share what you've learned. Keep the conversation going. Because that's how change happens. One conversation, one choice, one person at a time, until enough of us are pushing in the same direction that the whole system finally shifts. The Victorian cocaine craze is over, but its lessons remain, waiting for us to truly learn them. Will we? That's up to you. Good night, and sleep well.